is prove that one truth, where if you're 6 feet tall, how far do you need to walk before you're no longer visible?
Well, it's more than 3 miles, but if you're looking out
Right, but
at
it's like 6 miles or something,
It's
right?
it's 8 inches per mile square.
yes, you have to,
The curvature, the mathematical translation, what they've told us that the globe is 24,000 miles around at the equator, and that means there should be an basically curvature visible at 8 inches per mile square, which is not visible anywhere.
Yeah, all you got to do is.
And Kelly, when I was 6 or 7 years old, I questioned that. And I asked the question to that I'd met, who was talking about the globe, and I said, "Well, why can't we see it curve?" I said that as a child, because it's a very basic
because it's
question.
too big, because the world is too big.
But they're lying. But they're lying
Yeah.
because you should be able to see it within the parameters of the function of your lower sensory perception of sight. You should be able to see it, and we easily have technology that can allow you to telescope in. I mean, they're telling us that they have a telescope floating around in outer space, taking pictures from deep space is what they call it, but we can't see more than like a mile or so and see the curvature across the ocean. It's garbage.
They tell us that
it's a lie.
Space is
I'm
too big.
I'm gonna shut up because Dave, I can't add much.
This is the Hubble telescope from like 20 years ago. They showed us this picture. Okay, I say it's a garbage can. To me, this looks like Del Monte beans wrapped in tinfoil and a Coke can with a little flip and some balsa wood airplane wing wheels. Okay, but so check us out. Just recently, they did a servicing mission on it. Right, so they went to the Hubble. And they serviced it and they snapped a picture. Look, it's the same picture. And if you compare them side by side, it's the same clouds. They use the same picture. Okay.
Well, also just looking at that, they look like about the same size, but there's more curvature in that picture than the other one.
Oh, that's interesting too.
Photoshop, different artists.
Oh yeah, well, you know what? Yeah, I mean, maybe. But think about this. On Earth, when they're doing those deep star field telescopes, the telescope is on a giant cement pad that's like 10 feet thick or whatever. I don't know how deep it is, but it has to be so the operator, when they're doing a long-term photograph of deep space, they don't even want the operator walking around in sneakers because the vibration could ruin the picture, could vibrate the mirror, right? Yeah. Right. And so I was watching a Nova, and I remember that because they're like, the guy has to walk around in socks and walk around carefully. Okay. But then I'm like, but isn't the Earth spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour and chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour? How the fuck is a little vibration going to make any difference at all? And if the Hubble telescope, not only is it doing all of those motions that the Earth is doing, somehow magically mimicking it, it's also falling around the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour additional. Okay, how the hell is that thing taking pictures of anything? Right?
Wow. Yeah.
None of it makes any sense whatsoever. No. Right? I mean, if you look at the nonsense that they tell us, right? A space vacuum next to a high pressure gaseous planet. Well, how do you have a vacuum next to a gaseous planet? Do you know what this is? You saw this as a kid.
Oh yeah, this
is the nebula, whatever this is where stars are born. Yeah. Okay, this is so big that the dust in there. Wait, and by the way, this is made of dust and gas in space. Dust and the gas free floating in a space vacuum.
Yeah, why is the gravity pulling it together?
Well, why is there dust and gas in space in the first place? Wait, and
there's not.
Yeah, right. Think about this. So they say that the dust starts going together. Oh, I got a baseball size. Now it's got some gravity. It pulls in more dust and it turns into a star. What does it do? Spit the star out like a friggin' ping pong ball machine, and then it flies across the galaxy and takes its place? I mean, the stuff that they show us, they're laughing, right? Kids know what this is because they're all brainwashed with this. Adults know what this is. This is ridiculous. Mm-hmm. Absolute insanity. Right, this is probably some satanic friggin' monster casting a spell. Who the hell knows? They do all sorts of weird
Oh yeah,
stuff.
there's satanic stuff in all kinds of stuff like that.
Kelly, would you get on this thing?
Yeah,
You'd get on this? Look at this
yeah,
thing. It's made of friggin' paper mache and tin foil and curtain rods, right?
yeah,
Another thing that's the lunar lander. That we didn't go to the moon. Okay.
yeah,
You know what? I'm sorry. I wasn't showing you. I didn't realize I didn't share my screen. This right here. This.
yeah. Oh yeah, that looks pretty bad.
Pretty bad.
Real bad.
Oh, thank you. That can't get any worse. You got the extraterrestrial thing. Let me show you one more thing. So the sun goes around and it migrates in between this outer yellow line, which is December 21st, the Tropic of Capricorn, and the inner yellow line, the June 21st, the Tropic of Cancer. So when it comes to June, where are you located, Kelly?
I'm in New Mexico, so Gallup, New Mexico.
All right. So in June, the sun will be all the way here, and it goes right over. When it comes around, you'll see that it goes kind of almost right over New Mexico. Pretty damn hot there in June, I bet.
Yeah.
Right. And that's because the sun is directly over you and it's close. Right. And now, like that street light that's over your head, that's your summer sun. The street light that's down the road a block or two, it's the same height, but it's lower in the sky. It's farther away. That's your winter sun. So it's summer in Miami. It's summer in New Mexico. It's winter in Australia. 6 months later, the sun migrates all the way out, spirals all the way out. It's summer in Australia because the sun goes right over Australia. It's winter where I am in Connecticut, and it's freezing because the sun is far away.
Yes.
Right? So real quick, if you're inside of this inner circle, you're in the Arctic area. And if you're outside the bigger circle, you're in the Antarctic area. Okay. And anything in between the tropics is the tropics because that's where it's warm and the islands are and it's beautiful. Okay. So the tropics are in between the tropics. The Antarctic area is outside and the Arctic is inside. So if you're standing anywhere inside the circle, what is the sun doing? It's arcing around you.
Right.
If you're standing anywhere outside this circle, what's the sun doing? It's coming towards you and away from you. It's Antarctic. Yes. The Antarctic. The Arctic. Arcing. Antarcting.
Wow.
Airplanes fly flat and level over the Earth plane. Go.
Wow. So what's the origination of the word Antarctic? Where did it come from?
Everybody knew that the Earth was a level stationary plane all the way up to well after World War II, well after. And they started just changing it. And the Rockefellers took over the indoctrination camps and they literally took a flat Earth out of the curriculum. It was still in the curriculum. The 1959 Encyclopedia Americana talks about the dome at 13,000 feet at 85 degrees south, but you can't even find that encyclopedia anymore, right? They literally took everything away, and they want you to feel insignificant. They want you to not know that you're at the center of creation. They want you to believe they have control over you. The only person that has control over you is nobody. The only control anyone has over you is in your imagination. And they know, here's the thing, and this is how we win, right? God's on our side. They know they can't break karma. They can't break our free will. I don't believe that they can kill us. They're not allowed to, and they're afraid of that, but they can convince us to kill each other. They can get order followers to go to other wars and kill other order followers, and no one knows what the hell's going on. Right? The division between the United States and Russia is fake. This war is fake. It's all a stage show. It's Wag the Dog. Anyone that hasn't seen that in the last 10 years, watch that movie, Wag the Dog. It's a documentary of what's going on right now.
David, one of the things that really got me, I just wanted to interject something, Kelly.
Yeah, please.
One of the major things that really got me about and made me pay attention was the fact that we're supposed to be swirling around the sun and, spiraling and chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour and all these different movements. And the Northern Star always is in the same exact spot. And there's sundials that are 6,000 years old, carved into stone, where you can literally count by the seconds. and
Yep.
it's always the same. David, I just wanted to bring that up because
Yeah, here's you know Stonehenge is by any chance in
Yeah.
Georgia? Stonehenge. Well, the center stone
of
has
course.
this little hole in it. So forgetting the 10 Commandments on there with the whole New World Order.
The New World Order 10 Commandments. Right.
You look through this hole, and there's Polaris. It never moves. It's been up for over 40 years, and Polaris hasn't moved. Even in the heliocentric, nonsensical model, they tell us that in 4,000 years, we're going to have another North Star. It's going to be Thuban, or it was Thuban, or whatever it is. And that means that this should have moved a half a degree or so since this was built, right?
Yeah.
And it would be way out of this hole. It's still there. It hasn't moved. Same thing with the pyramids in Egypt. However, whenever they were built, they're still lining up with the same stars. That's absolute insanity to believe that can happen in a corkscrewing, beehiving universe. Here's a monument. These are holes going through these consecutive
Right.
pillars, and every year at 11:11 a.m. the sun lines up and lights up this little emblem on the ground. It's a war memorial thing. Well, how the heck does that happen in a gravitationally run heliocentric beehive? Okay, how does that happen?
Right.
This is impossible. The
It
stars,
is.
the sky, the stars are fixed in the sky, just as it says in the Bible. And they rotate around us. Go out tonight, look at the stars, draw a little pattern, say, okay, I'm sitting here in the corner of my house and I see these stars here at 11 o'clock p.m. Then next year, same night, same time, go out and every star will be in the exact same position. Okay? Game over.
Yes,
We're not
yes.
moving. The stars are fixed. The wandering stars, which they now call planets, right? That's a whole nother thing. When you look, Disney and NASA show us this, rocky planet. When we look through our super zoom cameras, this is what we say. Okay.
Right.
How does that dusty, dirty ball shine back to Earth and be brighter than most stars in the sky when you see it? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, yeah.
The
Yeah.
inverse square law of light proves that that's just not the case.
Wow.
Right. This is just the beginning. Here's the thing. Thanks for downloading the app. And you didn't do it for me. You did it for you, because that app is just, all I say is every day you get a little notification, say, hey, there's a new video today. I try to do short ones during the week, longer ones on the weekend. Just like you're having your breakfast, when you're just chilling, taking a rest, watch that one video a day. And what will happen is you'll go, let me see another video. You hit the archive button, and then you'll be stuck there all day. And then you'll send me an email like, Dave, you friggin' bastard. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. Well, the good news is that's how it used to be. Now you tell your friends that the earth is flat. They go, yeah, I heard something about that. What do you got? And then you share it with them. And now you have new flat earth friends.
Yeah. Yeah, because I came into this discussion thinking, look, gravity in space has to pull to each other and form a sphere. It just
that's what they tell you. So
right, but then you see asteroids; they're not spherical.
But the other thing is that, they're not big enough. There are no such thing as asteroids. Okay, all of it is nonsense. So think about this. This is called the three-body problem, right? You can take the world's best supercomputer. You can put a mass in it. We'll call it a sun, and it's got this amount of gravity. Got another thing orbiting it. We'll call it a planet. Got this amount of gravity, and that computer can figure out where it's going to be every second of every day for the next million years. Okay.
Right,
but then you introduce one more object, a planet or a moon, into that system. That computer can only figure out what's going to happen in the next few seconds, and then it goes into chaos mode. It can only predict what it's going to do just a few seconds into the future, and then it goes into chaos mode. Now think about this. We got all of our planets and suns and moons, right? You got the sun way over here, and then you got these planets way out here. So the sun can hold on to the Earth and Pluto and every planet in between, but it ignores all the moons. Okay?
Yeah.
What happens when this moon comes around the Earth back towards the sun? Shouldn't it speed up towards the sun? And when it goes back away, shouldn't it slow down because of the sun?
Yes, it should. Yes.
It doesn't. It doesn't. When all these planets line up, how come they don't tug on each other? How come things don't move? How come they know when these planets are going to line? How come it works like a perfect clock? Like a heavenly created clock.
Because they tell you all the planets are on the same plane too.
They say they're on the same plane because that's the only way it works. Why are all the biggest telescopes in the outer south?
Yeah,
and they're all looking out.
How could that be?
Right.
Anyway,
right.
But
yeah.
The result of all of this, is I can't help but to say it makes me angry to be lied to at this level.
Dude, they're hiding the creator. They're hiding your divinity. They're hiding more land. It just
makes you wonder what is true at all.
Nothing they tell us is true. But once you, this is the key. This is the moment. Once you wake up to this, you start seeing all of these other things. And then once you see that, you literally unplug from the Matrix. Neo in the Matrix. The Matrix is the heliocentric system. At the beginning, Neo's lost in the Matrix. He's lost in the heliocentric system, and he's depressed and he's powerless. And at the end, he is unplugged from the heliocentric system, and he's taken back his power. And that's what happens when you understand you're at the center of creation, right? You understand the true power that you have, the divinity that you have. We're here to expand the mind of the creator. We have our soul, which I say is a piece of the creator. We're all part of the creation. Everything that we see in the sky is alive, right? The earth is alive, and we're part of that living system. It's all part of the creation.
Man, this is amazing. It really is. And I can relate to being looked at as crazy, because I mean, one thing I do is I do read the scriptures, and it's the Bible. I finished Matthew and Mark in the last couple of days. I'll keep going. You mentioned Lulu.com. I have religious books on Lulu, on Isaiah and the book of Revelation. And what you're doing, what goes through my mind in what you're doing is you try to bring up the simplest biblical truth. And you won't go too far before the majority of people don't believe you. I mean, you just start talking to a few people.
Right.
Go ahead.
So in the app, you hit the web button, and you're going to love this right here, Biblical Flat Earth, right? And I tell people this, whether you're a Bible believer or a Bible denier, you need to watch all of these videos because they're life-changing. But right here, the top one, it's called Dear Pastor. It's 8 minutes and 30 seconds by Matt Long, my the Flat Earth podcast co-host. And it's basically a little pitch to pastors or anybody that goes to church. And it basically lays it out. And he's trying to get other pastors on board, because all of these pastors in the church that are ignoring scripture, they're going, oh, that's all a metaphor. How many metaphors can there be? Okay. All of these videos, just start watching these videos. You'll be blown away. You'll watch every video on this one. This is another good one. Don't watch this video. Another one by Matt. Amazing. Right. You start watching these, you're never going to be bored ever. No flat earther is bored for a split second after they become a flat earther, because there's this creation is so amazing. You don't need the tell lie vision programming entertainment, right, to control and freeze the mind, right? It's all nonsense. The world is such an amazing place. You don't need any of that, and you're never bored again, because there's so much to admire and appreciate.
Wow.
Yeah. There's so many good ones in here. I haven't seen this one in a while. Pillar of Truth is this church in Long Island that put this together. It's phenomenal. It's so good. It's like an hour.
Wow.
And there's a life amount of content on here, but everything on here is amazing.
I have it up right now. Thank you, David. I mean, I just want to get this out before I forget, but because I feel like you exposing this and me even questioning it, let alone, I mean, you can't deny that this is not like scriptural truth where you have to pray and seek the Holy Ghost. And I mean, this is physics.
Here's the thing.
Obvious stuff.
David and Kelly, really quick. So I talked to Kelly before he came on the show, and I kind of gave him, kind of how you were going to present this to him a little bit from watching a lot of what you have put out there. and Kelly very quickly, and I quoted you on several things with Kelly, and Kelly very, very quickly asked me why. And
Yeah, but I've thought about that since we talked.
I know we've touched on that, but I think that is the so what
Yeah.
of this
Deceit.
conversation.
Deceit is its own reason.
And forgive me, but I would like to bring it back to that before we close the conversation. I would like to bring it back to the so what as into the why. Why? Why the deception?
Why is if you can convince somebody that they're spinning out of control, lost in space, and insignificant, you can convince them that a boogeyman is flying through the air, and if they don't put a toxic piece of paper over their face or stick some poison, into their body, that they're going to die, right?
Yeah,
my God, I took a test that went to a random number generator, and it says I've got this thing that makes me sick, and even though I feel terrific, I'm going to kill Granny if I go near her. That's because you're spinning out of control. You're lost in space. Let me tell you something. All the dots on that map, on the Flat Earth Friend Finder, none of them believe that nonsense. None of them, right?
From day one, most of my close friends like Kelly, we knew.
Kelly, without saying too many things, so we're on YouTube. But you know how they say, most of the world got 2 or 3 of these already in the arm. Okay. Yeah, well, there's 7.8 billion people, right? If the V companies can manufacture 25 every second without stopping for any holidays or anything, or work 24 hours a day, it would take 10 years.
They're lying. I know.
It would take 10 years to make one for every person on Earth. Okay.
I think Alex Jones brought that up once. Yeah. I mean, he probably shut up very quickly, or else he's going to get that call that you talked about.
Yeah.
But yeah, I go to fakemaskusa.com. My
dude,
we literally.
Listen. I've cocked. I have never worn a mask other than to go to Mexico to get on an airplane. But I put it on to get on the airplane. I sit down and they eat sunflower seeds the whole way, one at a time, and they don't say anything.
Slowly, and they don't say anything.
They don't say anything. So, but I'm with you. Fake mask worldwide.
We literally have like 17 of them.
The triple incognito. The triple incognito. Right?
Yeah. just because when I go somewhere, they tell you to put it on. And evils are sufferable, as the founding fathers said.
I take it a little farther. I will not go any place that they tell me to put it on. But
you just did, though, on the plane.
No. I like if I go to a restaurant and they give me a hard time, I'll just leave. I'll go to another restaurant. I have no choice. If I want to go, to Mexico. Listen, this is hard work, whether you know it or not. I occasionally need to get away once in a while. And I haven't gone away in 2 years. I put one on to get on the plane, and a lot of people say that you cocked, and they're right.
No. Evils are sufferable. I mean,
yes, thank you.
Thomas Jefferson said that. I mean, so wow, I'm thoroughly enlightened, and I truly thank you, because I am a truth seeker.
Kelly, you're the smartest person I've ever talked to that listened, and the things that you said make perfect sense. You didn't say, I believe you. You're like, if that's true, you're right. Okay. Yeah. And so I've given you the resource. Excuse me.
Thank you.
The resources, the app will take you a long way. And
thank you.
There you go.
Wow. I hope this video is watched. I can't stumble upon you, but I mean, I know you're popular. Matt said you had millions of followers, and I can see why now, David.
So, excuse me. Next time you go sumo wrestling, bring some spray paint or something and write Antarctica on the outside of the ring. All right,
or just get a dohyo and write it on yourself.
Hey, there's videos and photos out there of Kelly, having the whymorality.com on his back. I mean, Kelly has been a proponent for truth.
I put a fake tattoo on one of the world championships, whymorality.com. And I can't even remember. It was so long ago. But I've since then kind of become a hermit, and I just seek truth. And, you read the prophets and the Holy Scriptures. They didn't have a lot of followers either.
And, you know, that's Kelly. That's what I admire so much about you, is that you are You are one of the few people that is just truly as objective as possible. And Dave, for you, what you've done, the work you've done, and the sacrifice that you've put into the cause is amazing. And so both of you gentlemen, Jake and I, are just eternally grateful. You guys are fantastic. We support you to the end. And
thank
thank
you.
you both
Now
so much for what
I'm
you
going to
do.
have to look into sumo wrestling because I always thought it was just a bunch of fat guys out of shape that couldn't do anything else. Now you're swimming.
No, you got to see that video with Kelly. Can do the full splits.
I know
this man.
he's doing
this man,
splits
he
and
can do the
swimming
full splits
30
and lay
miles or
down,
20 miles.
And he can
Well,
have all
it's
three of us
like,
stand on his back and jump up and down. I
it's
promise
like-
you. And he'd be like, oh, "Okay, that feels good."
It's like someone said, well, you know, I can bench 400 pounds. And then the reply from sumo is, yeah, but does it jump off the rack and attack you?
Kelly, I don't know, what circles you travel in, but if you know any other podcasts, sumo podcasts, anybody, get me on there. Let me talk to them like I'm talking to you.
I will.
Because this is the most important thing that's going on in the world right now. People are like, what? Flat Earth? What difference does a shape make? Well, flat is not a shape. The Earth is level and horizontal, and essentially that means flat. But this is important because when you wake up to this, you wake up to the other things. If you
I
can't
agree.
fight these other things
It's
if
like-
you're lost in space.
Right. Yeah, truth yields to truth. It clings to truth. And what you're doing is a service to the world. God bless you.
Thank you. Thanks for listening.
Yeah.
Dave, thank you so
I
much.
didn't think I'd convert this quickly, Matt.
That's what Kelly. That's why I only had a short discussion with you, and I said, "Hey, talk to Dave."
Kelly, use the
Dave
frequently asked the question mark button is going to answer all your questions, and
Okay.
it's going to and it's also going to bring up new questions and answer them also. So take some time, go through those videos, just in your spare time, watch
Yeah,
the
I will.
videos, and then take a note. Like, you know what? That's something I can verify myself. They discovered Antarctica. And they said there's more resources there. Oh, nobody can go there. Look, we're going to go to the moon. Look over here. Don't look over there. We're going to the moon, right?
It's what
and
they do for 100 years now.
And
or
after
more.
like the fourth moon landing, the network got phone calls like, "Hey, we'd rather have I Love Lucy on. You've preempted it again." and so they're like, "Okay, we'll go to war now." And now we'll do the little boogeyman. Now we're back to war again. It's like, just ignore all of that shit. Find out where you are and become who you're supposed to be. Live your true life.
And I know the people in charge don't like people like you, but I've always thought, who's much, much bigger than you are? God.
That's
And,
right.
and
God
he
first.
can protect you. It doesn't matter if 1,000 warriors are coming at you. And he does that. I believe that he's done that.
I used to laugh at that. Now I don't.
Yeah.
Now I don't.
I mean, he has all the power. With one snap of his finger, everyone could die. He just doesn't take away our agency. He lets lies be believed when you don't seek him, but it's very apparent that you've sought him in this, and God bless you for it, because I believe it.
Jake or Matthew, give Kelly my email so he can reach out to me anytime he wants.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Dave.
Absolutely, yeah. And
So-
you know what? He's got the U.S. Sumo National Championships coming up on in the April 23rd or 22nd.
Yeah,
23rd.
April 23rd is the tournament. 22 is training.
Yeah,
So-
in Salt Lake City, and so Dave, if you're available and you connect with Kelly would probably give you a shout out there.
Dave, yeah, I gotta say this. I was talking. This was in Phoenix to a friend. I just won't mention his name, but we were talking. It was a great discussion. It was about truth, and then he brought up flat Earth.
And you laughed at him.
I drove away with my wife, and I said, "Man, I can't tell you how disappointed I am." And now I'm disappointed in myself.
No,
Kelly.
don't be, because there's a lot
Kelly,
of false information about flat Earth out there.
Right.
Are you
I don't mean
connected
to
with
cut
that
you off,
guy
Dave. I'll
still?
shut up.
No, it's all right. I'm keep stepping on you. Are you still connected with that guy?
Oh yeah.
Why
Yeah.
don't you call him up and say, "Hey, I see what you're talking about. I'm looking."
I will. I mean, I put this on Facebook. For all I know, he's watching it right now. But I will connect with him, and I'll say, it just shows me that people need to be ready to receive it. And a platform like this what you've demonstrated, it's just undeniable. Like I say, it's not even something you have to pray about because it's just physics. It's just math.
Yeah,
we have engineers, pilots. Oh, that's what I wanted to show you. On the app, if you hit the web button and go to featured video, full length videos, there's a playlist of full length videos. Like instead of watching Netflix, watch one of those videos. And the top one right now is a bunch of whistleblowers, military whistleblowers, talking about how their weapon systems, like the railgun, shoots 100 miles. 100 miles. They can see targets 100 miles away. There should be a mile of curvature. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Right.
Eight per mile.
Wow. Just crazy. That one comment.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And then the next one is there's just well produced, entertaining. Like literally sit down, grab a snack and drink whatever you got and watch these videos. They're better than anything that you can find on television. And guess what? When I come across one of those videos playing, like Bob Globusters has a Globusters 24/7 stream, which is basically just clips after clip after clip after video. And whenever that comes on, I get stuck. It's like you turn it on, it's like you can't turn it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, everyone sits everywhere they go, doctor's office, airport, and they look at their cell phone. I now have a reason to stare at my cell phone during those times.
My friend who's a fireman today, he flat earther, he in the firehouse, he on the big screen TV, he turned it on to Globusters 24/7 and hid the remote.
Good idea.
Hey, you talk about Austin Whitsett, Globusters Austin. Kelly, there's this young man who is an ex-military member who has been traveling around the United States against all odds and going into the deepest places where he's just getting torn up and talking about flat earth because it is as important as the gospel truth.
Well, it's hiding the creation.
Right.
You hide the creation, you hide the creator.
Well said. Right.
Yes.
Right. Exactly.
We don't see the creator. We see the creation, which is proof of the creator.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And they're telling you
it's
telling you
a lie. Maybe God's a lie too. Maybe the Bible's a lie.
Right.
Yes.
It's unbelievable how clear it is once you see it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, exactly. And then as you go down this path where you wake up and you break the spell that you've been put under, you see it happen again and again, and you know what's coming from. You feel it, you sense it, you see it around you, and you hurt for the people around you.
Yeah.
You want them to wake up badly because that's really what's happening. Is they steal the minds and they steal the power of the people, of the creative power. And creative, I'm not talking about putting your creativity on a painting or into a song or into poetry. I'm talking about putting your creativity into creation. Whereas in every single person born around you is a part of the creator of the universe and worlds beyond what we can even fathom.
Yeah.
And you're a part of that, and I'm a part of that, and Dave is a part of that, and Jake is a part of that, and every person listening to us tonight is a part of that. And what we believe, what we feel, and what we see makes up the reality. Reality is objective. There is an objective truth, but that objective truth is made up by the subjectivity of every person ever born throughout time. And you have your ability to look towards the objective truth that is the best for mankind, that is the best for human beings born, living, and dying. And I don't know why. So like I said, and I always like to end our podcasts with a so what. So what I mean by that is a so what. So we've got this incredible information. We've got these wonderful ideas. We have this illumination into our spirits and into our souls that is life-changing. So what do we do with it? And what we do with it is that we hold on to it. We think about it. We listen to it, and then we start to pull ourselves away from the false matrix reality that we were born into and we were conditioned into. And that's what needs to happen. We need to stop listening to, and we don't even know. One of the things, the one thing that I heard Donald Trump say that I thought was true, the one thing he was asked, if it's not you, Mr. Trump, who's controlling everything? And he said, people you've never heard of. Mm. And that one thing he said was true. We don't know. We don't know, because why would they show us? Why would they tell us? Everybody that we think, the cult of personality is a lie. You can't look at a person and say, well, we just get this person out of the way and then we can change and fix things. That's not true. That's not true. It's 100% inverted from what we think. The fact that we are paying attention to that person is the lie. The fact that we were caught in a world where we give our energy and our focus to a false reality is the lie. And the more that we break ourselves away from it, the more that the real world becomes apparent. It's like being on the grid and then becoming off the grid, where all of a sudden your survival is no longer entangled with the sociopath's agenda. And then all of a sudden you don't have to pretend and believe that you're a part of that, or that you can even tolerate a little bit of it. You should tolerate 0% of it. And we should all tolerate 0% of it.
I just wanted to say two quick things, because I know we're going to be wrapping
we're running along. We're running along, but this has been a fantastic conversation.
Thank you so much, David. Number one.
But thank you, David.
I just wanted to say, I had a friend call me last week and said that he just finished his 75th trip around the sun. And it just made me, I never told him how I felt about the earth, the realm, and everything. And I just snapped, and I had to be honest with him, because it made me realize he might not be here another year from now. And I always wonder, how will it affect him when he passes on, if he doesn't even know where he is, if he's lost? You don't really know. The other thing I want to point out real quick.
Let me just say, look, maybe if you don't figure it out, you have to do it again. And maybe that's why the elite hide it from us, because they want us to come back again to be a slave.
And maybe
soul trap.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's why they inoculate us too, because that takes us one step away from the
You see what you're saying here. God bless Mr. Fauci. God bless. All
right, we're going to cut that part out, right? We're going to cut that part out. Yeah, exactly.
The other point, I had one more thing to say, was that about science, Kelly, is that what you're going to find out by going through all the videos on that app and learning more about this, you're going to find that this is the scientific option, and that everything else we knew our whole lives was the unscientific gobbledygook nonsense, utter insanity.
Artificial science, yes.
And the other thing you're going to find on the app, if you click where to go? If you click it's gone.
Ooh, Josh. Okay.
What happened? That's interesting. Well, I was going to do a shameless plug. If you click the shopping cart, you can find this T-shirt and scream Flat Earth at everybody.
Yeah, Flat Earther. Okay. You're wearing.
Yeah, support Dave. Support Dave. Dave does a ton of work. Dave had a successful business, and he left his business to support this cause. And he goes on podcast after podcast and supports those podcasts. And he is absolutely worthy of your support. So spread Dave, Flat Earth Podcast, and Flat Earth Dave to your friends, and support the work that he does, because it's fantastic.
Yeah, this is a very good-looking app you have.
Yeah, these are Flat Earth supported businesses, all sorts of stuff. But the first one, you got my T-shirt shop right there, and only get it if you like it. Like, I used to wear very subtle ones. Now this is as subtle as I am. This is it. When I go out in public, this is as subtle as I can.
That's as subtle as you get.
That's about it. That's it right now.
Yeah, man. It's just, wow. This truth is a little bit deeper than I thought.
And today's, this is going to change tomorrow morning, but today's video right here, this guy, a Polish astronaut, was asked, is the Earth flat? And he said, he wasn't expecting that question. Yes, it's flat.
Wow.
Yeah. Don't hear that on the mainstream news.
Yeah. They'll never put that on.
No.
The more you believe in a lie, the more you'll believe in more lies.
Yeah. So all I ask people to do is spread the word. Go out
Yeah,
there,
thank
spread
you.
it any way you can. And there's so many people out there supporting me by sharing the app. Like the people that are doing activism, when they have
Yeah.
somebody interest, they give them one of my cards. By the way, on flatearthdave.com, I just added a link where you can download the artwork from cards. And places like Vistaprint.com, you can get a whole box of cards
Right.
for like
Okay. A flat Earth.
$12 or something. But
Okay.
I got cards, and they're the downloadable art is on flatearthdave.com. Just scroll down a little bit, you can't miss it. All right.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much for your time, David. Appreciate it. Sorry about the technical issues.
No worries, Kelly. Great meeting you, and now I'm fast.
Great meeting you.
Yeah, sumo wrestling is you need to stay in the known lands and not go to the outer lands.
yeah.
Oh,
Don't go past Antarctica.
That's where the aliens live. Yeah.
Exactly. That's where the Nazi Jew penguins kill you.
The extraterrestrials.
Dave, thank you so much.
Extraterrestrials live.
Right.
And Dave Weiss, thank you sincerely. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking your time to come on and talk with us. You did a fantastic job. Flat Earth Clock app, and we will support you until the end, my friend.
Thank you.
It's fantastic to meet you.
Thanks,
and I'd love
guys.
to connect with you again, my friend.
Anytime.
Thank you,
all right, guys.
Yeah. We'll talk soon,
you
man.
have a wonderful
Thanks,
night.
guys.
Hey,
Bye-bye.
thank you, Kelly. Kelly Knighting, Guinness Book of World Records holder, Kelly Knighting, 5-time U.S. sumo
Heaviest
wrestling
person to
champion,
complete a
Kelly Knighting.
marathon.
Heaviest person to complete a marathon, 3 of them. 3 marathons at over 400 pounds. Kelly is an absolute American hero and a gem, and
Truth is the hero.
newly interested, seeking
Yeah.
truther. Kelly has been a truther since the day I've met him. And he just got a bunch of fantastic information from Dave Weiss
Tonight, right?
And I know Kelly, and I know Kelly well, and he's going to process that. And
Yeah.
if Kelly comes back to me in a few months and he says that he believes in the heliocentric model,
He won't.
I'm gonna be shocked. I'm gonna be
It's going to be
shocked.
years. I'm going to look
gonna be
back.
shocked.
We're going to talk in 10 years.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that night really changed me.
I can't disagree with that. And what's going to happen is you might start beating yourself up. Like, how did I ever fall for this nonsense? Because once you see it, it's like, how did they ever fall for it? The brainwashing, the job that they did on us as children, and all through our adult lives with all of the programming, the global news, the spinning globes on every movie. Globes are everywhere, and it's literally they're casting spells on us. And so don't beat yourself up. It happened to all of us. But you now see it.
Yes.
This is there's no going back into the matrix once you're out.
Back.
yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Casting spells on us. Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm jumping. I'll see you guys. Thanks.
Talk to you
Later,
guys
Dave.
later.
Love you, brother. You
Bye-bye.
keep fighting the good fight, my man.
Thanks. See you guys. Bye.
Bye, guys.
People think the earth is flat again. How many science classes do you have to fail before that even comes into the realm of possibility for your half incestual ass? Have you never seen a picture of Earth from space? What do you think, we got the perfect angle every fucking time? Have you never seen a lunar eclipse? Has it ever just been a line across the moon? Have you ever talked to a sailor that crossed the Atlantic? Has he ever told you about the big flip? No.
It's only really there in your imagination. That thing ain't real. It's science fiction. It's there to feed your space addiction. Those astronauts are not in space. It's written all over their stupid faces.
complicated. They don't tell you that it's actually, more complicated.
I mean, I think that's why they do it at such a young age too, when your brains are still like sculpting and you're learning. So you can tell a kid anything and they'll believe it.
Well, they actually don't believe the globe when they're told it. According to like studies they've done, the kids actually, because for a kid this isn't a problem, the kids actually will believe that the Earth is flat when they go to kindergarten. They get told the Earth's a globe, but they still believe that the Earth is flat, and that it only is a globe if you go into outer space. Right? It's only a globe if you go away, but when you're on the ground, it's flat. See, they don't have like ideas about geometry, right? So like we do, that's like things can't be two things at the same time. But to a child, that's totally possible. So they just think it's two things at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely. I think they know they're doing it at the right age. At least they probably. I don't know. Do you think they've thought about what age should we start like really forcing this, like science classes?
Man, they've started that crap. Go have a baby and go try and buy a mural or a mobile. You know how many you got dinosaurs or planets or whatever. Anyway, what I really wanted to say to you is I wouldn't worry about believing the Earth is flat or a globe. I would worry about how you approach the problem. Because if you approach it in the right way, with the right critical thinking, appropriate for the question that's being answered, then you're going to lead yourself to the right answer regardless.
Right, yeah. I mean, end of the day, we want truth. We don't necessarily saying, okay, we want this versus this.
Yeah, well, I think like this. Okay, what is the significance of the question I'm asking, and what level of proof or evidence would satisfy that for the level of importance? So, to me, what the shape of the Earth is an existential question. It'll define how you think of the world because it tells you, like, the Earth's a globe, I'm this, and, this is the meaning of my life. If it's flat, it's this, and this is the meaning of my life. So it's, if it's concave, you know what I mean? It's where you live. It's your cosmology. It's your existence. How you think you fit into the scheme of things.
So what do you?
Well, let me continue. That's a pretty important question, right? You think? Does it kind of guide your
definitely. I mean, that's
pictures of space do not meet my burden of proof for the importance of that question. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Imagine if they there's a time machine and they go back to Aristotle and they just flash them a picture and like, look, this is where you live. You think Aristotle or Plato or anybody would have been like, oh man, fuck this philosophy stuff. I'm going with the picture. No, they're not going to do that, right? They're going to be like, yeah, that's interesting. I'm going to try and incorporate that into my, my philosophical knowledge. They're going to just say, ooh, a picture, let's drop everything. And that's how I look at it. I'm not just looking at a picture and dropping everything. I want actual proof. And if I can't get the proof, so be it. Then I just don't know everything. Then I don't know where I live, and I can be satisfied with that. But I'd rather not know than believe something that's not true, or might be true, or might possibly be true.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you mentioned the picture thing. I was thinking that, I mean, it's so easy to manipulate and edit photos nowadays that it's like, I really don't get why anyone just kind of assume. I don't know. It's very enlightening to be. I mean, I feel like I got introduced to it late, but at least now I know that. Now at least I'm aware of all of this.
Yeah, they've been faking photos since the beginning of photography. I think the first fake image, famous one, is from 1851 of Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, so they've been doing this a long time.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Good morning, one and all. The Earth is a globe. Man came from a monkey. There's bendy water. NASA tells nothing but the truth. The government would never lie about the jab juice. It's a wonderful world we live in. Good morning.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Just sure she couldn't possibly have survived if the cat got her. And so it's just kind of preparing the boys and then for that possibility. And then a whole 24 hours later, we kind of looked around, we didn't hear anything. 24 hours later, the cats are digging under the couch, making a bunch of noise, and she starts squawking like crazy. Like she'd been hiding under the couch, totally silent the whole time. And then, so we got her out and put her back in, and she's perfectly fine. Then we put a bread tie on the door.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, when had to get Henry out of his cage before to give him little drops when he had some mites, and he got out of my hands. I had him locked in the bathroom, and when he was free, he panicked and just got on the floor in the shower and just wouldn't move, and he was almost limp. He panicked for some reason. He didn't even like being out of his cage, so maybe the little one panicked and she was sort of just frozen under the couch or the lounge for that time.
I think so. Yeah, panicking. Yeah, because I was surprised that she could survive without water, unless there was some kind of puddle. Maybe there's some kind of puddle under there. I don't know, but maybe they can survive for a while. I don't know. Oh, and Sasha has shown us her budgie.
Oh, beautiful.
Angela, nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I like her markings on the front there.
Yeah, so Henry's been quiet for a good month or two now, so hopefully soon enough he'll be back into song because I miss his singing.
Me too, yeah, I know. I like his singing.
He's a cutie. So it's a quiet little ladies' night. Have we started? Has Helio started rolling?
When I looked, he hadn't. I'll look again. Not yet. Doesn't look like it's there yet. I think he'll oftentimes. Oh wait, he sent me something. Let me look.
Mm-hmm.
Ready to start when you're ready. Oh, started it. Okay, he has started it. So
awesome.
All right, yeah. So so the thing is, Becky, that Jen is coming at 6 because she has to work. So we know she's going to be here for sure. We got Lulu and Sasha. I don't know where Bambi is. I thought she was coming, but hopefully she'll show up. Believer's here. Seed's here. Yeah, we got lots of people here. Okay, so welcome to Ladies' Night on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live server. Helios put the link to the YouTube channel there in the chat. So we had a meeting of the minds of the ladies a couple days ago to talk about visions we have for Ladies' Night, which we might not fully implement all of them tonight because a lot of them were Jen's ideas. So maybe she's going to come in here in an hour and just implement everything. And that will be amazing if she does. I am personally don't remember what they were, and I'm not going to implement them. So we're just going to chat here for the first hour. But if anyone on the YouTube live stream or listening in any way who would like to come in and ask a Flat Earth lady your question, come right into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you're on YouTube, the bot keeps putting the link in the chat so you can come in, and it's very easy to join. And it looks like there's people right now in the VC check-in. Crack Villain and Tetragraviton are there at your service if you would like to get the VC verified role so that you can talk to the ladies of the Flat Earth. So, Becky?
Hello.
Yeah. I got something special just for you.
Oh, thank you.
Hold on. Oh, more bird pictures. Look. Oh,
I was just about to say, they're so cute.
That must be Tom. Tom was blue. Yeah, mine were both the yellow and green color. Sonny and Cher were both like that, but Cher was like lighter.
It's amazing how attached we get to our pets, isn't it?
Yeah. But they never had kids. I thought, well, maybe they would. I even got a little tent. There's like a little tent you can get. Did you ever try that? They didn't go for it. Probably because they're right in the middle of the living room. That was, probably intimidating. Anyway, okay, here we go. This is dedicated to Becky from Australia. Though the cities start to crumble and the towers fall around us, the sun is slowly fading and it's colder than the sea. It is written from the desert to the mountains, they shall lead us by the hand and by the heart. They will comfort you and me. In their innocence and trusting, they will teach us to be free. For the children and the flowers are our sisters and our brothers. Their laughter and their loveliness will clear a cloudy day. And the song that I am singing is a prayer for non-believers. Come and stand beside us. We can find a better way. That's the end. Just for
I've
you.
got goosebumps. Thank you so much. That was just beautiful. Really beautiful. You've got a gorgeous voice, Mary Mum. That was such a treat.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, unbelievable. Feels so special when people sing to us.
Yes, because you deserve it, because you are a person, and I don't know if you want to talk about it, if you don't feel like it, by all means do not. But just my perspective on Becky as a friend and person. When I first came to this server in July of 2019, Becky was here, and I think you'd been here for a while. Did you join in January of 2019?
I think I joined around December 2018. So yeah, around the start of that year. From memory.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, so when I came, you'd already been here a while, and actually I was here, or not here, but it's pretty much here. It's the old server that really just became here, right? I was in the server when you became a mod, and I remember Battlemog came in, and he was like ahead of time. He's like, she's going to come on. She always comes on this time. We're going to tell her and surprise her. It was like heartwarming and all that, because you were just such a cheerful, source of inspiration for me. And I feel like for many people, just to hear your cheerful voice, brought a lot of happiness to people, and to hear Henry. And that's why when you were not here for a while, I sent you a message when a young man came in and said, "Where's Becky?" Like, she was so nice to me.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, because
I really appreciate that. I appreciate it. It's so beautiful. You're just you're an inspiration to me, Mary Mum. I'm so glad that we've met.
Me too. Yeah, because we have to stick together. And, even though it can be looked upon as a dark time in the world, it's also an opportunity for us to grasp the light more firmly and completely.
Yep.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's right. We're the light of the world. We've got to shine bright no matter what happens. Stick together.
That's right.
It's easy, isn't it, when you've got friends? You can do anything when you've got friends by your side.
For sure. Yes, absolutely. Yes, to know that there's people you can trust and that believe in you.
Yep,
And
absolutely.
you believe in them. Yeah. So, I don't know. What are they doing up there in the Cogdis? I don't know if we have any Globers down here. Maybe they're just doing their thing with some of those people up there.
I think they're what. They're just there was a guy in Cogdis before, like he was just a Cogdis guy. I think they're just chatting in there now. Oh yeah, there's one Cogdis person. They're just chilling, chatting.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, Royal's got somebody in there. Pig of Death up in the.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So
some of the names they have crack me up.
I know. I love the names. People have very creative names. Yeah, like
Yes.
Quacker Oats. Quacker Oats has a great name. I haven't talked to Quacker Oats before, but I saw you were a lassie, and I saw that you posted something in the ladies' chat, and I see that your status says music is life. That's why our hearts have beats. That's great. I love that. Is that your own original statement?
No, unfortunately. I found it on Pinterest, but I don't know. I thought it was clever.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't care if you said it or somebody else did, because it's a great thing. Like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can you tell, would you, no, I don't want to put you on the spot. You were completely free to say no, but at other ladies' nights when we have new people, especially I see, I don't, like you weren't necessarily a flat earther. I thought maybe what you said is that you were just starting to become one or looking into it. But if you would be willing, if you'd be willing to share anything about your journey to truth, and regarding the flat earth in particular, we would love to hear about it, wouldn't we, Becky?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Actually, I do consider myself a flat earther now. About a week ago, my brother convinced me to join in this server, and at first I thought that all flat earthers were just a bunch of whack, that they had no common sense. But then I realized that was literally me. I just believed what I was told, even though there was zero evidence. And then I started seeing all these videos. You guys really were helpful and started sending me all these videos and evidence proving there's no curvature. The over the horizon thing has been debunked. You guys were explaining to me how you literally can't have an atmosphere by a vacuum without a container. So, and also that water is flat. So water lays flat, I mean. So I don't know. All this stuff made sense to me. So yeah, I guess I consider myself a flat earther. And I've been listening in a few times this past week on debates, and no Globers? Is that what you call them? I don't even know. But no one
that's
has.
what most of us call them. Yeah, that's a good term. I think that term's fine.
No one has had a good argument. So, yeah. And actually, my mom is here too. I think she had a few questions. We watched a lot of documentaries, like by ODD TV or Odd TV. And we just all came to the conclusion that we've been lied to our whole lives. But I guess it was also easier for us to realize this is because we already knew that the moon landing was fake. So we already knew that people lied to us. So
geocentrists.
Yeah, my mom is saying we were already geocentrists at the time, but we believed Earth was a globe because we weren't told otherwise. But yeah, so I guess that's kind of how I got here and became a flat earther thanks to you guys.
And what made you a geocentrist?
Oh, hi. This is what is your name here? Quaker Oats.
Quaker Oats.
Quaker
yeah.
Oats. Hi, this is Quaker Oats' mom.
Hey, good to meet you.
Hi, ladies. I didn't know I'd be speaking. I'm a 54-year-old mother who has just become a flat earther because of my children.
Wow, love it.
Welcome.
Yeah, well, thank you. It's nice to be around other truth seekers. But to answer your question, are you familiar with the work of Robertson Jenis?
I don't think so. Are you, Becky? Robert, what's the last name?
No, not at all.
Robertson Jenis, Sungenis. He's a Catholic apologist who wrote a book called The Church Was Right and Galileo Was Wrong. And he has a PhD in physics, and I don't understand 95% of what they're talking about. My husband read the book, but the church, all the early church fathers were unanimous. They never really specifically stated whether or not the earth was round or flat, but they definitely dogmatically stated that the earth is fixed.
The Catholic Church,
and that we do not revolve around the sun. And so I have a very good friend who's not Catholic, who is a flat earther for about maybe a year or two. And I thought she was nuts. I'm sorry to say. I was red pilled, but I loved her. I loved her. And whenever, I'm not sure how this started, but like my daughter said, we already realized that the moon landing was fake. And I don't remember if I told Anna about that or whatever. I can't remember. But then she started talking about flat earth stuff, and she'd send me stuff, and I just would be like, that's interesting. But I'd never really look into it because I literally thought she was nuts. And then just the other day, my son told my daughter about these videos, and she came down the stairs and she goes, "Mom, you've got to look at these videos." And when I saw the videos of those experiments done with lasers across lakes, I mean, I just said, well, if we believe science is real, everybody around our neighborhood has these signs that science is real, and I have a BS in natural science, and I realize how stupid science can be because it's always changing the rules, right? If you're really a scientist, then observe, do the experiment, and it should be repeatable and it should be observable. And these guys, there were all these videos that showed these experiments over long distances, like over Lake Titicaca in Peru. And there was a Brazilian team that did all this research. And then they were showing images of from not outer space, but really high up altitudes, how the horizon always met your eye level, lower orbit, and it was always flat. And my son was saying, "Well, Mom, all those curves that you'd see from NASA, those were all like fish islands. And then I started to see all the fakery, like last night, the supposed time lapse of the Earth's rotation, and then they pointed out, and the clouds have never moved. They were like pasted on, and I thought, we were so tricked.
And I mean, NASA even admits for the Mr. Blue Marble, Robert Simon, I think his name is Simon.
Robert Simon, one of my favorite people. To demonstrate why the globe is a lie, comes right out on NASA.gov and tells us. I mean, what more can we ask for?
He literally admits it's all photoshopped, and he photoshopped it to meet the expectations of what people think Earth looks like. Like, come on, people. First of all, if you think we went to the moon, you can't tell me we don't have real photos of Earth.
To the moon in a tin cup.
Yeah, there are these supposed Van Allen belts that we can't go through. It's just so stupid.
Yeah, well said. Refreshing meeting people that can, that's what happened to me too. Before I found out about this flat Earth situation, a really close friend of mine says, Becky, the moon landings were faked, and she gave me all this stuff, and we went through it all. And when she showed me the pictures of the supposed thing that landed on the moon, I laughed because it looked so fake. It looked like cellophane and poly piping, and it just looked so fake.
And you know what's funny is I don't even know if I would have questioned if it was legit. But once you see it, it's like you can't unsee how fake it is. It's like you're in a trance if no one else tells you that this is obviously fakery. You don't think of it.
We've all been under a spell, and once the spell is broken, you can't unsee
the red
it.
pill, yeah.
That's right. That's exactly right. And the thing is, now that you guys are here, like at this point, the next thing that will happen, it'll be like it'll be like the Matrix, all these agents will like cross your path, and heaven forbid someone asks you online if you're a flat earther, look out, because that's what I found. If I went anywhere but somewhere like here and someone like knew my name or knew that I was on this server, they'd be like, are you a flat earther? And then bam, I'd be getting attacked for it. Like, people really
I know.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's like they automatically assume that you're crazy, and
thought police.
And I mean, it's kind of hypocritical, because I at one point thought that flat earthers were crazy, but
we wouldn't attack. I mean, we would ignore them.
Right. Well, we wouldn't attack them. But yeah, people actually have a hatred for us. Like, they hate us. Like, they're afraid of the truth or something. I don't know.
I think they're also trying to keep their programming intact, and when they're faced with a flat earther, it's very uncomfortable for them. And if they want to protect their beliefs, they have to attack us. Say, she's crazy, she's nuts, we're not living in the Stone Ages anymore. Whatever they use, which, you just got to, online, if you're going to talk about the topic, you got to grow a thick skin and just keep going.
Right.
You know what I think was an obstacle for me too is I always visualized the flat Earth, whereas the ocean would just end and you would fall off the edge. And then my son, my 16 or 17-year-old son now, he showed me the map that actually the UN uses, which we just ordered off of Amazon to get the real map with the North Pole at the center of the Earth. That's much easier to visualize if you're trying to red pill people to say, well, no, you're not going to just sail off onto this, cliff and just end up in some who knows where. I mean, who knows where that leads to. That.
I've been looking into this for I think I've been in this server for a long time now, and I got really into the topic and looked into it, and I come to it from a biblical perspective because I'm a Christian, and what I can gather from all the research I've done into the Bible, which is describing the earth, is that we are literally surrounded by water, and it could be very well infinite waters.
That's one.
Oceans and oceans and oceans,
Yes. Waters above the firmament. Exactly.
Thank you. Yeah. So where they talk about space up there, what I say is up there is waters. If they could break through the barrier, which I don't know if they can or not, they'd be in literal, they'd be going into water.
Well, you know what?
They train in swimming pools. NASA trains in swimming pools.
Wow, that's so interesting.
Wow.
My son mentioned, and I don't know how he could verify this, but apparently they're trying to, or there's some rocket that tried to break through the firmament, and it has a self-healing property. I don't know if ladies heard about that, or some people say CERN is trying to do that, and it reminded me of Babel.
Yes. No, what I've looked into too. There was the United States government they did an Operation Fishbowl, and when I looked at it on the internet the other day, the thumbnail pictures on the Google were flat Earth. It's got Operation Fishbowl, and above it is the famous flat Earth logo. I couldn't believe it in a Google
search. Yep, hidden in plain sight.
It's bizarre. It spun me right out because I mean I don't know how that happened, but that's not something that the general narrative wants to see. Like on top of Operation Fishbowl, pictures of a flat Earth. But I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah, that is just so amazing. What do you? My daughter said that I could ask you ladies some questions.
Sure.
I was just curious. Has anyone ever calculated what the height of the dome might be, considering, that Polaris? You're in Australia, right? Is that correct? Yeah, I love your accent. Of course, I have an accent too. To you, it's all relative, right? But the Polaris star must not be as high, because if you're down under and you can't see Polaris, or you see it on the horizon, wouldn't that imply that the dome's height is actually pretty low? I mean, I'm wondering if anyone ever calculated that.
Well, not that I know of.
Do you know what I'm saying, though? Because it's in the center of the dome, but if you're down there and you cannot see it, or you see it on the horizon, if you just kind of visualize it, the dome must be pretty darn low. I mean, relatively low, like I don't know what low means, like thousands of miles or 1,000 miles or whatever.
Yeah, that's what Royal's typing there. Because people have, came up with some hypotheses and ideas about them. I don't know them off the top of my head, but Royal says plus or minus 80 kilometers to the apparent barrier. Can't fully confirm that, and it seems to differ slightly from a location to location, but it's a good thing to investigate.
And that also has to it also has to tie in with the sun and moon. You know how they say they're millions of miles away?
Yeah.
But you can see the sun rays, they aren't parallel.
Mm-hmm. And
so
more of a
doesn't that
small
mean that
localized
it's
light. If they were that far away, I think it'd light up a lot more of the surface of the Earth. So I think it's a lot lower and in a local area.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And before we get too far into this next topic, I just wanted to mention, because I don't know if Quack Roads and your mother, if you saw that Elijah for Truth put a YouTube video in the voice text of Rob Skiba versus Sungenis, Robert Sungenis, you said his name was?
Right,
so apparently, but he doesn't, so you're saying he's geocentric but not flat Earth.
Correct. And I started to watch his video, and I just stopped because they were talking about the biblical definitions of certain things. And I, at that point, I'm not ready to go into that. I just looked at the evidence of what these people with laser. I mean, I'm a Christian, and so is Robert Sungenis and all that. But it was like a side issue. I mean, they're not. He's not addressing. It's just so simple. It's just a very simple experiment that everyone can do. And if they do, what is that? What do they say? 8 inches per
8 inch per mile
squared.
Yep.
It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. So even just that, I mean, let's just talk about that. And I didn't want to listen to the whole thing, because my heart was just like, no, this is the truth. And I don't think Robert's a bad guy at all. I've spoken to him, and he took a lot of flack, and people were just, he took a lot of flack to just be a geocentrist. I mean, you can imagine. And then he had all these computer models that show how that you could have either the Earth at the center or the sun at the center, and it all works out the same because of the, the motions of the sun and all that, and the planets, excuse me.
Oh,
but I can't believe how fast I have accepted this. I mean, it just all fit into place. Everything made more sense.
I mean, everything
makes more sense.
Everything, from what I've heard, listening to you guys debating other people, everything you said just makes sense.
Yeah,
so it's simple. It's very simple.
Oh, we also have an answer for you from our peanut gallery regarding your sky question. So none of the ladies have a answer for you. So in those cases, we do call on the men on Ladies' Night if they have information that we need. So Jedi, what do you have to say about this topic?
It was just regards to the height of the dome. You'd already mentioned things like Operation Fishbowl, where they were shooting, rockets up to the sky and this, that, and the other. There are other actual natural phenomena that we can possibly point to. These would be electrical phenomena known as sprites and elves. Now, we know that lightning comes down from the cloud layer and hits the floor, but when we have lightning and thunderstorms, there's also lightning above. Some of these electrical phenomena, like I mentioned, are called sprites and elves. Now, in if I could give you a kind of a thought in your head, get a packet of sugar and throw it up against your ceiling, and it crashes out across your ceiling in kind of a flat way. Now, this is the way that this electrical phenomena, when it shoots up, it seems to get to a limit of around about 70 miles and then pan across the sky, as in it can't go any further. And the other one comes down from that area like rain. So the only thing that I wanted to point out is with the correlation with the Operation Fishbowl and the Sprites and Elf phenomena, this seems to be happening, like Royal said, around about 70 to 80 miles up in the air. So if you want a height for the sky, that possibly could be it, because of the barrier of the electrical phenomena, that discharge can't get any further and seems to come down from that area. So around about 70 to 80 miles, that's thing.
80 miles, not kilometers. You said 80 miles? Miles?
Yes,
Okay,
70 to 80 miles, yeah.
Thank you very much.
What was that called again? Sorry.
They were called Sprites and Elves.
Sprites and Elves.
I can find you something. Give me a couple of moments and I'll post it in the live stream for you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's interesting. So you were saying that lightning it shoots upwards? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Or wow.
Yeah, pretty much. It's not the same as, say, we have the fault lightning that comes down from the sky. It's not that type of display. There are just other electrical phenomena that go upwards around this kind of 60, 70, 80 mile kind of mark. Like I said, I'll go and find you something and it'll help you visualize it more.
Thank you. And I don't know that much about Fishbowl, Operation Fishbowl. Was this done by NASA or by CERN, or who did this?
I think it was the U.S. military.
Oh gosh!
And it was some kind of surprising. It was something to do with they were testing nuclear weapons. I think, is that right? Is this the general narrative? Does anybody know? Help me.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, nuclear tests up in the sky. So they were shooting rockets up. They got to about 70 miles and then they never got any further. Again, it's like throwing a packet of sugar up against your ceiling and watching it pan out. This was the observation of the explosion. The explosion couldn't get any further past this point.
Interesting.
Oh, wow. So I wonder, I mean, these evil people know that there's a firmament and they're keeping it from us. Do they believe in you wouldn't know, but I mean, it's interesting to speculate. Do they believe in a god, or do they worship Satan, or what are they trying to do? It's like bizarre.
They do. I think they worship Lucifer, which is Satan, and I think that they believe that he is, well, the scriptures say he is the God of this world. So I think that they believe he is God. They're God.
Oh, and just so you know, if there are any other Catholics here, I just want you to know we also don't believe there's been a valid pope since Pius XII.
Yeah, I'm currently practicing at home. Yes,
Vatican II is not the Catholic Church,
Mason,
guys.
And
I understand that.
100%. So we don't want to.
We're all together.
You're familiar with the liberation theology that the ex-KGB agent came out and said that they acknowledged the KGB sent the Communist Party into South America to begin the liberation theology movement in the Catholic Church, which is what this current Pope comes out of. I mean, you cannot listen to this man speak and say, or watch him in his actions and say this is a godly man of Abraham in any way. And I believe within the Catholic Church it's spreading that, people are confused, like, how do we practice our faith, under this person? And I personally decided since a recent statement he made regarding, this supposed virus being caused by his punishment for supposed global warming, that was the last straw for me. I'm like, I cannot possibly go in there and put one penny in that might make the way to the pockets of that satanic man who I watched yank his hand away from little old ladies who wanted to kiss his hand. The most angry satanic man I've ever seen.
Did you see that they just issued
I just tell you one more thing about these people. I don't know if you guys know who Cardinal George Pell is, but he's an Australian. He was the Secretary of the Vatican. Okay, so he was brought back to our country last year. He was convicted of pedophilia, and then this year they rose a what do they call when they go back? They made an appeal, they got him out, and he's already flown back to the Vatican now.
Yes, I know. It's a mess. It's absolutely horrible. And they just issued, the Vatican, which is satanic, just issued a Pachamama coin. I don't know if you're aware of that. And I know we're getting off topic here, but I think everything is related. And, Satan is pulling out all the stops right now because we're getting close to the end, I think.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Just to go back to the point when, you question why people would lie to us that the earth is round. Like, why? But yeah, I definitely think it is because, first of all, they're worshiping Satan. And second of all, it really makes it, okay. The heliocentrists believe that we're just a speck in this vast universe. We're not special whatsoever. There could be living life forms out there. Whereas with the flat earth model, which is true, we're the only living things. We're special. You somewhat have to believe that there is a higher being. So they want you to believe that there's no God. That's
right.
what I'm thinking. Yeah.
They have more control then because you look to them. You look to that authority because you are frightened. Because if you believe you're insignificant and nothing, who are you going to rely on? You're going to rely on those world leaders that are, saying that they're going to help you.
And the government is their God, as witnessed by this religious fervor over voting. We have to go perform the religious ritual of voting, and if you don't do it, you are a bad person. If you don't vote, you know that because our God is the government. Yeah, you better go to the church, which is the voting booth, or else we're gonna have time for you.
Right.
Hi. I'm just doing some research for a paper, and I just want to ask you guys a question. Just
for sure.
I need a conclusion.
Can you hold it for 1 minute? Because Jedi had something to say, which might have been back on the firmament. And then we'll kind of close that
go ahead.
off, and then we'll take your question, Andre. We're glad that you're here. What did you want to add, Jedi?
Yeah, I wanted to be very quick. Regarding the sprites and elves, if you scroll up, Old Dude has posted something for you. I found something else as well, which would be from the Russian and from NASA space agencies documentation with regards to the firmament. If you want to check the video that I posted from Flat Earth Brothers, this is the Russians trying to figure out what the firmament is. This is just before the space race, so the late 50s, early 60s. They are talking about the firmament and what it is, and documentation regarding that. So, wanted to be very quick. Just wanted to make sure you caught those videos and you didn't miss them. That was all.
Thank you. We'll check that out.
Thank you very much.
The Vatican is the extension of the Roman Empire. Just so you know, the Roman Empire is still here, and they are trying to enslave humanity.
Cool. Okay. I mean, not cool, but bad. Okay, so here we are, Ladies' Night, Flat Earth, and we've got Andre doing a paper, needs a conclusion, and has a question for the Flat Earth ladies here.
So, my question is, what would you say to someone who is on the fence about believing the Earth is flat or a sphere?
Okay, well, I'll go first, and then maybe Becky, and maybe Blaze is here now, or if anyone else wants to join in, I'll give my brief answer. But hopefully we'll get some other input. So, what I would say to a person who's on the fence is, what I think the most important thing or powerful thing to do is to do some kind of observation or measurement or test for yourself. Not everyone's able to do that, but a lot of people do live near large bodies of water where you can make an observation because we can easily see, I've personally seen the skyline of Chicago with my own eyes at 52 miles across Lake Michigan. To me, I was sure before that because I already knew I'd seen things at 25 miles, and on the Great Lakes, I'd seen other things that already made me sure. But, once you see those just undeniable, we aren't seeing this if we're on the globe. But to do that, you have to look at the math. It's not that hard. People get scared of math, the 8 inches per mile squared. But it really isn't that difficult to explain it. And so, and even, you know what, you don't even have, if you don't want to do the math equations yourself, you don't even have to, because you can just Google what's the curvature of the earth. It says it's approximately 8 inches per mile squared. That's their story, which should result in the entire city skyline of Chicago being hidden, and yet the entire thing is there. So all you're doing is testing their story. It's not like 8 inches per mile squared is an accurate number. It's an inaccurate number. So you're taking a wrong number, you're testing it in reality, and hopefully, Jedi's put the curve calculator in there so you can see the different distances that you should be able to see things. You should be able to, not see things. You should be able to see things disappear at these rates there in the chart. And it's just a matter of fact. I mean, that's all I can say. It's a measurement. People deny it. They obfuscate. They try to come up with some convoluted explanation that's not rooted in reality or scientific thought. And so, most of the reason why people stay on the fence, I think, is largely psychological, that to come up with a worldview that is contrary to what is being pushed in the mass media. But what I'm seeing is a tsunami of change right now, which Quacker Oats and her mother also kind of represent here, is people are seeing this world government is not helping us. So, what else are they lying about? And so I think that if your reason for thinking you live on a globe is because the TV told you, you got to look harder, because there's some things being hidden there that could help you and your family to understand truth and reality about where you live. What would you say, Becky?
I would say, well, for a start, you could direct them to some direct observations, because if you speak to somebody that's trying to prove the globe to you, they will bring all their science from up in the sky. So they have indirect measurements to prove a globe, whereas we have direct measurements to prove that the globe math is incorrect and that it doesn't exist. The other thing is what Mary said. If you can get out, recommend that they go out there and make some long distance observations. And we do see too far. We've got the world record photo in the Guinness Book of Records too. Can't remember, is it Canagoo or something like that? But anyway, there's so many. Thank you. Yeah, there's so many long distance observations. There's many laser observations out there, direct measurements of the surface of the Earth from all different people. So I would direct them there.
All right. This is very useful. Thank you, guys.
Oh, Andre, don't you want somebody else? I guess there's got to be at least one other lady that wants to answer, right? Does anybody else want to answer?
Yeah, if anyone else wants to go, that'd be good.
How about Blaze?
Hey. Hi, how you guys doing?
Hi, Blaze. Good.
So I would say that most people, we think that this is the stupidest thing. We set out to disprove it, and then at some point we are confronted, and we're like, wait a second, and this is exactly. I know this is what Mary Mom and Becky and the other people as well have done. You stop and you go, okay, wait a second. Who really pretty much taught me that I lived on a spinning ball? And you're like, oh, what? NASA? Wait, I didn't believe that we went to the moon because I did that research. I would say NASA, there's so many things that you could look into and delve into as far as NASA, how much they get and per day. And it's just a fakery, and then we can't go back, and who benefits it, who and what stemmed out of the NASA. There's Antarctica. There's just so many things, and I think NASA is a really good place to start. As well as, let me just chime in really quickly about the Catholic Church. They own the most telescopes. And they share a telescope with NASA named Lucifer, and they don't share their information.
Very good point. Thanks, Blaze.
All right.
Very good point.
Well, I have to go, but this was very useful. Thank you guys so much. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, great question. Let us know if you get an A+.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Yeah, I hope she does.
Okay, great. I think was going to say something, but you could go ahead and answer anyway. I'd like to hear your answer to what would you say to Under the Fence person? Because I saw you unmuted. If you feel like saying it, okay, great.
Thanks. yeah, I hope she does well on her paper. I was just going to second what Blaze just said, because I was also going to bring up NASA and how they just miraculously lost the technology to go back to the moon. How convenient for them, right? And yeah, and also I was going to say the Lucifer thing. So I'm a second witness to Blaze.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, for bringing that up. Okay, so I don't know if we have. I know we got some people just VC verified. So if there's anyone in here who is here to ask a question about Flat Earth to the Flat Earth ladies, feel free to speak up, or you can also type your question in the voice text if you don't feel comfortable or can't speak. But if there's anyone here who has a question, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Just quickly to finish off on that NASA comments too. In 2020, their budget is $22.6 billion. So the $22.6 billion the government will give them for this year. So it's a lot of money. I believe that NASA and the other space agencies, including the Australian one, are propaganda agencies. That's what I believe they are. It's a propaganda program.
Yep.
$22.6 billion, yet they say they don't have enough funding to go back to the moon.
Technology. They don't have the technology to go back to the moon, I believe they say.
Yes, what a joke.
They destroyed it? Like, what?
Yeah, it is just all so suspect. And when you just let yourself see the reality and the truth for what it is, it's very clear. And I think the important thing is just to be able to be willing to share that with others, when
Apparently they're going back to the moon, or they're going to space or something.
Well, they keep saying that, don't they?
Tickets. Yeah. Well, that's what I asked, because I hang out with some friendly Globers, and we were joking. One of them said to me, like, when it's time to travel, I want to take a flat earther, so I'll take you. I said, all right then. I'll go. I used to say that I wouldn't go, but I'll go. I'll go and have an experience. I mean, to me, all it will be is, a combination of virtual reality and maybe some really cool drugs, but sounds fun.
Can I have a question that is sort of like non-related?
All right, let's hear it.
Trina Lee, hey, buddy.
Hey, what's up? I forgot the term for. It just split out of my mind. The term for this, the effect of gas layering, like lighter gas on top, heavier gas below, and Globers use it to claim,
gradient, the gas.
Yeah, gas.
Gradient?
Yes, gradient. Yes, thank you so much. I was in a debate with someone and I just forgot the term.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I appreciated what Quacker Oats, when you were telling your original story, I appreciated what you said about how you were, I think that was you that said you were, you've been in here listening to the debates and you're shocked that they just don't have good arguments. And believe me, I've been listening to them here for over a year and they don't. We keep waiting and they don't, they got nothing. And to the point where a lot of them don't even try anymore.
Yeah, I was in here earlier today and some of you guys were saying how there's a Glober server and how they're just trash talking us, but none of them are coming over here. And then you guys had
I do not recommend you go there. Do not go there. I used to be there. I left there and my life is vastly improved. So yours, you just never go there at all. Yeah, not a good place. Scary. I mean, I'm not telling you what to do. If you feel very brave,
no, I know.
By all means. But yeah, I wanted to ask you one more thing. Or you have a question?
Oh, I was just gonna ask, have you guys had any scientists on here? Because I would love to hear them get disproved. That would be hilarious.
Well, we have this guy, Prof. Phil, who claims to be some kind of science professor, although I find it hard to believe with the low quality stuff he comes up with. But I shouldn't find it hard to believe because I know a lot of these guys are just faking it. That's what they're doing. And obviously they're just making stuff up. And, so there's Prof. Phil, and there's been others. I can't think of them off the top of my head. I don't know, does anybody else remember other scientists? Because I know there was some guy I heard about, it's kind of legendary, that some guy came in here and then Cyrus was beating him down with math. Like a physicist.
The guy who came up with the Earth curve calculator came in here.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Actually,
Mick West, right?
Came up with the calculator. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so they've been in here, but and it doesn't go well for them. Most of them won't come. I mean, I know for a fact, like pseudoscientific entertainers, such as Neil deGrasse Tyson, has made a statement that he won't debate flat earthers for obvious reasons. I mean, that in and of itself should set off alarm bells for anyone who's thinking, who's willing to, use their logical mind.
So what did that guy do? Did he just rage quit? Did he just leave, or did he just? I don't know.
Were you here for that, Becky? Or Blaze, were you guys here when Mick West was here? I wasn't here.
I don't remember. I've heard.
I mean, I know it was in November.
There was another one, dude, I think he's called Bob the Science Guy or something. He comes in here too, or did come in.
Oh, and that reminds me, my brother, who's also in the server, Sarcastic Dream, he was telling me how one of the guys, I think he had one of the fact checker websites, he came on here and he got demolished. Apparently, is that also true?
I'm sure it probably is. I don't know personally, but yeah, I was going to ask you who your brother is, because at the beginning you said, that your brother was in here. So
yeah.
No, cool. I mean, this is great. You got family, 3 from your family. Your mom should get her own. Your mom should get her own. Her own account.
Well,
dad is too.
Our dad is too, and I can tell you guys a funny story. So, one of you guys, I think it was. Let me see who it was who sent me a link to Odd TV's Northern Rebellion. Sent me a video from Odd TV, the Planet Flat Earth 2020 documentary. I'm sure you've seen it. And my brother and I wanted our parents to watch it, so we all stayed up till 3 a.m. in the morning because we were shocked. We were literally so shocked that the Earth is flat.
The day that my husband and I were red pilled was on Columbus Day.
Yes,
isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Wow, on Columbus
that is
Day,
great.
on Monday.
Yeah, great story.
Anyway, yeah,
that's great. I love it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what I was going to ask you, just for your perspective, because once you've been doing this for a while, I'm sure Blaze and Becky and the other ladies can attest to this. It's like you forget what it's like to think you live on a globe. Like I remember back, when I was first really realizing it, because I kind of just messed around with it intellectually for a while. But when I really started to realize I gotta accept this is true, it took a while of me just kind of envisioning everything differently. You know what I mean? Because we're just so used. Our mind is always on that globe. And so I just what is your advice at this stage where you are, which I think is a important place to be, in terms of just kind of really understanding, and before you're kind of making fun of it, what do you think is the best way to get through to people to really see, you got to take a look at this. This is serious.
But I'm not sure why we were so ready. I guess it's because we've realized so many of the lies that we were just receptive from our kids. And it was that.
Can I just?
Video. Oh, sure.
Can I just butt in? I guess a way that I would do it is I would first. You know how people tend to go to NASA for their proof of space? I would probably first start out by showing them the CGI. We have CGI that shows NASA is faking everything, how they're using CGI to do all this stuff. And first proving that the moon landing is fake. And then you have to say, then if you think that NASA lied about the moon, then why do you think that all this other stuff that they're spewing out is legit? And then I guess just do the experiment, the curvature thing. I think that's the easiest thing to understand, is there's no curvature. Or otherwise the Earth is way bigger than they've been telling us, because these measurements aren't lining up with experiments.
Right, yeah. And so then as you are here longer. Yeah, and then people come back at you with,
oh, I mean,
could
like,
be bigger. Then you can, then you can respond, well, no, it can't, because all of their all their pseudoscientific science fiction so-called astrophysics is based on the radius of 3,959 miles. You can't take that supposed constant away and have any of their math still work. So they don't get to say it's bigger. They also don't get to say it's bigger because there's no way, the concept of gravity, as a bending and warping of space-time, which is how they create this ball in the first place, is out the window. Gas pressure without a container is out the window. I mean, that's the thing. Like you said, they have not a leg to stand on.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. When you guys proved to me that the measurements that they were giving us don't line up, they're false. There are only two options. Either the Earth is much bigger, and like you said, it can't be because they've mapped everything else out. Or the other option is the Earth is flat. So it's like,
I would ask them, I would say, has the government ever lied to you or lied to us? I mean, if they've lied to us in the past, which most people know that they have, then you just slowly, incrementally say, well, they lied to us about this. They lied to us about 9/11. They're lying, the moon landing. I think COVID is way overblown, whatever. It's like there's precedent for lying. So right there, they should be willing to entertain the possibility that they've been lied to about this as well.
And I guess another reason why it was easier for us too is we're believers in the Bible. And I mean, just reading Genesis 1, it makes sense. It makes much more sense if Earth was flat. With the whole firmament and everything. So I think that's another thing. Like it just made sense, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, and Bambi just joined us. Bambi,
yes, Bambi. I can think of Bambi
before.
Yeah, Bambi, exactly. Or no, it wasn't a week ago. It was 6 days ago, I think. She verified me on here.
Oh, great. Oh, wow.
Yeah, thanks, Bambi, again. I think I must have stayed up till like 2 a.m. that day, just looking at all the channels in here.
She's got a 4-for-1. 4 people have been red pilled because of that.
Yeah.
Oh, and her mother's here, baby. Did you know her mother was here?
Your mother's here as well? Our ladies' night.
We've all been. We're all awake now,
except our
just our
intermediate
we haven't told our family. Yeah. They already think we're nuts.
They think we're nuts. They believe in the moon landing and everything.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, we've already tried to tell them about so many other things: the Federal Reserve, the moon landing. This would just be like. I mean, I can't even go there right now.
Yeah, it's the same for me.
But I'll tell you, today we took our standard poodle for a walk, and we let him run in this field. And I looked at the sun, and I'll just tell you, the other lady was saying how you just process everything differently. It's already happening. I'm like, I wonder how far away that sun is. It's not as far away as you think. And it makes me happy because everything is like, I don't know a better word, but it's like cozier.
We're so
it's
special.
Like we're very special. God is in control. And in the Bible, how they, the 3 days of darkness when God turned off the light, for that battle of, was it Gideon? I can't remember. But I mean, now it makes sense. It's like, you just turn the light switch off and it's over, It's so beautiful, and it's already happening to me. I'm looking at everything differently, even though I was a believer before. But it's very special because just everything seems cozier, or like we're so special, and it's. I can't explain. I guess you've all been through this too.
It's beautiful. You guys. Oh, sorry. Jedi said that it was background noise, but
no, he just doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know that you were talking. Go ahead, Jedi. Explain.
Just ignore me, my friend. It was somebody else. It wasn't you. So I do apologise. I didn't recognise the voice. So please do carry on talking. Ignore me, by all means. Just ignore me.
I need you guys here when you're talking, because I the sound is coming through my monitor, not the headphones that my mom can also hear. So I'm not sure if my mic is picking up on you guys talking. So if it is, just let me know and I'll mute.
Okay, we'll let you know.
No,
It
it's
hasn't
not a
been
problem.
problems
You carry on.
Okay.
But I'm so glad that you guys have you got your family into it, because I know your brother, sarcastic. He when he first told me you were here, he was like, I think he was still on the fence at that point, and now I can see him in text chat talking as a flat earther and stuff like that, and correcting people and kind of flat smacking very quietly. And I really like that, because he was on the fence at one point, and I think he wanted a globe roll, and now he's like flat smacking people.
Well, it's hilarious because he was telling me, like, I think he was in here at least a week before he told me about this, and he had mentioned flat earth a few times to me, but I could tell he was really thinking about it, and he would bring it up.
I think he was afraid to tell mom and dad about it, so he told my daughter about it, and then she told me, and then we were all just like, oh yeah, this makes sense.
Just look at the evidence. It's that funny.
That is amazing, and I'm so glad that your parents have been like that, because my dad especially, I obviously I know your mum's here speaking with us, but my dad, he took it on like the nose, as it was pride for him. Like, he doesn't think it's flat because he doesn't want to admit that he's lied to his kids. Like, I'm the youngest of 4, so it's a sort of pride thing. Like, he doesn't like, I've tried to put the evidence in front of him. Like, he was in the Navy a while back, and I was like, okay, well, how did you guys have contact with the other ships, line of sight? And I'm like, okay, well, how far away could you contact? And he was like, so many miles. And I'm like, how is that possible if you need a line of sight? Which it's like, it's right there in front of him, and obviously he's been a part of that, and he still doesn't get it. But I think he takes it on pride.
Or he's just maybe, I don't know what your father's thinking, but it's like it's so incomprehensible that people could be so evil to lie to us. If you're a good person, you're like, they can't be lying to us, even if you see things in plain sight, because since your father was a little boy, he's probably been told about a globe by people he trusted.
Yeah. And he watched the moon landings as well. So when you mention that to him, it's like, that was a big part. He was only a wee lad at the time of the moon landings.
That's how I think of it. It's like we're under a spell, and then the spell is broken, and then you can't unsee it again.
It's like a magic trick. Once you see how it's done, you can't unsee it.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, but you've got to be willing to look for how it's done. I know, if you're looking at a magic trick, some people think, wow, how's he doing that? And others just think, wow, that's amazing, and they don't want to look into it.
Right.
So.
Well, and then there's some people that just simply don't care. That's what I don't understand. They just simply don't care if the earth is round or flat, and they ask, why would it matter? What do you mean, why would it matter? Do you not care if you're being lied to? Like, I just don't understand that.
Yeah, I was a bit like that when I first started, until, like, I even said, even when I became a flat earther, I'm like, this isn't going to change me, dude. Like, I'm not going to change if the earth is flat. It's not going to affect me in my life. But it has. It's affected me to the point I literally question everything. I second guess anything that's told to me by people or government officials, and it makes you question everything.
Yes. Well, it's so nice to talk to people like nice.
We don't know any
we don't even know geocentrists. I mean, we've been alone for a long time. I don't know if you heard this, Bambi, but we were already geocentrists and believed the Earth was stationary. But the flat Earth thing was the last hurdle for us.
Right. I remember your daughter saying she was a geocentrist when she first came in.
Yeah.
But that's amazing.
For telling her whatever you sent to her. I don't know what you sent, but whatever it did the trick.
You guys were just so nice. I was questioning, I think I asked some really dumb questions in here, but you guys, a lot of you just started sending me these videos. And that's really all it takes, is just, if people are looking for the truth, they should watch these videos. I know some of them are very long, but I don't know. I think you should want to know. At least at least try to understand what the other side is saying.
Oh, that's a funny one.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and Jenny's here. I don't. Hey, Quackroads, have you met Jenny before? Hi, Jenny.
I don't think so. No. Hi, Jenny.
Oh no, you're a robot.
Oh no, she's roboting.
Jenny, I hope that if you disconnect and reconnect, you could not be a robot, because a lot of times that helps. Yeah, there she goes. Good.
She a robot? What does that mean?
Like robotic voice. Did you hear her like echoing? Like not a good connection.
Maybe Wi-Fi.
Oh,
issues,
okay.
Yeah.
She's a real person.
She's human. Yeah, Jenny's a human.
I don't touch anything anymore.
Exactly. Question everything.
Is Jenny real? Jenny, we're gonna need some verification.
Citation. Oh, bless her.
Are you back? I don't know what's going on. Hopefully she'll join us at some point.
Oh, there is a Glober mod. Glober, that sounds.
Globe Earther.
Globe Earther. I know, but Glober, why not?
I don't think so. Gosh, yeah, they must have really slipped through the cracks if there is.
That's the
Sorry,
thing.
yes, there was one. Sorry, guys, there was one Globe Earther mod, but that person hasn't been around for an awful long time. But yeah, we did have one once.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Wow, interesting.
Clue who it is. I think we pushed them off the edge anyway. At the end of the day, trying to be a Globe Earther and a flat Earth, they just got destroyed every single day. So that's probably why they didn't come back. But yeah, we did have one once.
Oh, there now. I hear Jenny. Are you there, Jenny? Sounds like she's putting away the silverware. Or
oh yeah, sorry you guys, I'm kind of tied up because hopefully somebody's going to be here momentarily to give me internet.
Oh, okay. Oh, you got a service person coming?
Hopefully, yes.
Oh, great. Great. Okay, well, we can hear you speak now, but when you first came in, we couldn't understand you, so do you want to repeat what you were saying?
Give me a few minutes, you guys, and I'll join in just a minute.
Okay, no pressure. We're happy. No pressure. Yeah, so does anybody else that's new here have a question, like Pig of Death? I don't know who else here. Let's see. I saw somebody else. Cotton Eye Joe, Circle. Oh, Circle has the last year's role. Do we know Circle? Are you there, Circle?
Crystal knows Circle, I'm sure. Oh, okay. She was introducing everyone to Circle.
Oh, because Crystal said I think she said she might come in later. Yeah, she might come in. So hopefully she will. Oh, and Bambi, guys. I was going to... Oh, hi, she said hello. Hi, Circle.
Hello, Circle. Nice of you to join us.
I like your cat picture with the clover on it. It's really cute.
Thank you.
Is that your cat?
No, it's a random cat.
Random cat.
Oh, it's really cute, though.
I don't like cats.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, that deserves a server ban. No.
Oh, please don't.
Oh, so Bambi, I was going to say, like before, right when you came in, we were actually doing a round table, kind of like how Jen envisioned, because we had a person in here. Their name started with an A, maybe Andre or something like that, who was asking questions and then typing furiously because they were writing a paper about flat Earth. And her question, which everyone answered, and the answers were great. So if you would be willing to give your answer, even though she's not here anymore, it's a nice roundtable question that is a good general question for people to consider is, what would you say to a person who was on the fence about flat Earth?
Someone that was on the fence. Well, we've had on the fence people in here. And what I tend to do is ask them, put it into like perspective, like what are the pros and cons for each side? What are the proofs for the ball that you think, and what are the proofs for the flat Earth that you think? And sometimes, well, because obviously flat Earth has the most proof, sometimes that can sway them one way, because then they look at it and they're like, well, damn, I can't prove half the stuff. I can't go and verify. I can't do anything to prove we're on a ball. But everything that flat Earth side, I can go and verify it for myself. I can go and prove it for myself, and it just makes more sense. Oh, is Andrea in here? I see. Sorry, I just saw the text chat.
Yeah, she might be listening
he or she. Oh, Andre is in here. Yes. I can't remember if Andre is male or female.
okay.
Now Andre's back. Oh, yeah. Bambi just answered you, Andre. Did you hear it?
So yeah,
yeah, Lulu actually
did.
answered
Perfect.
too. Lulu answered in the text chat, don't be lukewarm, pick a side. I think that's good. That could be a t-shirt with a nice flat earth
Don't be lukewarm, pick a side.
graphic on it.
Yeah. What I like to do is I like to, tell people, to say it out loud, to even take notes on the proofs for each side. And once you weigh them up, majority of people will weigh up that there's more truth on the flat earth side than there is verifiable truth on the ball. And that can sway people. So that's how I would reply to that.
That's a good answer.
Getting the check-in for me for sarcastic.
Yeah, and again to just continue on that, I think, like Bambi said, you have to look at the evidence and just go in with an open mind. We really shouldn't have sides when we're going into things, because sometimes that can, like, whether it's pride or you're just not willing to accept that you were wrong, that can, like, definitely skew your thoughts. I don't know if I said that properly, but again, just going in with an open mind. Like, why should we believe that the earth is round just because we were told? I mean, yeah, just look at the evidence.
Yeah, that's what scares me the most about some of these so-called scientific people, or who claim. I'm just laughing at Witsit's comment. She's describing my last relationship. That's funny. Anyway, the people who claim that they have, scientific or mathematical degrees, and yet, and actually even demonstrate that they can use logic and reason in other areas. But then they come in here and demonstrate they can't use it to examine the flat earth question, because, anyone who has been educated, should realize you can't properly debate a position if you don't fully understand the other side. And if you don't, and you need to come into any situation, any situation you want to examine, you have to come into it, like you said, with an open mind, where you're not having that presupposition of a globe model, because that model is so ingrained, and sometimes it almost seems like the more educated they are, the more ingrained it is, that they aren't even capable of seeing that they are using this presupposition of a globe in everything they say. And so their logic is already just gone out the window from minute one. Yeah, it's sad. Yeah. Oh, and Highlander. Oh, Highlander's here. Yeah, either Highlander or where was the other one? Oh, One Spooky Ghost. I saw One Spooky Ghost put a picture of a spinning fantasy globe model there in the voice text. So One Spooky Ghost, is that where you live? Is on that spinning fantasy globe hurtling through space at a high rate of speed despite no verifiable evidence of either curvature or motion of any kind?
They said yes. They said yes.
Okay. Thanks for acknowledging you're living in a fantasy. Enjoy your fantasy, One Spooky Ghost. Have a great time. We've got a new person here that just said hello to us, Microsoft Disk Operating System. What's up?
That is Sarcastic's friend.
Hi.
Jedi just checked him in and he wants to say some ladies. Hello, Nicholas.
Hey, how are you doing?
I am doing swell. How are you doing?
Good.
That is good to hear. Do you have a question you want to ask?
Why do you think that NASA's evidence, or like any evidence anyone gives you, is fake about the globe Earth?
Well, for example, if you want to take the fact that they're saying they're going into this vacuum, which breaks the second law of thermodynamics, makes everything they say irrelevant, because the place that they're going it is impossible. But if we're just talking, like, if you want to speak about the things that they're saying, then I guess we'll ignore the fact about the medium they're in, us existing next to a vacuum without a container for our gas that we're, the oxygen that we're breathing. If you want to ignore that, then I guess I like to verify things, and I can't go verify anything that they're saying because we can't see curvature from Earth according to them. So we have to take their word from it.
I see.
Yeah,
well, I don't know.
Did you get what I was? Should we break? Sorry, Jen.
And I don't know if you knew. I don't know if you know this or not, to the person who was asking a question, but people have taken the official image of the photos from the moon, the image of Earth from the moon. Rob Skiba did this live on his channel. He took the image and then he put it into Photoshop and changed the settings to where you could see the contrast. Lo and behold, it was Photoshopped. Not to mention Robert Simmons, directly hired by NASA to create the blue marble, and it's all CGI.
Yeah.
I mean, you just think for a moment the state of technology that we're in today. If they went to the moon, like they said, I think we'd be seeing a lot different things, like possibly like the moon, or we'd be able to see the Earth. I could go outside and wave and you guys would be able to see me on Google Earth. That was 50 years ago they went to the moon.
Yeah,
but I forgot. They lost that technology and it's a painful process to build it back again. That's what they tell us.
Right.
No, what happens is, back in like the 60s, technology wasn't where it was at all today.
Yeah, you're right. And I'm sorry to interrupt you. Did you know that President Nixon called the moon? He placed a phone call to the moon. Come on, man.
We can't even get one connection on Earth.
I know.
To be
like,
fair,
I go into the countryside.
To the moon every night, just no one ever picks up. He's a president, so I guess he would get first serve, right? Like, I don't know.
Oh my god.
It's ironic. I live in Scotland. I go out to the countryside and I kind of get a signal, but this man can call the frickin' moon.
You know what? Verizon Wireless needs to step up their game if Nixon was able to call the moon.
Come on, Verizon.
So there just seems to be a lot of
too. Oh, Jenny, when you get a chance, Andre has a question in the chat.
Just to wrap it up. So there seems to be a lot of coincidences, things that they give us about the.
Did Jen cut out?
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed all of that.
Yeah, she's cutting out.
I just mention really quick too. Don't you think we'd be able to see way more images from ISIS, and then just like all of a sudden, they just cut out for like an hour, and we're like, why can't we see this side of the Earth? There's never a continuous stream from the IS. Right?
Yep, that's right.
Am I saying that right? ISIS? Yeah.
ISIS. Yeah.
Then
ISIS, thank you.
ISIS.
No, don't say
something
ISIS.
completely different.
Never a continuous stream from the terrorist control group.
I know,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
God damn it! They're travesties of mankind. I can't watch them all day.
But yeah, no, you're right. They conveniently cut out. And they're repeated as well. Some of the live streams from the ISS, you can see they're repeated by the cloud patterns, by everything that's there. Like, you can see that they're repeated. You could overlay them and they're the exact same. And it's quote unquote live streamed. So, I don't know. Should we move on to... Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna butt in about that. I've also heard, I don't know if this is true or not because I haven't looked this up, but my brother was telling me how Antarctica, how they say that they get full sun sometimes. The videos, they're literally looped. Like the clouds don't change. They're just looping the parts where they can see sunlight. Sunlight.
Hey, hold on. I'm going to have to chime in here real quick. I had to work in Churchill to repave the airport. and I witnessed with myself 24-hour sun. And
the gypsy, you're telling us you've witnessed 24-hour sun. Where?
Yes, in Churchill, Manitoba. Google it. Polar bear capital of the world. It took me a month and a half to finally see a polar bear.
It's in the north, not
the south. The north. Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. I don't think anybody worries about that. Yeah, go ahead, Jetty.
No, the polar bear. You're talking about the Arctic. We're talking about the Antarctic. So wrong place, mate.
It's still similar. You still can see the sun.
Yeah, so that's a great point. So yeah, the fact that you can see it up there is not a problem, and in no way is any kind of verification for the globe model whatsoever. In fact, if you look at the differences between the flora and fauna in the North and South Pole, that actually lends more credence to the idea that the globe model is a complete failure. As we already know, it is mathematically and logically, but you can also continue to find evidence biologically. For example, if we were on a globe that did have two poles that mirrored each other and were symmetrical in the way they show, you should see a similar climate in terms of temperature and amount of and diversity of flora and fauna in the north as in the south. In fact, that is not what we see. In the south is much colder, much less flora and fauna, and much more desolate and area that is not getting the same amount of solar energy as the area in the north. And that does match what we observe to the actual pattern of the sun, which appears to be moving in tighter circles when it's closer to the North Pole, in which case you'd have summer in the northern regions, and then as the circles go out wider and are going down to the south where Becky lives, then they end up having summer. And in the case of Antarctica, it appears that that it's just not getting very much sun at all there, whereas the north would be getting more sun than the south.
Mm-hmm. If it was directional and if the sun shone on half the earth all the time, if the sun is 24 hours northern hemisphere, let's say Canada, that type of the world, then Brazil wouldn't have any sunlight.
I'm not following that at all. Why would Brazil not have any sunlight? I'll have to put a model up for you, the gypsy. I'm glad you're back here. It's good. I haven't talked to you for a long time. You've been around the server for a long time, though. So, I can put up a image of the model of how, the sun as we actually observe it in the actual sky works. And then you can show me, and then you can look at that and tell me why you're saying you don't think there would be sunlight in Brazil. Unless you want to expand on that more. Can you repeat just what you just said? Because that didn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
Okay, if I'm getting looked at, I'm so at work. Oh no, I'm good. Okay, I'm good. If the sun gives sunlight to half the Earth at a time,
and wait, hold on, right there. Oh, hold on, you got a comma there, but you got an if. So this is a proposition you're making, which is a straw man. I didn't hear anyone here say anything about half. So what are you talking about? Where's this half coming from?
Mm-hmm.
Keep going. We'll let you finish your then statement. Go ahead. If the sunlight is blah, 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 this straw man that you've created that no one here said, then what?
Well, the time zones, right? You go by time zones. You go by when the sun rises, when it sets.
Okay, do you see the possible model that XKGB mod Justin has put at 23 minutes after the hour in the voice text? So, and before we start to explore these are not models of the Earth. These are models of different functioning of different things upon the Earth and the way that we observe they actually happen. So, for example, Justin's possible model there, because the purpose of a model in science is to predict a phenomenon that you might observe in reality. The purpose is not to explain every single thing about everything and be set in stone forevermore, and you better not challenge it. That's not the purpose of the model. So we do use models in Flat Earth for certain phenomena, but we do not have a Flat Earth model because it's impossible because of the fact that we are not allowed to freely explore our realm. So getting that out of the way, and do you see Justin's model at 23 minutes after the hour, Gypsy?
Let me scroll up here.
Several concepts of the models. Okay, these are all concepts.
Concepts.
The fact that we don't know what it is.
No, I know what a
Yeah, we don't
concept is,
actually
and
claim a model.
I just heard my name.
I know you would have. I would have wanted to get the word concept out there too. No, Becky. Sorry, I was just scrolling up and I seen. Is that the picture you're talking about? The Becky's one at 23 past the hour?
No, they're not.
Above that.
Yeah, see, these are all concepts, and I've got a completely different concept now than this, what you guys are looking at.
Why don't you go ahead and say your concept,
visualization of something to
Well, it
understand
sounds friggin' nutty, but I'll say it.
Oh, why not? What's Ladies' Night for if we can't sound a little nutty once in a while? Go for it, Becky.
Right, so
Here, got to roll. I'm
there's a
listening, but I'll
concept
be
there
back.
of an ice wall, right? But in my concept, what I've looked into and I know people don't like me saying this, but on a biblical earth, the biblical earth is surrounded by the waters and above, and it also describes in graphic detail in the book of Enoch, there's a whole chapter dedicated to it, that the sun and moon are moving through portals. So, I mean, nobody wants to say this because it does sound
I've
really
heard that, though,
wild.
and a figure eight. It usually does it like in a figure eight through those portals.
So, yeah, I can't ignore that now because I've read the Book of Enoch and it sounds, there's a lot of stuff in the Book of Enoch that actually matches up in the Bible. So I think that there's something to this biblical cosmology and to these portals that the sun and the moon are traversing through. They might be explaining things that we're not actually getting because I find a lot of globers are always picking apart the flat earth, what they call a flat earth model for the sun and moon, but they don't look into all these other concepts that are out there. You know, a lot of people think that there's an ice wall, but I believe there's just waters. There's infinite oceans past our circular lands. And then other people believe that it's the lands after that. So there's so many different concepts.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Again, we don't abide by a model, so I mean, each of us individually will have our own views on what it is and stuff like that. But we are intelligent enough to say the words "I don't know" or "I assume," rather than just making up some bullshit without evidence or proof.
Yes, so we all agree that direct observations of the Earth, we're finding there is no curvature that is expected on that heliocentric model. And all flat earthers will say, for all intents and purposes, what we see and what we experience is a flat plane that's stationary. So for us to think otherwise, we would need some kind of proof. So if you go and do the direct observations of the Earth, you're not coming back with the expected curvature. So they all want us to go straight to photographs from space, but are they even verifiable? No. How do we know that they're not faked? How do we know that these space agencies aren't propaganda?
Especially when they give us stuff like what Justin's put in the chat, where it like concaves and.
I'm just trying to blow people's minds.
It's bullshit. But yeah, but I personally like things that I can go and verify, and I can't go up and see the shit that they're providing us. But the only way you're going to get to see it is, well, going somewhere I can't go. It's not. We can't prove it unless we go to this place that doesn't, exist. Sorry to throw some random questions into the conversation, but do you, Shona's girl online are accurate? Andre, what was your first question? Mary Mom's just popped out for a second. So what was your first one? It was something about, I can't remember. She took a screenshot of it. Hold on. Do you remember what it was? No, he had it on they had it on the fence one. Then they had one more, Lilica, and I can't remember what it was. Mary Mom took a screenshot and then posted it back in so we could remember, but I forgot it.
We've got another lady in the room. Circle, if you'd like to ask any questions, we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, whenever you're comfortable, Circle.
Well, I have a question.
Is it?
So would you say like Mars or Jupiter are flat?
All right, can I jump on this one first and then we can go through everyone else? I don't like those questions because I can only tell you what I observe. So I can only tell you what I look up to the sky and see. That's about it. So I can describe to you what I see if you like, but that doesn't tell you what it is. It just tells you what I see. I am standing on this thing, this flat plane, and I can do observations and experiments here, but I can't do them up there. So I can only tell you what I observe when I look to the sky. And that's about it. That's why I don't really like those questions, because again, I just don't know. If anyone else wants to answer that, go ahead.
Yeah, also this was kind of a concept that I had trouble at first, but just because something is circular in the sky doesn't mean that it is a sphere. It's just that we can't imagine it otherwise because it's been so ingrained into us that everything in the sky is spherical, basically. I think that might also be why. But just because it's circular doesn't mean that it's a sphere. And like Bambi said, we're only observing. This is what we see, and it's not really the same as the NASA CGI. So that I'll just say that.
Well, what really gets me is when they say that. Okay.
Oh, Jen. You're cutting out there. Try again. Try again, love.
I think there might be a Discord or something.
Oh no. It's as soon as you get to like a little bit through the sentence, it cuts.
Oh yeah, also Microsoft, if you see what old dude posted, those are real pictures. That's all we see.
Mm-hmm.
So science isn't assuming. So how can they say that these are shaped a certain way when we can only see that? You know, that's not very scientific.
We have sent stuff to these different planets, like probes to these different planets, and taking them. So we've gotten much closer pictures in those, and you can quite clearly see the photos.
Amateurs have not.
Yeah, you're just taking what I mean. You got to go to what are those observatories? Is that what those are called? The like R2D2 looking things? An observatory. Yeah, you got to go to one of them for a lot of the stuff. And I mean, you're having to go to the people who are lying to you directly just to see what they're talking about.
Yeah, some of these people don't even know they're lying. I mean, they just are told, and they're indoctrinated and conditioned for generation after generation. And, you know, maybe one of their grandfathers worked at the laboratory, or they worked at that observatory. And so they want to do it. And so it's just, they're just lustful in this spell that, you know, it's an unfortunate spell that now is becoming broken because people are seeing past it. And, you know, we have to trust authority on 90% of what everyone tells us to do, you know. And they're in it for their own benefits to lie if they wanted to as well. You know, power of leverage of knowledge, the ego, monetary value, you name it.
I'd just like to welcome everybody to the Flat Earth Ladies Night. Just a little message here. If you're Flat Earth and you're a male, whatever. This is Ladies Night, so we allow them to have their show, and it's like 2 or 3 hours. So I'd ask that all the guys in here from Flat Earth, if you could just refrain from hopping on the mic. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Forgive me.
Thanks, Mickey.
Time. That was the last time. Forgive me.
That's okay.
Probably.
Thank you
we'll
for
start
that
handing out mutes.
Thanks for that public service announcement, Oz.
Now back to your regular broadcasting.
All right, so we have another question from Andre. Sorry, whoever asked that question, did you think the answer was good about the other planets being? Did we cover it for you?
What did you think of that?
That I can't really say it was bad or good. I didn't get an answer, really. It was just...
Well, your answer is, I don't know, because I can tell you what I see. I can tell you I look up and I see twinkly lights, and I mean, I have a telescopic lens, so I can tell you I see the moon up really close, but that's about it. That's all I can tell you. I don't know.
What was the original question?
What are the other planets? Are Jupiter and Mars flat, etc.?
Yeah, from what my understanding is, and this may have already been said, but the etymology, wandering star.
You're breaking up again.
Are you kidding?
Where is that serviceman? Did that serviceman?
The president can talk to astronauts.
We're gonna kick his ass.
Get him on the mic. We need to talk to that internet serviceman.
He's not doing a good job. But yeah, we can. Again, you observe the same thing I observe. So what makes you think that they're a ball? Microsoft?
Coming from like these proved laws of physics, a flat body the size of Earth would be impossible because everything wants. Everything.
Hold on, I asked you about the other planets. Like, how do you know? Like, I'm telling you what I observe is what I see. So, I mean, I can't go off anything else. How do you know that they're flat? Because you're observing the same that I am, are you not?
I'm going off of laws of the universe. So the stuff that everything abides by. Like gravity, would things just mass wants to be close to like a center of mass or like a center of gravity. That would mean that anything that was flat would turn into a sphere quickly, solely because of gravity.
But we don't claim gravity, you do. So in claiming gravity, can you scientifically prove that it exists? Because it's a theory. All right, what's your scientific experiment?
Pick up a pen and drop it.
All right, first of all, what gravity are we talking about?
The thing that keeps you and me on Earth.
No, there's two. Which gravity? Newtonian, Einsteinian? Which are you going for?
Einstein, the curvature, the bending of space-time.
Okay, so not mass attracting mass. You're going to the more pick up a pen and drop it. I know, Justin, I can feel the frustration through your messages.
Yeah,
so you're
I'm
talking.
a Glover, and I'm just letting you know, buddy, you already lost. The girls are winning. The girls are winning. You lost. I'm sorry. And I'm a Glover.
That's coming from a staunch Glover. But yeah. So what's your experiment for bendy space-time existing? To prove that it exists? What are you doing? What's your experiment? Your hypothesis? Independent variable. What are you doing?
If I can get to it or find the article.
Article? So you can't tell me? You're gonna have to Google it and get the answer? It's okay to say you don't know. It's the most intellectual thing you can say.
I don't
because I mean,
I'm going to admit I haven't done these stuff. These are experiments that have been done that prove like gravitational waves.
I mean, I can tell you that I did an experiment on a unicorn and I found out that their intestines are pink. But does that mean that it's verifiable and repeatable? Can you go and verify that experiment? Can you go do that experiment to find out that a unicorn's intestines are pink? You get what I'm saying? What are these?
If you want me to go to the science or to the labs where they found gravitational waves, and have me find them, then okay, I'll do that.
No, I'd like you to prove your claim, is what I'm asking you. Again, it's okay to say I don't know. It is the most intellectual thing you can say rather than tiptoeing and stumbling.
True that.
Fine, I'll concede I'm having trouble finding the source correctly.
All right, would you just want to describe to me these gravitational waves? How did they find them? What did they do? How do you know they exist?
So gravitational waves, and is put it simply, if you take like two really massive things with like a lot of gravity, like
hold on a minute. I think she was asking proof, not for you to explain.
Well, you can explain it if you like, and then follow it up with proof if that's what you want to do.
What's the? Is there?
The time delay on Discord is a killer right now. Okay, let Jen finish what she was saying, and then you can continue with your explanation.
Okay, I just have a question before I hear an explanation. Sorry. So why are we talking gravitational?
She wants
She's cutting out again.
Okay.
Is she still cutting out for anyone else, or is it me that's cutting now?
She muted herself.
Oh, she's... If you want to type it, Jen.
Oh, poor Jen. Next week's
I will just listen.
We need to get that serviceman back. We'll do a media campaign. Internet for Jen. Free Jen's voice.
All right. So, do you want to go on with your explanation?
Yeah. So gravitational waves are, in simple terms, if you take two large bodies, like two with a lot of gravity, it's like two black holes, and if you close enough, they'll eventually go into a death spiral, where they really quickly just spiral around each other until one engulfs the other. And in that process, you'll get these waves in space-time. I mean, that's detectable from here, and we have detected them.
What do they use to detect them?
If you have two holes, black holes.
Yes.
And if you have three,
what do they use?
If you have three.
Sorry, Sasha. Bear in mind it's ladies' night, my love.
Sorry, we have two now. I'm wondering what will be with three.
So what are they using to find this? Because it really just sounds like you've googled a definition and you're just repeating it. Or
they're using. So they had several, like a couple of facilities floating around. Or not floating around on Earth. One was in like Texas or something. I'm having it here up here, and I'm like trying to really quickly but like they have these facilities and they have like mile-long tubes that are vacuums and they send light through it, and they're measuring how light. Or the phase shift of light, because like.
Would you rather just say the words "I don't know"? Because I'm not getting what you're putting down right now.
Okay.
I don't think a lot
you can say "I don't know" because, to be honest, I'm not all too shabby on that side of things, and it is the most intellectual thing you can say. It's all right. We've all been there. I've been in your position trying to fight something and speak about something that I'm not too sure about. And you do it out of the confidence of what you've been taught.
Yeah,
and it's getting over that.
Yeah, it's sorry, you need to just. Oh no, I'm interrupting you. I just going to chime in there with agreeing with what you're saying, I think you sound kind of stressed, Microsoft Disk operating system. I'm not sure exactly why, but you're coming to the you're coming to the realization, or you're in real time realizing it's not too easy to prove this globe model. And the reason why it's not too easy to prove it is because there is no proof and evidence in the terms of actual scientific verifiable proof. You have a lot of stories. They're fairy tales. That's why Bambi was trying to use the unicorn analogy for you. Exactly. And I understand and maybe if you take a step back, like we were saying earlier, you have to come in here. I understand. It's like you think we're on a globe. There's got to be some proof for it. I'm going to come up with it. Okay. How about thinking, because it doesn't matter to you one way or the other, how you leave here today. I don't expect you to leave here as a flat earther, but it would be nice if you would at least come to it and consider, is there something to what they're saying? And I think maybe we should go back to basics with this guy. Like, for example, I was wondering if Quacker Oats and her mother had seen anything of the Dr. John D. YouTube channel in terms of, some of these long distance observations. Like, you're getting really far into the weeds, Microsoft Disk operating system.
Yeah.
If you just take a look at the measurements and the observations, and you realize that the globe has so many failures, then you don't have to worry about messing around with all that nonsense fairy tale stuff.
Yeah, I think that was the easiest thing for me, because we can't really explain gravity. No one can explain gravity or like what it is. So just look at what you can understand, like the measurement, 8 inch per mile square curvature, and just see if that is true. That's the easiest thing to do. At least that was for me. And if that's been disproven, then why wouldn't you question other things, That's what I would do.
The problem is that I've never claimed I was a professional, so I'm not able to explain this easily. Like, there's other people.
But this is what I'm saying. Again, rather than trying to explain something you don't know, it's okay to say I don't know.
It doesn't have to be complicated either, just so you.
There's times people throw questions at me and I'm like, I'll pass that to someone else because I don't know. And that makes me look extremely smart compared to me going, well, you take A and you take B and you figure it out what it is together. And then confusing people, it's just more intellectual to pass it on. Also, mute yourself if you're going to be polite.
Yeah, who's doing that?
Well, it also just goes to show we will just blindly believe anything in the name of science. Even if we can't explain it ourselves, we have to believe it's true. So, if you're going to make these claims that stuff is real, you should be able to back it up. Otherwise, like Bambi said, just say you don't know. Because, gravity is kind of a controversial thing.
Exactly. So I don't want to push you more on this subject. Sorry, Mary, were you going to?
Oh, no, I want you to finish up with him however you want. But you started this whole latest exchange with him saying, like, somebody else had a question. I don't know who that was or if you remember what it was. But
yeah, it was the one that you screenshotted. I've got it copy and pasted.
Oh, okay, good. I just didn't want to forget about it. Yeah, finish up with our friend Microsoft there.
Yeah, I'll not put you through any more of it because I've been in your position where you know what you're talking about, but you're trying, but you don't know. But it's really confusing and you're trying to fight it and you're in a room with a lot of people who are not against you, but are going against the things that you're saying. It can be tough. Again, I just advise you to say the words, I don't know. And that's all really. I won't push you on it anymore. But if you have any more questions, we'll take one from Andrew just now, which I'll copy and paste back in chat. And then if you have any more after his question, we can jump back to you. But here's Andre's. Why do you think people don't believe the Earth is flat? That was what he initially asked. And
I guess.
Oh, yeah.
I want to jump on that one.
Yeah, I'll quickly answer what I believe, because I've heard people in here now for a very long time, and they've listened to the argument. It makes sense to them, but at the end of the day, they say to us, I'm sorry, I just cannot believe that the whole world, governments are lying to us. And I believe that's a response, a trauma response, and that's what keeps people believing that we live on a globe.
Mm-hmm. It's also got a lot to do with the controlled oppositions, the people who are put in place to deter people from Flat Earth. Your Flat Earth Society that are basically saying ludicrous things like, we have members all around the globe, and we are accelerating upwards through space and time, which there's no proof of. That's got a lot to do with the controlled oppositions as well. Go on.
Oh, and I was just going to add on to that and say it's also because you're afraid of being called crazy for even questioning, but that's real science. It's just questioning. It's okay to say, why do we believe this? Yet they'll call you crazy if you even ask that question. So I think, again, like besides people thinking that flat earthers are crazy, they're afraid of being called crazy for like even questioning. So that's also why.
Yeah, exactly. That goes along in the same lines as what I was thinking. It's, why don't people believe it? For one thing, I mean, first of all, you can intellectually and logically come to the conclusion. You don't have to believe it. I mean, that's the thing about it, is it's one of the few truth topics on the face of the flat earth that you can, as we explained earlier, demonstrate, measure, and determine for yourself through actual scientific experiment, meaning make a natural observation hypothesis and then test the hypothesis. So because of that, it actually is that's why it's the most volatile, censored, and opposed truth topic. And so then you see that propaganda campaign to make people, to say flat earthers are retards, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
And most people cannot stand, they would prefer to fit in with the crowd, to not cause controversy, just go along, not have anybody calling there any names. They would choose that over truth. And that's not even me just saying that. I mean, that's just our observation, but it's also been proven, for example, in the Stanford smoke-filled room study, and other psychological studies have shown that, a majority of human beings, sadly, and this, I don't know if this is the natural state of human beings or human beings after they have undergone the clear trauma-based mind control program that has been rolled out since the CIA, after the Korean War, began studying how the Koreans were so successful in changing the point of view of the American soldiers under their control and turning them into anti-Americans. When they just studied those techniques, as well as techniques used in China, so-called brainwashing techniques, they came up with very specific techniques of how to do that. And then they rolled out that program in the mainstream, and we're now seeing the culmination of all of their efforts. So therefore, even before that program came to its full culmination, back when they did the Stanford smoke-filled room study, they found that 9 out of 10 of the people, when they were the target of the study, thought they were just going for an interview, like a job interview, I can't remember what they thought they were doing. They might have just been thinking, they thought they were like filling out a questionnaire for whatever reason. So they're sitting in the room, they're the target of the experiment. All the other people in the room are actors. As they're sitting there, even if you don't watch the video, you can see the thumbnail there. So this lady you see in the middle who's looking up, she's looking up because smoke starts pouring out from under the closed door in this room where all these people are. So there's about 10 other people in there. The other people are completely ignoring it. You can see them, they just keep filling out their questionnaire. And then the different subjects act differently, but the majority of them, 9 out of 10, they'll either, some of them will not even say a word. So you're sitting in a room and you think there might be a fire out there because smoke's pouring in, but because all the other people aren't saying anything, you're going to risk your life to fit in with that crowd. That's what they've shown that people do. And people do it because you see it right now in the world. And so and a few of them will, like, they might ask someone around them, and those people will say, oh yeah, it's no big deal. That occasionally the actors will say something like that if the people even dare to ask, which most of them don't even. They just sit down and keep doing their work. And then one person will stand up and say, there's smoke coming under that door. There might be fire there. We got to do something. I'm going to go get help. Only 1 out of 10, when there's an actual physical threat to their life, will stand up and do something if the other people in the room are doing nothing. And there's many tests like this. So that's my answer to your question.
All right. Mute if you're not talking, please. Sorry, Mary.
Oh, no, that was it. No, I'm just saying, because people are afraid to stand up against the crowd, because they're afraid to, because they've been, programmed largely to, as we've just discussed, not believe their own senses. Oh, must be something wrong with me. I guess smoke doesn't mean fire. I'll just sit here and fry with these people then. Sounds good. I mean...
Amen. Preach it, sister.
Thank you.
And just to add on to what you were saying, it's definitely the herd mentality. And what are we taught? When are we taught that? As soon as we start going to school,
Yep.
And another thing, it's kind of an intimidating topic because that's what's kept me away from it for a while, because I was like, what the heck do I know about science? I never took an interest, so it's a bit intimidating. This topic is a bit intimidating, but the good news is you really don't need, just need your common sense.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. People are afraid to trust their own common sense, but you see it. I mean, I'm sure all of you have had experiences like that where you when you actually talk one-on-one with a person and no one else is looking, you'll find people agree with you more often than that. And some people have said that. So yeah, we do have AA in here. That's new, just VC verified. Hi, AA. Are you there?
Sorry, just before we move on, I just wanted to add, we had that actually the other day with a group of young lads that were at school, and they were all screaming and they were shouting at each other, and they were just lobby roles that I unmuted, and they were just being really they were just being rude. They were asking silly questions. They were trying to mock us. And I basically muted them all. And I was like, you guys can come back when you're alone at home and not in front of your friends trying to show up. And two of them, Max was one of them, came back and after school when they were away from their friends, and they were actually asking decent questions, and they were starting to listen and be polite and stuff. And it's like, as soon as you're away from your friends, like what Blaze was saying, that herd mentality, it's like a different person you're speaking to, and you can get through to people like that. You just try to show up and be a tough guy in front of their friends. Is what we're taught in school. That's why we're growing up. That's how it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And another thing on the whole science thing too, Blaze, I was like, man, I'm not going to be able to understand like anything, all this science stuff, and then come to realize all this stuff I was taught in school or anything, a lot of it isn't even science. It's just experiments, like made up experiments to get results that they wanted. So that I actually learned what real science was. It's observable and verifiable. I can't talk.
You got it. That's right. Yeah, observable, verifiable, and repeatable.
Yep. So we want to see AA. If you have any questions. Sorry, I interrupted you before you got to reply to Mary. AA?
I don't know. AA is typing in the chat, but I don't know if they can talk. I don't know.
Thank you.
Want to talk, AA?
Yeah, I'll just say something. I've known AA for a little while, and my brother and I also showed him some documentaries and just some videos talking about flat Earth, and I think he also is leaning more on the flat Earth side now. Just to let you guys know for some background. Yeah. He said he's thinking right now. Sometimes, like when someone asks you a question, you're kind of off guard. I don't know. See what he says.
Yeah, there's probably like 20 questions running through his head, and it's just trying to pick out which one. Plus, there's quite a lot of people in here, so it can be difficult.
Yeah, did you guys talk to Circle again? Because Circle, are you a friend of Crystal's? Is that what we found out? You know Crystal, Circle? If you're still there with the pretty kitty.
The pretty kitty.
I just love that kitty. It's a 4-leaf clover, isn't it, on there? Yeah. I didn't see that before. I thought it was 3 leaves.
Oh, she unmuted.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm going to shut up now. Yes, Circle, hello.
I joined on my own, but I've met a lot of people in the server.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, so
I think it was Crystal that BC verified her and gave her the Lassie's role.
Nice.
And what are your thoughts about? Yeah, welcome. What are your thoughts about Flat Earth in general, Circle? If you don't mind sharing with us.
I guess I'm leaning towards it. Oh, sorry.
Oh, cool. Leaning toward it. Okay. Well, now Double A's got a question. Double A says, "How do you know that the ice wall border is in Antarctica and not the North Pole?"
Like, I guess you might want to understand how
they're two different places. They're two different places. I guess that's the easiest way to put it. Probably the only way to put it, actually.
It's you want to look at it, what we would, I don't know, I'm not going to call it a map, but like a diagram of what we assume it to be. And North Pole would be center, like the palm of your hand in the center, and the outskirt of the palm of your hand would be Antarctica. Yeah.
Oh, also Tasmania. Down in Tasmania, it's always cold, even in the summer. It's down south, and it's always a cold place down in Tasmania. Then the further you travel up to the tippy top of Australia, the north, up in the Northern Territory, it's always warm up there. Even in the winter, it's around 30 degrees Celsius every day. So it's definitely cold down south all the time. Hence the ice.
Yeah, and he's also saying, since they're both poles here, do you know which one is in the center? Like Jedi says, compasses, so we circumnavigation around north. So if north is in the center and you're pulling to north, then you're going to circumnavigate around about. So north would be in the center. So yeah, north points to the center. It's like setting an object in your room and walking around about it. If that helps, can I put it into perspective? What else we got? He's typing, we'll just give him a wee second.
Yes, Tassie is cold. Tasmania is the cold place, even in the winter. I looked it up. Today's about 10 degrees Celsius down there. That's the top.
I also heard from some people in the server that Richard Bird was saying how he saw more land. Is that true?
Well, yeah, that is true. But can I just say, I don't know how correct that is, because he was a Freemason. So I don't know if that's some kind of disinformation or if it's actual information. I don't know either way.
Again, we can't verify it. We can just go off what someone says.
Okay.
So this man, he said he saw land bigger than America. So yeah, that was all. Again, we can't verify what he says. That's just one person's claim.
We're right in the middle of summer today. It's beautiful warm weather spring in New South Wales, up in the east coast, and down in Tasmania today, it's 8 degrees Celsius, and that's really cold. I've been there a few times. I've been down there in the summer in the spring, and it's been snowing.
You got any more questions you'd like to ask? We've just got a lobby row who's joined us.
Oh yeah, Gil Hermierag. Are you going to unmute him, Bambi?
Yeah, sure. Unless Double A has got anything else he'd like to ask.
It's got an interesting flag. I don't know what that flag is. Pretty.
Yeah, it is. I'm not sure. All right, I'm gonna unmute him. Hello. Oh, goodbye.
Andre's got another. Bambi. Andre's got another question. Okay, yes, because I was thinking earlier that we didn't really address the disc flying through space, fantasy, draw me out of it, so on. So Andre says, if the Earth was a flat plane, would there be a top and bottom side, or is the Earth possibly more of a cube shape, in your opinions?
I mean, again, there's different. Every one of us will believe different. There's some people who would believe that it is an infinite plane. This kind of answers both not doubles, but some people believe it's like the floor of the universe, if you want to call it that. So there might not be a bottom. There might be a bottom, but that's still kind of thinking that we are just a flat plane in amongst another ball planets, that there has to be a bottom to it. There might not be, but again, the most intellectual thing we can say is I don't know.
Yeah, and I think just to add on to that, you're still looking at it from kind of like a heliocentric point of view. Like, you still believe in space. Like Bambi said, we don't know if there's anything below us. I mean, you can't observe that. So we don't simply know. But from what we do know is it's just us. So again, go ahead.
I was just going to add on, what we do know is that we've dug down 7.8 miles, but that's about it. Even on the heliocentric model, what you believe, the furthest that we've dug down is 7.8 miles. And they would have gone further, but there was liquid, muddy mush, whatever it was, clogging up the machines. They couldn't go any further if they wanted to. So, I mean, even on your own model, we've not dug down very far.
Yeah, and also with the edge thing, everyone, the first question usually is, well, why haven't we fallen off the edge? How do we know? Why would we assume that there is an edge if you can't really even say that there's space? I'm not saying that properly, but you're still looking at it as if we're in outer space, basically.
And just a flat plane amongst a bunch of balls. Like I said, it could be the floor of the universe. I mean, I'm using their word, universe, but we could be the floor, and it could just go on forever. Maybe there's other life forms out there. Maybe there is land bigger than America. We just don't know. And again, like Jedi was saying to you, we can't visit Antarctica due to the Antarctic Treaty and it being a really treacherous plane. It is really dangerous. Even people who have tried to go and explore it without the permissions needed, boats end up sinking, and it's fishy. But we can't go there. There is a treaty of, I don't know how many countries. It's like something, I don't know, and it's one of the longest going treaties. And they claim it's for scientific purposes.
Over 40 countries, I think, Bambi.
Yeah, over 40 countries. Do you not think, like, they tell us it's for minerals, oils, scientific research? We're humans. We're fucking selfish. Do you not think? I mean, looking at everything else throughout history, do you not think one of us would have slipped and broke that treaty and just been the selfish humans that we are and collected all the minerals and all the science and everything that they could gather and just, be a human, which is what we do? We're selfish. It's just odd that something like that has been so well protected, and we're not saying you just can't visit. You can visit. You're accompanied by someone and you're only allowed to see certain parts, go for a certain amount of time. It's not as if you can just swim on over there, hop on an ice cap and wander around,
Yeah, can I interject here?
I guess Oh yeah, go ahead. I just wanted to just a point of clarification. I actually found this thing that says it's 53 countries, so I assume that's the case. I know we can actually look at the actual treaty and find out, but it's a whole big bunch of countries, and the biggest cooperation around, as far as I can tell, that everybody agrees. Keep everybody out of there. That's pretty suspicious. Yeah, go ahead. Was that Quacker Oats? Who was starting? Oh, okay, great. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I totally agree. It's super suspicious. And I tried to talk about that to my family, and my sister-in-law actually said, well, that's not true because I have a science friend, a scientist, who went down there. And I was like, well, okay, they went down there, but were they accompanied? What were they doing there? You know, like, I'm pretty sure they just got there. And she had no idea. She couldn't tell me any other details. And so I was just like, okay, well, you don't actually know what they did then. You know, it's like, okay, they went there, but they probably were there because they were employed and told to go there, you know?
Yeah, and no one here is questioning. No one's saying that, you know, that no one ever goes there. Yeah, we know people go there in highly controlled, you know, and regulated situations where they're only allowed to be in a certain area. They're there for a certain task. They have to get a huge amount of approval before they go. It's not like they're just going there and wandering around. Yeah.
I know. Wouldn't that be great, though? If we were free. Yay!
It would be. Oh, we've got Double A's got another question. If climate change continues and glaciers and ice caps in Antarctica melt, will the seas fall off the end with no barrier to stop them pouring over the edge? Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Are you to raise my blood pressure? But I'll give a short answer. Yes, and then Bambi will take 5 deep breaths and add something if she wishes. You're not getting what we said. We are not on a disc flying through space. We have not seen any edge. Not to be rude. We know, like, everybody's indoctrinated into this idea. Not only are you first indoctrinated into the fantasy globe model, but if you get any notion that there might be another story out there, what you're given is the straw man put out by the propaganda organization known as Flat Earth Society, who will tell you, oh, flat earthers believe we're on a flat disc flying through space being pushed up by 9.8 meters per second squared. No flat earther thinks that. That is a complete lie. We're not in space. We completely reject the existence of the medium of outer space as even being possible to exist, since it violates the second law of thermodynamics. So there's no edge, so we're not worried about it. Climate change in itself has no verification and is a lie to start with. Go ahead, Becky.
Yeah, exactly. And also, more than likely, if we look at the nature of what the Earth is, we're surrounded by a lot of water. Again, so if we were the floor and the floor was just this big infinite space of water, the Earth is up out of that, however, whatever height that is, that water would just disperse into the floor, into the infinite water. I don't think that anything's going to flood us out like that. See, they want us to believe that we're on that ball, so we've only got so much space. So if those continents that are ice do melt, then the ball's going to be even more covered than 75% or 72% or whatever it is. So that's the mindset of these people, and I get where they're coming from.
It would be so much easier if we could talk to you, Double A. Maybe Double A has a lot of background stuff going on. Double A now says, no, you claim.
No, I don't claim. That's untrue again. I do not claim that there is an ice wall holding everything. I will claim that there's ice shelves or ice walls surrounding the Antarctica, the continent, but not this Earth. This Earth is surrounded by water. A lot of water, and it's the floor. It's down. We're here. We're on the base, so we can't fall off. We can't go over an edge. If the water spills over, it just flows out infinitely.
Pretty much.
Well, that's my point of view on that, because we are all speculating when it comes to that, aren't we?
Well, yeah.
But it makes sense.
Again, like the edge thing, you're still assuming that we're
in a vacuum and stuff like that. There doesn't have to sound like you believe in the donut-shaped Earth, Becky. What is this guy's issue?
I don't know.
I'm concerned.
I don't believe in Donut Earth, but I believe in Donut King, and they make some of the best donuts around.
I heard somebody talking about pumpkin donuts today. Pumpkin donuts sound really good. Maybe I should try to make some pumpkin donuts. That would be even better.
Hey, Becky.
I think he's just trolling.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, go Jen.
Okay, so Becky, you mentioned earlier something about portals with the sun. I've always heard it being made fun of, but I don't think I've ever heard it really explained.
Yeah, well, you could call them portals, you could call them gates, you could say that they're on tracks, and that's what's going on. So it's quite similar to what a lot of people describe the flat Earth sun movements to be. But there's actually quite, and I'm going to look at them later, there's some descriptive videos that people have made describing exactly the nature of how the sun and moon travels and travels through. I think there's 6 of them. And I don't think anyone's really looked into, not anyone, but the people I've spoken to, I never hear anyone discuss it. But I got to reading the Book of Enoch, and when I discovered the chapter on how the heavenly luminaries work, I was blown away.
Wow. Okay. That's awesome, Becky. High five. I am absolutely loving that. So let me ask you, and I giggled a moment ago, because isn't this what you're describing, what's called the Pac-Man theory?
The what, sorry?
Isn't that what they referred to as the Pac-Man Earth? Because of that? Does anybody else know? I'll have to come back to that.
I don't want to talk about it because it sounds so way out.
Well, a lot of people mention in the Book of Enoch, really super briefly when they talk about something in flat Earth, but you don't hear enough people talking about what is in, maybe you should, that should be your specialty that you talk upon. I would love.
Yeah, I need to get into that further. And it also describes how the moon works, the nature of the moon, and that it is its own light. And as it traverses and passes past the sunlight, it literally is like a solar power panel. It takes that, draws that energy in, stores it, and uses it.
That's how I see it when I look at them. And I love looking at.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ladies,
so I'm fascinated.
What'd you say, Jen?
I said I'm fascinated by what.
Oh, yes. I am too. I just got to say, this is very exciting to me. So at 7:30, I have an announcement of this event. I don't know if you other ladies saw this, that Meme just made this announcement about a meme competition, and there's going to be a voice discussion at 7:30 for anyone interested. But I'll just go ahead and read what he just posted. Meme competition rules. 1. All submissions must be entered before midnight, October 30th. 2. Memes must be in meme format and not be an infographic. 3. Memes will be selected for a general vote. 4. All members of the 24/7 Flat Earth 2.0 Discord are welcome to make submissions. Format. Memes should be short, witty, and to the point. Cringe, boomer, tier humor, lefty meme lengths, and snark will be disqualified. Be funny and have fun. The winner will have their meme pinned and be given a special role. Oh, that sounds exciting. For inquiries on what memes are, you shouldn't be making memes if you don't know. Contact Crypto or Meme. Miss Tollins. Miss Tollins.
Mary Mom.
There will be a voice discussion at 7:30 for anyone interested.
I'll be there.
All right, we got another question.
Oh, Roy wants to add something about that.
Yeah, so I want the memes to be anonymous, so we don't know who made them until the winner is announced.
That's a good suggestion. I don't know how it's all going to work. Maybe, hopefully they'll explain all that. What's the other question, BMB? That's a good suggestion.
It's from AA, and I'll retype it. He basically asks, how do we achieve nighttime on a flat Earth if light is one of the most fastest waves there is? Light doesn't just stop for half the day for one half of the Earth. All right, well, that way you do know light doesn't travel forever. You know that, right? So, for example, I can do my little experiment, Mary. I love this. You can do this yourself. So, for example, your floor is the earth, and your phone, which will have its torch on, is right. That doesn't make sense for a complete darkness on a globe. All right, okay. Well, listen to this. The floor is the flat earth, and you put the torch on your phone, and that's the sun. So if you stand up on your bed and you hold it as high up as you can, and that's the distance that they tell us the sun is away, everything will be lit up and it doesn't make sense. But we say the sun is localized, it's closer than they say. So if you jump off the bed and maybe sit on the floor and hold it maybe 8 inches off the ground, you will notice that the area beneath your phone and a little bit round about it is lit up. But the corner of your room will be in darkness because the light isn't traveling forever because it's a localized light source. So then if you roll on over to the corner and you shine a light there, back where you initially were will be in darkness. So the light doesn't travel forever. Yeah. He's typing.
That was great explanation. Okay, good. Double A is going to respond. Good. I hope he actually does it. Does the experiment for himself.
Great. Typing.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have a bunch of these. What?
He said, I just did it, and you're right. It's a radio localized light, which I'm guessing at its most intense in midday. Okay, yeah. So the light doesn't travel forever. It's a localized light source. So it being closer, more localized, it doesn't light up the whole entire thing. And if you want to picture it like the yin yang symbol, sort of chasing each other's tail, that's how that goes. And a lot of people then ask, how do seasons work? Well, we just say the sun moves, let me get this the right way around, out to the Tropic of Capricorn and into the Tropic of Cancer. That is right, I'm sure. And that's how we get the seasons.
That's impressive that he did it. I'm impressed. You impressed me, Double A.
I'm guessing sunset is that the phone light move around, therefore, yeah, the intensity of the light. So when you're holding it, it's not just everywhere's lit up to the same extent, the light dissipates. So, I mean, there you go. The sun is moving away, and that's it getting, it's dissipating the right word? I think it is. And yeah, that's how you would get your sunset. Well, it's not really setting, it's just moving away somewhere else. But if you want to call it that, yeah, that's how you get the orange lights in the sky, or, at a certain time of days. You guys physicists by any chance? No, I'm just a crazy old lady from Scotland. That's about it. It's not about knowing your stuff. It's actually really simple. It's just once somebody tells it to you, you sit there like, well, fuck. This makes sense. So you don't have to be smart. I mean, I dropped out of school early and I didn't go to university or anything like that. I'm not the smartest person. But what shape is the Earth in? I mean, it's observably and measurably flat. I'm sorry, did anyone else want to jump on the whole sun thing? Or did I kill the subject? I get excited about the day-night thing.
You just explained it so well that nothing else needs to be said. So yeah, they're going to do this announcement in eight minutes about the meme contest. So we just have to keep that in mind. They're going to do it here on the main live stream, the discussion about the meme contest. So and we can always continue on after that with whatever we want to know. But Meme just told me they're going to do that because we usually end at 7. I don't think we ever told anybody that we were thinking about going longer, but then we've just been having such a great time. We just kept going, didn't we? Usually, a lot of times we end at the top of the last hour here, but here we are and we're having a great time. So let's keep going until they're ready to talk about this this meme contest, which sounds very exciting to me. I'm excited about it. So I don't know. Did we have any other new people in here that we didn't talk to yet? Like Jake's Hales is here. I know we have them. I just don't know if they're willing to speak. So you guys should speak up. If you have a question, Ladies Night is a good time, especially for new people to talk. We've got Gigi56 Florida. If that's actually your picture, if you are a female, this would be a great time for you to speak since it's Ladies Nights. And even though you just have the lobby role, I'll just go ahead and unmute you, Gigi56, in case you feel like talking. Hello, Gigi.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you just fine. Welcome to the server.
Thank you. I am brand new, just really hearing things from other people. This is the first time I've actually had the courage to step in, but I have a lot of brain issues, so it's difficult for me to comprehend a lot of things. And so I've kind of been waiting to tackle this one a little bit, but I'm just here to kind of listen and learn.
And am I correct in assuming that you are of the female persuasion?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so that's great. Yeah, we're glad you're here. Glad you joined us. And don't worry about, I know like people have anxieties and insecurities about talking. All of us have those. And so don't ever feel pressured or anything. We just like to talk to people that are new. And, if there's ever, and this goes for all the ladies in here, like anybody asks you a question that you don't want to answer, no one is ever required to answer any question here or to answer any DM they might get. In fact, there's a nice little thing when people DM you. If you don't want to talk to them, you just press X and it goes away and you don't even have to answer them at all, and then you can forget that ever happened. So anyway, Gigi, how did you end up finding the server?
Actually, several of the people on another server that I belong to come here and invited me, I think, a while ago. I've just
Hey, Gigi.
And who's Daniel?
Gigi, are you from James Munders?
Yes.
Yes, I've met you there.
Yes, Becky. Yes, I've seen you there recently. Yes.
Yeah, hello. Lovely to see you here.
Hi. I figured this was a safe time where it said ladies. So I thought, well, this should, not that it wouldn't be safe with men, but I'm just saying that I might be more, I don't know, just felt more comfortable.
Yeah, that's part of the whole point of Ladies Night, is to make ladies feel more comfortable to speak. So I appreciate you saying that was the reason why you felt comfortable joining, and we are really happy that you're here. So are you already a flat earther, or what are your thoughts about that?
I don't really know. I'm like everything else. I got red pilled about 6 months ago, and my life has turned upside down. I mean, upside down. So I'm open to everything because I've been lied to about the whole world and everything that I've learned in almost 57 years. So, yeah, I'm definitely open. I don't understand it well enough yet, and to say I'm a flat earther, but I'm definitely open to learning everything I can about every subject I can. So, and to be open-minded, which I always have been.
Yeah, well, that's a great start, is just to be open-minded and to say, that you want to find the truth. And I once had the pleasure of talking on the telephone for a podcast many years ago to the mistress of Lee Harvey Oswald, Judith Ferry Baker, who wrote several books about how she was certain that Lee Harvey Oswald was innocent, and her experiences and why she was even there in the first place, involved with cancer research and the whole kind of saga of the JFK coup. But when I asked her, my question for her was, what do you suggest that we do as people who are here seeing all these horrible things that have been perpetrated on innocent people here on this earth? And she's probably in like her 70s by now. I think she was maybe 20. She's probably, because she's probably born in like 43. She was like a young person in 63. She said, it was very inspiring to me the way she said it. Just keep searching for truth. Just keep speaking truth. And, she didn't say this, but, I personally pray for truth. And many of you have probably experienced when you pray for truth, like, it can be very painful when it comes. But if you're sincere in wanting to find it, you will find it. You just have to be willing to face it when you do find it. And so I totally know where you're coming from. And no one here, and just so you know about our server, even though we're a Flat Earth server, Gigi, no one here will pressure you to become a flat earther. We want you to go through your own journey and take your time. And if you want information, we're here to help you find it. But yeah, we're just thrilled that you're here. And Meme is going, I guess Meme's going to, oh, you're welcome. Yeah.
It is very painful. I have to tell you, it is extremely painful to go through all of it.
I totally understand. Keep going.
Just to have this information, to know that other people don't know or understand your own family. And I'm not even talking about Flat Earth yet. I'm just talking about all the other stuff. But thank you.
Yeah, I think a lot of us have been through that. I realised that years ago. It wasn't a Flat Earth topic. It was another topic I tried to reach my mother with, and she got so traumatized by it. She just shut me down, and she turned around and she told me to never speak about that again, ever. And I was so frustrated and so upset, but I realised I can't keep trying to reach her with something that's actually causing her distress. I think everybody does it in their own time if they're going to wake up out of this situation.
Absolutely. For me, it's a matter of just it causing kind of a rift in a way between my mother and I. And she's my only support. I'm alone. So it's, like you said, I just have to let it go. It's just going through. It's just
the most important thing. It is, isn't it? And it's really hard when you're doing it alone too. But hopefully you will find lots of friends online that you can talk with these great channels. And then I was going to tell you something else and I totally forgot. Oh, yeah, it's all about a relationship. And once you've spoken with them, it's about loving them and respecting them. And you don't want to break up family relationships over, this kind of thing, because that's the agenda, guys. This is what they want. They want to divide us. And they want to break up families. They want to break up friendships. And they want us all squabbling amongst each other because we're totally ineffective if we're not together on the subjects.
Absolutely. And that's what hurts the most, is that I know that's their agenda. And so it's up to me to not let that happen.
Yes, for us to be wiser than that. And it's very emotional and it's very frustrating. And we've all been there. We've all been there not all of us, but a lot have been there with our families and had these kind of blow-ups over these topics. And now I'm quite few years down the track, I've realised what's important, and that's to keep us together. And some people, I think they're just too traumatised, Gigi, they're too traumatised by what we're trying to tell them, and it just closes them and shuts them straight down.
I think it takes a lot, too, to even have an open mind to anything outside of what we've been literally raised to believe. And when you start looking at all of these topics in Flat Earth, it's really overwhelming, So I just have to keep it to myself. But you're right. So many people have been wonderful. I have 1,000 questions people answer every day, and all the other topics that I've been looking at. So I appreciate all of you for being here for others. And
yeah, Gigi, can you come a little closer to your mic, please, sweetie?
Oh, sorry.
That's better.
Is that any better?
Yeah, coming in closer. Yep.
I think I have a new headset and it doesn't work the best. I forgot. But I appreciate everyone and all that you give in helping other people out. And I have one I've met who have been answering questions, and I found great support and better than I have. And I've been chronically and very ill for many years, and even in that world, I didn't have the support I found in this kind of new endeavor of mine. So I'm very, very grateful. I'm very grateful.
You'll find a lot of support in this community. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm pinging you in our ladies chat room. So yeah, I encourage you to stick around. A lot of us have gone through the same kind of issues that you're talking about, and there is a lot of support here. We stick together, and we kind of, this ladies chat is a place, where we can share with each other, and then sometimes we have separate ladies meetings. Hopefully you can come to, and and hopefully you'll stick around tonight, because I know Meme is going to give us some more details, hopefully, about this meme contest, and then we'll probably go back to the regularly scheduled ladies' night if people are still into it. So, Meme, I read off just what you had written in the announcement there before, so I don't know if you wanted to give some more details about that.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say, if anyone has any questions about it, feel free to DM me or DM Crypto. If you have to ask what a meme is or how to make a meme, you probably shouldn't do it, but anyone on the server can do it. And you'll get a special role, and your meme will get pinned to the front of the server, to the front of the wiki, to Instagram and Facebook, with credit to you, whoever wins. And that's pretty much going to be it. And
I think that sounds great. I hope we better see some good memes coming in here. I think that's great. Yeah.
Where Double A, you can make whatever meme you want, because we're going to judge the top 10 and then have a vote with those top 10 to see which ones are the best.
What room are we posting the memes in?
Yes, I have an important idea to add.
What's that?
It's basically making all the memes at the beginning, before revealing, making them anonymous.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have a meme room. Everything's gonna, and I mean, you can share them. You can share them however you want to. That's the thing. But we're probably gonna make a meme room. Everyone post them in there, and
meme room.
Yeah, and that's just gonna be where we post all of them, and we'll get the winners out of there.
Well, and I think we should also send links to where they can create memes. If somebody wants to create a meme, we should have some a good website where you can go create a meme. And
like a website.
Yeah. If however y'all want to signal boost this, however y'all want to get this out there, if y'all want to tag people and say use this, go for it. This is completely free to however anyone wants to make their meme. I don't care if they make it on an online meme generator or in Photoshop, however they want to make it. As long as it's meme format. We're not looking for infographics.
Yeah, no GIFs.
Yeah. That would be a separate competition. We are probably going to have an infographic competition, because a lot of Flat Earth, and I'm going to say this in big giant air quotes, memes are not actually memes. They're bad infographics, because they're trying to find a space between meme and infographic, and there just isn't one. You either need a meme or you need an infographic. And your memes should be short, to the point, and it should speak itself. Your meme doesn't need a lot of words. The picture with top text, bottom text format should be able to say 1,000 things. So
in the future, we're going to have a room where you can post those memes, and then it's going to be there's
right
voting for the memes.
On October 30th, midnight October 30th, we're going to lock the room. No more memes are going to be posted in there, and we're just going to scroll through them, pick out the best ones, and then those best ones we're going to vote on.
Excellent.
And what are the rewards?
And the reward is you will get a special role, but your meme will be pinned on the front page on the top of the Discord with credit to you, on Instagram with credit to you, and on Facebook with credit to you. Oh, and on the wiki page with credit to you.
Well, I can put it up on the YouTube channel.
You can put it on the YouTube channel too.
Yep.
And we'll credit the creator of the meme. And that's going to be what it is, because we are seriously lacking on good memes.
Cool. I just want to say quick thank you to Quacker Oats and her mum. They're leaving now. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Luca, I think we're probably going to have it's going to be the server voting. We're going to pick the top 10, or we're going to pick 10 out of it, and then the server can vote on them. It's going to be completely open.
I love it. You're right, because we need fresh memes. We got the same old stuff. This is a great way to get some new stuff out there. We know we have a lot of creative minds in here, so I know people can do this. It's a great idea. You know what, meme? I'm just going to up your reward. I will give a month of Nitro to the winner as well.
Oh, wow. Hey, there you go.
Add that in there. I already gave that as a reward for when we did trivia on Ladies Night one time. So I've already done it. I can't remember who won, but that person can testify that I followed through with the reward. So
now for future competitions, we're planning an infographic competition.
Well, if I steal a meme from Facebook that's really good and it's selected,
it's disqualified. It has to be OC.
Well, how do you know?
Original, because I know. I can stick it into Photoshop and check the EXIF data.
All right, cool. I'm down. I'm down. All right.
Yeah, it's all got to be OC. Obviously, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for fresh content.
Can you clarify the difference between infographic and meme specifically?
An infographic is you have a picture and you have information on it that's telling you what's in the picture, maybe why something works, how something works. That's an infographic. A meme is a picture that conveys a message with very little text. And that is it's easy to retain mentally and visually so that you can pass it on. And when you pass it on, it's easy to retain visually and mentally so that it can keep being passed on. That's why memes work better than infographics. So our first competition is going to be a meme competition, right, but we are going to have an infographic competition after that.
Right. So a GIF is not submissible in this part of it.
Well, no. A GIF is a GIF. A meme is a meme.
Exactly.
Right. So like you'll see on there, no boomer tier memes, no lefty text length memes, which means if you're having to read it for more than 10 seconds, you're done. If you can't read your meme in 5 seconds, it's too long. A meme should be short, hopefully funny, witty, not negative. You try and want to be positive. Positive mention what you're talking about. It can be cutting and offensive because the best memes are cutting and offensive, but in a positive way.
So there's going to be a special room where we're posting these. Is this created yet, or
it's not created yet because nobody's made any memes yet? We're gonna get that created tonight, though.
Cool, awesome. So once that comes up, we'll announce it on the live stream and for everyone in the channel too.
Yep, and the competition starts tomorrow. It ends on October 30th.
All right,
but
cool.
memes about flat Earth or whatever.
They're flat Earth memes.
Can be also globe Earth, like a part or like a.
Look, you submit whatever meme you want to.
Okay.
For the competition.
It's for all members in the Discord, right?
Yeah, it's for 13,800 people can submit memes if they want to, and they can submit them about globe Earth, flat Earth. I don't care. We're going to pick from the top. The 10 that we pick are all going to be flat Earth memes. But if you want to submit globe Earth memes, I don't care.
In a sense,
it's really fun to look through, like scroll through that meme room and just look at all the different memes that people submit. It'll still be fun for everyone.
Yeah.
I'm saying if he's sarcastic on the globe, it's still flat, let's say.
Yeah, if you want to do memes like that, you don't have to ask me for advice for memes specifically.
Okay.
But all right, I said you ought to, but because I'm going to tell you that if you have to think too much, then your meme is not good.
Wow, look at all.
If you have to apply too much brain power, because when you look at a meme, you should get it.
Now, as far as roles go, since we're talking about it, what roles are going to be able to submit memes?
Right now, I think there's a problem with anyone with lower than voice verified, but we're going to see about everybody. People in the lobby, on lobby roll, if they communicate with someone and submit a meme, they can do that. They can just ask a mod or a gold, hey, I have a meme, can you submit it in my name? And we'll do that for now, but we might change something on that.
All right, so VC Verified will be able to submit memes in that room?
Everyone will. Everyone can submit a meme, no matter your role. If you're on the server, you can submit a meme.
Okay, cool. All right, sounds.
Do runner-ups get anything, lol? That's a good question. I'm not sure. Should they? There's no prize for second place.
I know, it's just like you want lobby members to come in and just freaking start spamming all kinds of crazy shit. No, I don't necessarily think that's a good idea.
Like, if you don't win, you lose. I mean, there's winner chicken dinner.
Well, you might have to, if you can give lobby role members the ability to put memes, then you're probably
they can
NSFW channel,
Yeah, they can. Maybe we can just make a permissions channel that allows everyone to post in there, but it's going to have to be heavily moderated because obviously. So that's why I think lobby should just have to submit through people. If they're serious, they'll submit a meme to somebody.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So
what about number of submissions?
Number of submissions?
Should be one.
If you make a bunch of memes and we say you've made all these memes, which one do you want to submit? That's how it'll work. So you can make a bunch if you want to, but only one of them can move forward.
Yeah, but the memes are supposed to be your original memes, right?
Yeah. But I mean, if you make 3 memes, 3 cool memes, and when we're looking at them and it's like, hey, this one person submitted 3 memes, we'll have you pick which meme you want to go. Which meme is your submission, basically.
That's interesting.
Okay, fair enough.
It's a challenge. It's a challenge, everyone.
So, and this is our first competition, so there's probably going to be some kinks. We'll get it all worked out, though.
Excellent. Yeah, it should be fun.
Yeah.
All right. Did we come to an end on Ladies' Night?
Nope. I'm giving it back over to y'all right now.
Yep.
Continue on.
All right. Okay, I wasn't sure.
You guys do what you want to do.
All right.
Sorry, I just wasn't sure. We have someone new. If you're done, meme, that is.
I guess I'm done, Bambi.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. No,
carry on. Oh, carry on, lass.
Oh, that's Irish. Right,
yeah, I know.
Quiet.
Yeah. It's just quite a fetching accent, though, if I don't say so myself. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Oh, God. All right, bye. All right, so, Cartrick.
Hey.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
Do you have any questions you'd like to ask? I know you said you were new to Discord and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm kind of new to the whole flat Earth thing as well. I was wondering if you guys could just give me a general explanation, because my friend told me a little bit about it, but I just want to learn about it from you guys.
Of course. Well, the Earth is measurably flat. We take their numbers, we put them to the test, and they come up extremely flawed, not just a little bit, but extremely. So we observe flat, we see flat, we feel no motion. There's no proof that we're living on anything but a stationary flat plane. So that's basically a quick rundown of it.
Thanks so much, because I hear a lot about this, but a lot of people joke about this. I was wondering, how do you deal with the people that detract it in public?
Sorry, what was that? Oh, sorry, I can't multitask. I was reading and listening.
No, a lot of people joke that you're just a flat earther or something. I'm just wondering, how do you respond to those type of people?
Well, those type of people, there's a lot of people try to make fun of flat Earth rather than questioning it, and I think that makes them
with arguments.
That should be embarrassing for them if they're making fun of it rather than questioning it, because I encourage everyone to question everything. So if you're going to laugh at it or make fun of it or just saying, oh, you're just a flat earther, rather than looking into it, because once you look into it, you don't even have to have a PhD to realize that we see no motion, we see no curvature, we feel no motion. So yeah, you don't need to be big brain mathematician to figure this stuff out. It is really simple. So that's all I would say, is just question it to them,
Thank you so much for the explanation. I'm just going to listen for now, but you guys go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, no problem. Feel free. We tend to go off in tangents, or we try to get people to ask questions and stuff. So if you figure out something you want to ask, or if we've said something that you're not clear on, don't be afraid to tell us to explain it a little bit more, or if we could repeat it or whatever, or jump in with the question.
Thank you so much. This is so welcoming. I like this website a lot. I guess I'll be staying here for a while.
Yeah, I mean, this is Ladies' Night. We do this every Friday, where your questions get asked to a flat Earth woman rather than it being open to everyone. It's a much more welcoming environment. So if you do come back, maybe in a few hours or at another time, just be warned. It might be a little bit. There'll be more men speaking, and testosterone kicks in because they've been quiet for so long. So it might get a little hostile. So
I guess I was really lucky.
Yeah, you came in at a great time.
So I have a quick question. What is this conversation about?
Sorry, I was just explaining. I was answering the questions that Cartrick, is that how I say that?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, Cartrick. I was just answering the question he had, which was he wanted me to give a quick little rundown on what Flat Earth is. Is there anything you'd like to ask?
Yeah, can you just tell me what you told him? Because I'm
Of course. Of course. So yeah. So basically, the Earth is observably flat and stationary. We took their numbers that they say for what we're living on this ball, and we put it to the test, and they came up not just a little bit flawed, but extremely flawed. So through observations and stuff like that, we can prove that it's flat. So that's just the very basics about it. There's much more that goes into much more details about like us living next to a vacuum and stuff like that, which breaks the second law of thermodynamics, being that gas needs a container. So it can get a little bit more confusing. But yeah, that's the main rundown of it. We observe no motion. And now, let me get this right, because I said it wrong yesterday and everyone laughed at me. We observe... No, wait. We feel no motion. We observe no curvature. There we go. I always get that wrong. Does that help?
Watch the live stream. Make sure you said that right. Hold on, give me a second. I'll go back to the live stream and see if you said that right. Yeah.
I said it wrong yesterday. I said we see motion. We see no motion and feel no curvature. So I say it too many times. Plus, it's late. If anyone of the other ladies want to jump in and explain a little bit about the Flat Earth, go ahead. No?
Yeah, so for all intents and purposes, what we see is a flat plane, and what we feel is a stationary plane. So that's what Bambi was talking about, is the direct measurements. And there's so many people that have done these direct measurements now, and they're using lasers. They're looking for the 8 inches per mile squared over, I think it's a minimum or around 25 miles. So these are direct observations that we can look at. And what they do is they disprove the heliocentric model, because we're not finding that curvature that's expected. There seems to be an issue with the model, the heliocentric model.
Yeah. So we're just taking what they're saying and putting it to the test, and it's coming up flawed.
So you all believe that the Earth is flat?
Not all of us. I mean, there's people in here that don't, but a lot of us do. I do. I believe that the Earth is exactly what I experience.
Yeah, but...
And the other thing, guys, about Australia, right? We are the flattest inhabited continent in the world. You can go to places like Lake Eyre when it floods there, and it is it's just an expanse of flood water, and you just see, on a good day, mirror of the sky. So, I mean, it's very hard to convince me, living on such a flat plane, that I am underneath a ball that's spinning in space.
Yeah, this is bullshit. I'm out.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of stuff that we get. I mean...
Thanks for coming by. And you know what? It might seem like bullshit today, but at least you've got something to think about for the future. So thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Hey, Becky, that was a nice thing to say.
Hey, Jen. Yeah, that's not even that. I hang out over at Gems a lot, so I get a lot of slack from internet trolls. So people like that don't bother me. You know, like first time he sounds really young, he's cruised in, and it sounds pretty way out, and he's out. Well, you know what? That's fine.
Yep.
At least he came to question.
Right,
exactly.
Well, that's where he is right now, and like you mentioned, someday it'll make sense.
I don't think it's real at all, but I'm just here because I'm interested in all of this, I guess. I'm not here to troll.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions they'd like to ask, or want us to explain something about what flat earthers observe or believe?
So I was looking at Becky's YouTube channel, and this looks really interesting. But what is this VIP abuse ring and Satanism in Victoria, Australia? Do you mind elaborating on that?
Oh, probably not at the moment because we're doing a flat Earth show. But in another channel, I would love to go into that later.
Perfect. Okay, I guess I have to wait for that.
Absolutely, we'll catch up and talk about a lot of stuff.
Perfect. There you go, Mary. Yeah, Mary. Sorry, I'm so used to saying Mary. There you go, Becky. You've got a after show.
I got a friend. I had a friend I can chat with later. That's awesome.
You've made her whole night.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So are other planets out there real planets, and are they real? Or have they just fed all of this, like what other people believe? Have they just fed a solar system to us? Like, I didn't even know that we hadn't really gone to the moon. Like, this is all just mind-blowing.
It is very overwhelming, so please take your time with it. It is very overwhelming. But as for the other planets, I can only tell you what I observe, which for most of them is just little twinkly lights. But that's about it. I can't tell you much more, I'm afraid. It's I tend to talk about the Earth that we're living on because we all look up at the stars and we all say the same. And if you want to see like the rings of Jupiter or stuff like that, you have to go to like the NASA observatories. I think I always pronounce that wrong. To be able to view much more than what you can see with the naked eye. But yeah, if anyone else wants to add on that, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to bring up also the rovers, supposedly like the Mars rovers and stuff, sending us pictures of what it looks like on Mars, and we can find that terrain, and it looks exactly like a place here on Earth, you know. So and even tourists or people have seen, you know, the Mars rover out in the desert, and they're taking pictures, and those same pictures and saying they're from Mars. So if that's debunked, I mean, how can we go off of some of the other pictures? Like she was saying, you know, we have to go use their tools.
I don't think anyone double A's got a question. If the Earth is flat, then why does water move downstream and upstream? Surely that defies gravity. I don't think anyone's denying that there is a force of down. And when water's moving, running, it's seeking its level, or it's seeking. I would say something maybe equilibrium. Water pulls in its lowest point. Thanks, Jedi. So as it pulls, it's running, it's moving to find that container.
Mm-hmm. I'd also like to correct myself that Jamesy very kindly pointed out I said rings of Jupiter when I meant rings of Saturn. I knew as soon as I said it. I didn't expect anyone to notice.
I was going to point that out to you, Bambi, but
I didn't think anyone noticed. I noticed as soon as I said it, and I was like, I'll just shut up. But then Jamesy had to go and point it out in the text chat. But
I hate to break everyone's bubble. Sorry, Jupiter has actually got rings. They're just very, 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 very small, and they can't be seen with the naked eye. Apparently, according to NASA priests. But yeah, Jupiter's got rings.
I knew that. I was trying to educate you all. Yes. So, question: if you consider, if you consider the other planets wandering stars, is Earth the only planet? Becky, was it Becky or Mary Mom that tends to talk about wandering stars?
Yeah,
Do you
well,
want to?
Earth in our position is not a star for a start, and that's where we get off course, because we're told that we are a planet, and what a planet is a wandering star. It's a star that's moving in its own course, which is different to the other majority of the stars. But we believe that the Earth is not a planet. It's not moving. It's got no physical attributes that would make us believe it was a star, only that we're told it is. I mean, when we look at stars, we see that they're glowing. We never go out and experience the Earth glowing under our feet and stuff like that. So I don't believe that Earth is a planet.
Wait, so could you clarify, like, what do you mean by a star?
Well, a planet is a wandering star. Planet means wandering star in Greek, right? So the wandering stars are the planets that we see in the sky. They are stars. They're stars that are moving. And they want the general narrative is that planet Earth, they call it planet Earth, is another star in this system, but it's not. It's not a star. It's nothing like it. The planet Earth is non-existent. We live on a plane, and Earth is the floor of this system, if you want to call it that. I don't even know what to call it.
Do that now or later?
What's that?
Do you think the Greeks knew about this back then, if they call it a star?
Yeah, well, all ancient civilizations.
Mom, look.
What's that, mate?
Squarehead.
Anyway, all ancient civilizations believed that the Earth was stationary and that everything was moving above us. And I've had an argument with some Globers about this. I think it was the Mayans. They believed they were the ones that could predict the solar eclipses.
Yep.
And then I had an argument with the Globers about that, because they said, well, the Mayans believed that the sun went down into a physical place in the Earth, and that's why they could predict the solar eclipses. But I just don't believe that. I mean, I know that's what they thought, but if we look at how they've got a Glober has a completely different.
Yes, all right, can you not shout over her, please? You can wait until she's done and then ask your question. Okay.
You can go ahead. I was just rambling. Go ahead, Bird.
Bird, would you like to ask your question? You were so keen to interrupt her.
Yeah, ask the square-headed question.
Kept saying Squirtle, guys.
Practice. Ladies' night wished.
We can handle this, guys, believe it or not.
Bird?
Okay.
I forgot, sorry.
Okay, Bird's frozen in fright.
He says, oh, crap, I was unmuted. Yes, you were. So please, you're still unmuted now if you'd like to pop yourself on mute. And if you can't find that button, I'll be able to do it for you.
Mm-hmm.
My cousin was in an argument with me. Okay, that's no thing. That's no problem, but you're still unmuted. So if you can mute yourself, that would be grand. Yep.
Does anybody else have any more questions?
Thank you. There was one that I think was a kind of troll from Double A, which was, do you think Scotland is flat enough to say the Earth is flat? I mean, I guess so. There's observations you can do in Scotland. There's even this amazing thing, right? Obviously it's about the heliocentric model, so it's a hill that defies gravity, right? So basically what it is an optical illusion. They say it's a hill that defies gravity. It's just an optical illusion. It's a hill in Scotland that you can drive up and stop your car, and you will look as if you're on a hill. You'll feel as if you're on a hill, but you will be rolling up the hill. You won't be rolling down the hill.
We've got those two near my house.
Yeah, there's one by me as well. So you can get out the car, set a bottle of water, and the bottle of water will roll up the hill. Correct. If you're going to use my memes, just at least tag me. Those are my cat memes. But yeah, sorry. Yeah. So in Scotland, yeah, there's a hill that breaks quote unquote gravity, even though it breaks itself.
Sorry for asking so many questions, but could you guys explain about the planets? So, like, we know that Earth is a star, but what about the other planets? What do we call, like, the Jupiter and Mercury and stuff like that?
They're called wandering stars. Planet means wandering star in Greek. So we're not a star. Earth isn't a star. So those stars, you know, look, I know you guys don't like this, but the Bible talks about some stars that go off their course, and that could possibly be these planets that we see doing all these things and on their own courses, because all the other stars are moving together from east to west, but these guys have got their own little paths that they're on.
Yeah, but all we excuse me, all we can do is observe twinkly little lights. There's not much more we can do.
Which I have observed, and believe it or not, they don't change their location. They show up in the same place at the same time of year every single year. How is that possible if Earth is spinning and spinning every 24 hours and flying through space? How is that happening?
Yeah, that's so crazy. And what's the probability that we see all these, shooting stars or whatever, and they just happen to always miss Earth, even though we're flying, and who knows what else is out there through this infinite vastness.
Exactly.
But also to add to your the planets and the stars, like Jupiter, Uranus, Saturn. If you look into mythology, I mean, these were worshipped, and some people actually believe they're deities or gods that people sacrifice to and whatnot. And so, I mean, that's more of the Bible stuff, but I just add to.
So just to clarify, I was wondering, whether the other planets are flat as well, or do we think that?
No, because they're not other planets. Earth is not a planet. We are the floor. Okay. Here's a good way to describe it. The planets are on the ceiling, right? Like, you know how you get glow stickers?
Yeah.
You can stick them on you. Yeah, exactly. So we're down here on the floor. The floor is the Earth. So we are nothing like the planets in the sky. Nothing like them. Absolutely nothing like them. They are stars. We are not. In a flat Earth reality. We're nothing like the planets. We're not moving, we're not glowing, we're not flying, we're stationary, we're the floor. And they're all doing this above our heads. They're the ones that are circuiting around above us.
Thank you so much for your explanation. Sorry for asking so many questions.
That's okay. It's lovely. It's refreshing to talk to you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
It's refreshing to talk to you as well.
Hello. That really helped me for you to explain it that way, that we're a flat plane on the ground, say, and then everything is above. That helped me really a lot, just so you know. I have brain problems too, so
yeah, it helped me too.
And then,
into it.
Can I ask? So with the sun setting and going around, what they told us is going around, or we're going around. I forget which way. We're going around the sun, or whatever they told us. What do you feel in relation to the sun then?
Yep. So the flat earthers, we will claim that the sun is small and localized. So like streetlights, for example, once you drive further enough away from that streetlight, you'll no longer see the light. It will become dark again. It's the same concept with the sun. So we claim that the sun and the moon are small and localized. So as they're moving towards us, that's when they're rising. And as they're moving away from us, it looks like they're setting, because they're getting too far out of our reach. So we become dark.
Pretty much. There's a little experiment that you can do. Light doesn't travel forever, and we know that. Like Becky's saying, you drive away from a street light and eventually you'll no longer be able to see it. And the experiment that you can do is, when it's dark in your room, you put a torch on and pretend the torch is the sun. If we want to pretend that the sun is as far away as they say, you hold the torch up really high, a lot of your room will be covered with light. Everywhere will be light. But if you say the sun is a localized source and you pull it closer to the ground, which is the earth, there will be parts of the room which are in darkness, because light can't travel forever. And the light will dissipate. It will eventually it won't just be bright in one and then immediately dark. It'll sort of fade into darkness. which, if you want to say that is the sun setting, obviously we don't think it sets, we just think it moves away. So yeah, we just believe it to be a local light source. And all it does is move away over your head to the point where you have your quote-unquote sunset, where the sky goes orange. And then it just moves away to another area.
So I put a little meme in live stream voice text, and it says, if the Earth is flat, why don't we see sunlight 24 hours a day? And then there's a picture of a light globe on a wall, and it says the same reason why this light bulb cannot illuminate this entire wall. So if the sun's a lot lower and a lot more localized, it's not going to shine and light up that much of the surface of the Earth. So it's once you, because if you're just new to this topic, to flat Earth, it's going to sound pretty confusing at first. And it took me a while to get my head around how things worked on a flat Earth. It took me many, many months. And you just find yourself automatically thinking about it. You'll be driving along and then you'll notice the moon at a certain time of day, and then you'll start thinking, about stuff. And it's just a process because we've been in this other mindset for the majority of our lives now.
Mm-hmm. It's tough. But to the lad that was asking the questions, keep going. Ask as many as you want. I mean, there's no such thing as a stupid question. Well, I mean, there is, but ask it anyway. But ask as many questions. Like, we don't care. You could sit in here for hours just asking questions back to back. We would love that. So yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm on a bay, at a place that's a bay, and I'm between two land masses. So it's about 7.5 miles. So I was looking at their curvature calculation, and it should be about 37 feet to the other side going over the curvature. But I'm standing like 6 feet above the sea level. So how do you do that? Is there a calculation for that? For if you're standing above the sea level, how much more curvature you're supposed to see, quote unquote?
Yeah, there's a thing that I can put in. Hold on. It's taking the height of the observer, and then Jedi, do you know if you want to pop it in for me, the equation that you would do to figure out the curvature from the height of the observer to how much drop there should be? You would really need something like a point, like a boat out on the water that you could witness at a certain distance away that should be down a drop. So you would probably need something to look at. But if Jedi or someone else can find the thing. Sorry, were you going to say something?
Oh, yeah. Well, I because it's so clear here, I would be able to see actually the other side of the landmass, like the coastal line. So that's what I'm actually want to try to do. And I see the curve calculator thing they put up. Thank you for that.
All right. Okay. Well, perfect. You can see the other side. And you said it was about 7 miles?
Yeah, it's 7.5 miles.
All right. Well, that's amazing.
Do you know what the elevation? Sorry. Do you know what the elevation is on the other side?
I don't know that offhand. I just know I'm standing about 6 feet above sea level because it's on a little wall that they built to hold in the water.
Yeah, you need to know the elevation on the other side, otherwise there's not really a lot you can say. So there's two formulas you could go for, but the one I would go for if I were you is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You could do 8 inches per mile squared. It's entirely up to you, but you've always got to factor in both your height and the elevation of the thing you're looking at.
Mm-hmm. P.S. Crypto, it's ladies' night.
Okay.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies.
Yeah, we've both done it now, so like we're just, me and him are dicks.
Yeah, no, it's not you. There's been like 20 years.
It normally finishes at 1. That's why I thought I could just go ahead, but anyway.
Yeah, no, we're still going. So wished.
I stole 15 minutes of their time.
He did.
Wished.
As he was saying, you've got to know the height from the other side as well, because it could be elevated, and that would just defeat the point. So yeah, you're going to want to maybe figure out, pick an object, figure out the height of it or whatever, so you can work it out. Otherwise, like Crypto said, it would kind of be null and void.
Okay, I understand. I know there's a dock over there that's just a few feet above the water, so.
Yeah, maybe take that as your target.
Okay, all right, I got it.
All right. We have another question from Double A, which is, why don't we see the sun even though we're not in the sunlight? And the phone light example,
You're
can still...
uneducated. You need to go study back to primary school, to be honest.
Do you want to speak to me, like, about Flat Earth or something? Because I was talking, you kind of, like, did my middle of my sentence interrupt the start of yours? How he left? Okay. Sorry, the question was, why don't we see the sun even though we're not in the sunlight? In the phone example, you can even see the light in the corner of the room. It's dark. Again, Becky's example of moving away from streetlights, you will eventually, the room is just a miniature example to show travel forever. But again, I guess you could do it with a friend, lie out on a field of grass and just shine a light down. And eventually, the further you go away, you'll no longer be able to see the light. So that's just on a smaller scale. Again, I can't really give you a large scale on the small room that you've got, but that was just to show you about light and dispersing. I can't get the word out right for that. Does that answer you? You probably best to do it with a friend. If I'm going to fly from California to New Zealand, how do I go east to west if the Earth is flat? I'm sorry, what? How do you go east to west? I mean, north is in the center. You circumnavigate. You pull around north. Because Africa is 50 miles from America. Did someone ban the guy that came in here?
No, just muted him. That was Flamido.
Sorry, who?
Flamido. That was the guy who interrupted you, so I muted him. I don't know if you want to unmute him again. I think they've left.
Yeah, they've left. Okay, wait, let me see how many more ladies we've got in here, because Mary Mum had to drop out, and then I think so did Blaze. Becky, she's deafened. Jen, but she's a robot, bless her.
You've had an excellent show tonight, Bam. Honestly, I can't give you girls enough credit. That was an awesome show tonight. I don't know, obviously, you seem to be winding down and stuff, but just definitely wanted to give you kudos. That was a brilliant show.
Yeah, it was good. I think we're gonna... Haley, are you there? I think we'll call it a night. We've got Lilica in chat. We have Percent.
I agree with Jed. I mean, this has been the best ladies' night so far.
Yeah. Is there any last minute questions that anyone wants to ask in chat? Any last minute to end the show? We'll take one more if there's...
Yeah, just say thank you all very, very much. And this has been a really nice way to open for me to come to a ladies' night where I thank you.
No, you're welcome. Please do come to more. You're more than welcome here. You picked an amazing time because you came in as a lobby, didn't you? And we unmuted you. You picked an amazing time to join us. We do this every Friday. I'm not sure what time zone you're in, but it's 5 p.m. Is it Eastern Standard Time? I think 5 p.m.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, 5 p.m. Eastern. Okay, perfect then. Well, yeah, no, please do come. We try to do it every Friday. You've got the lassies role, so you'll get a ping whenever we're getting ready to start and stuff. And sometimes we have meetings to talk about things that will main topics and stuff. So feel free to come along to those as well. You just get a ping out and you can join us. All right.
Sure. And
Bambi, you did awesome.
Yeah, no, everyone did. Mary Mum, Lilica, even Lilica was in the text chat just having a go at people. She's like a little pit bull.
I just want to mention to Gigi really quick. I mean, we do this 24 hours a day. We just give the ladies some room because I mean, there's so many. It's male dominated for the most part. So we give the ladies some room on Friday afternoons, for us, but it's nighttime for people in Europe and stuff. But you're welcome to come in here anytime, Gigi, and there's always people here.
Mm-hmm.
If I can say, I've actually looked in here so many times and been very intimidated, quite frankly, and just kind of hearing that it can get,
it can get heated.
I totally get it. That's why we do the ladies' night. I totally get it.
So I appreciated this, especially as a first introduction. So I really, really appreciate it.
We've had a lot of positive feedback from Ladies' Night because it is very passionate for some people, and females, yourself being one, if you're a mother, we just have that friendly instinct, the mother instinct of just being really nice, and it's a welcoming environment for people. I mean, even some of our ladies who, ever since we've been doing Ladies' Night, they've actually started speaking. A lot of them didn't talk because they couldn't get a word in sideways, because there was a lot of men with high testosterone, fighting and arguing, and it was very difficult for a lady to get a word in. So we did this so that we can help boost females in the flat earth. And I mean, there was a small handful of us at the start, and now we've had to make a whole row for it because there's so many of us here. So I'm so glad you came in.
We've got loud voices, that's it.
Yeah, you guys can get it can get pretty heated. And Ladies' Night has
That's a lie!
A couple of times. Yeah, Ladies' Night has only been heated a couple times.
That's not true at all.
Yeah.
I have no aggression.
The men do this also.
Right now, what's your defensive level? Come on.
I don't interrupt anybody. Shut up.
This is why we had a
like the
ladies'
men are chomping at the bit to get back in here.
Hold on, guys.
We're not loud. That's a lie.
I know you guys are joking, but this is another reason.
No, sure.
Because
Bambi.
a lot of women get talked over. A lot of women's voices get kind of silenced because they're not as confident. A lot of us aren't as loud spoken as a lot of the men. So it can be very difficult for us to get our word out. Some of us are more confident, like myself. I will just speak over them and tell the men to stuff it. But some other women are a bit more polite than me, and they don't do that. I didn't at the start. So yeah, Ladies' Night was just to encourage more women, and I'm so glad that you felt it was a good environment, confident enough for you to speak to us. And yeah, you have the VC verified role, you have a valued, so you'll be seen as a valued member, and you have a lassies role, so you get a ping when we start Ladies' Night. But you don't have to just come to Ladies' Night. You can come to the live stream. If you're not confident speaking, when it's a lot of people talking, you can ask it in the text chat, any questions or anything you want to add. But yeah, I'm so glad that you're here. We always love more women.
Yeah, and you can always listen on the live stream. You don't have to be inside here to listen to the live stream. You can actually listen to it on YouTube as well. So.
Of course, streams over on YouTube live. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. It streams.
Yep. 24 hours.
Andy, sorry. There was that Flamingo guy wanted to ask a question, but he's since left again, so
that's fine.
I don't know if he wants to come back. Yeah, no
Sounds good. We'll ask it before we go. But yeah, it's live streamed on YouTube. If you genuinely just type 24/7 Flat Earth live stream, it'll come up. It's the first thing. And we try to be live 24/7. So if you don't want to come in here, or if you're on the go, you can listen to it through the YouTube if you would like.
Yeah, it's the only Flat Earth live stream that's actually live 24 hours a day, like with real people from all over the world talking about Flat Earth. It's the only one.
Yeah.
Well, the only other
one. We'll make sure.
The only
Biggie. Other one.
The only other one. I'm sorry, Biggie, but I just mean, thing from this Discord. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you just type in Flat Earth Discord on YouTube and you'll find it. You'll find out live stream or Miggy's stream.
Yeah, Gigi, we will actually look after you though if you do come in when it's the guys and you want to speak. We will make sure your voice is heard.
Yeah,
we will.
Thanks, guys.
So, guys,
I can speak up too.
Of course. Was it one more question we had for the ladies before we go?
Yeah. Wait. How did the Japanese bomb Pearl Harbor? How did they get there that fast?
I'm sorry. Do you have a flat Earth question?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just wait for like 5 minutes, Flame.
Yeah.
We'll get to
Do you have a question related about the shape of the Earth?
I think that was his flat Earth question.
Is that it?
Yeah, I think that was it, guys.
Don't cut this.
Do you have something a little bit better to ask? Maybe
I mean,
about
that is the flat Earth question. Like,
kind of is, but
okay. Just wait. We got ladies night game. We're not finished ladies night just yet. Hold on. You're jumping the gun. The testosterone is kicking in. Calm down. We're not done yet.
I am Flame, King of the Andals and the First One, the Khaleesi of the Great Grossi, the Unbound, the Breaker of Chains. This is me. Come on.
I wasn't
the father of
dragons. The father of dragons, the Breaker of Chains. Oh my god. All right. Well, if you want to save that question for after, if you have anything, I don't know how that's a flat Earth question. How did they get there so fast? I'm sorry. I've never had that question put to me before.
He's trying to say the way that they're explaining that they would travel would take too long to get there. But I think he's just having a little joke with us.
All right, no problem. That's all. I'd never heard that one. That's something I genuinely thought he was trolling. I've never thought about that one before.
No, I think he is trolling. I think it's his trolling.
Explain that one to you.
Question.
I know where the question came from, but
all right. Well, you can explain it after.
We'll address that later.
But
okay, no worries, man.
You can address it after. But we're gonna end now. So yeah, everyone on the YouTube, thank you for listening. All the ladies we had in here tonight, a lot of them had to go. Jen, I hope you get your bloody Wi-Fi sorted because we need you in.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I can hear you.
Whoever said, "Can we hear you?" Yes.
Woo-hoo. I've been listening, you guys.
Yeah, hopefully you sound good just now. Touch wood, so it stays like that.
Yeah, let's that it's over.
Oh, she's cutting out. Who didn't touch wood? Who? Oh, Jen, yeah, get that sorted because we need you in here. But yeah, everyone on the YouTube and everyone in here. And I know it's difficult for the men to keep quiet, and I know a lot of people have jumped in multiple times throughout the whole ladies' night, but that's okay. Yeah, it's difficult to stay quiet. I guess.
I just want to thank everybody that came along tonight. It was really enjoyable. So thanks very much, guys.
Yeah, it was amazing. All the new people that came, all the lobby roles that we unmuted that were amazing people that have now got VC verified. And Cartrick as well, your questions were amazing. And Gigi, you guys we appreciate all of you. And Circle was here as well. We really do appreciate you all. And thank you for participating in Ladies Night. You gave us things to talk about. The last thing we want is sitting quiet. So yeah.
This has been awesome. I think it's been awesome. This is my favorite Ladies Night so far, man. I really, it's been awesome.
Yeah, this one's been really warm and fuzzy feeling. It's been really good. So yeah, we'll hope to see you same time next Friday. Please come back with more questions and we shall end it here.
So Roger suggested this technique. So I said I would get to the technique. He said, the next time you find yourself embroiled in an argument with someone that's contentious and uncomfortable, say, institute the following rule. You don't get to respond to the person's claims until they've exhausted that particular claim, and this does presume to some degree that you're dealing with a good faith actor, even if they feel differently than you do. You don't get to respond until you have recapitulated their viewpoint and summarized it in a manner they find acceptable. That's so treacherously sneaky, that rule. Because what it means is you have to demonstrate that you attended to what they say closely enough and carefully enough to, first of all, act out validation of the idea that they have an opinion worth attending to. So that's a big deal. People really like being paid attention to. There is nothing people like more than that, unless they have something to hide. And even then, there's a part of them that would rather have that paid attention to than fail to pass, what would you say, to go unnoticed. Every cynic is entirely disappointed when his or her cynicism goes unchallenged, because there's a part of them, like a little unwarped part of their soul, that's still alive thinking, oh my God, I hope someone calls me on all my foolishness and cynicism, because if they don't, that means that it's valid and generally applicable, and I'm in hell, and what good is that? And so, and I really mean that. I really mean that. And so you're called upon to, first of all, summarize what they said, which is not an easy thing, right? Because it means you have to, and sometimes it's somewhat incoherent and emotion-laden, especially if it's in the course of an argument. So you have to sort of strike right to the quick. It sounds to me like this is the point you were making. And then you lay out the point, and then you see they have to be happy with your summary. They have to be pleased with it, which means that you're doing exactly the opposite of straw-manning the argument, quite the contrary. And you're doing them a favor in some sense by reducing it to the gist, because that's actually an incredibly complex cognitive operation. I had one client who was extraordinarily seriously affected, and in the final analysis, I don't know if I was of any help to her, because the pit of family pathology she was ensconced in was so deep that no matter how far we dug, there was always a new layer of lies underneath the lies we had already worked months to uncover. It was just awful, like homicidal level awful, literally terrible. But she told me she went on a tangent that lasted for 4 consecutive day clinical sessions. Like, they weren't the whole day, but they were 50 minutes on 4 consecutive days. I had no idea where she was going. She was wandering all over in this Freudian associational manner, and she came to the point at the end of it. It was unbelievable. She tied together this, she was a very intelligent woman, she tied together this tremendously long, incoherent ramble into a little bow right at the end, like the punchline of a remarkable joke. And she had extracted, in some sense, the gist of what she was saying as a consequence of the circumambulation, the wandering through all this territory. And when you listen to someone very, very carefully, and especially if they express themselves for a while, and you say to them, well, it sounds to me like this is what you're saying, what you're doing is taking a tremendous amount of emotionally laden material, a lot of it unnecessary in the final analysis because of the ensuing synthesis, and offering them a synthesis, which is a great thing to do, especially if they're happy to accept it, because that also means that you did listen to them. So you signified that they were worth attending to, and then you listened to them enough to actually understand what they were saying, to try to understand it, and then you did understand it. And then they're way happier with you, even if you're arguing with them, because at least now they know they can rely on you to be a reliable listener, and that you're not trying to, you know how it is when you're arguing with someone, there's a part of you that really wants to win. It's like, I'm right, you're stupid and wrong. And so the best way for me to demonstrate that is to warp and bend your argument in some, make it trivial in some way it isn't, especially if it's directed to some degree at like elucidating my character flaws and to minimize you in doing so. And if you do that, of course, well, that's not a great road to peace unless you're willing to bring a big club to the argument, and many people are. And instead of listening and trying to make peace and sort things out, they'll use all sorts of subtle forms of suppression in their ensuing dialogue just to keep everything, you know, under the rug or in the closet. I wouldn't recommend that as a medium to long-term strategy, especially if you're trying to bring peace to a household. You have to go through this horribly painful process of listening to the people around you tell you what they think of their lives. And if you do that, then, well, maybe you can all come to a place that is characterized by something approximating genuine peace. And I would say that even psychophysiologically, you know, I mean, when there's tension in a household and multiple, what would you say, systems of value operating simultaneously, there's a tremendous confusion about what should reign supreme, right? And you think, well, nothing has to reign supreme. We can all have our diverse opinions. No, you can't. Not if you're going to live together in harmony. There has to be some overarching structure that unites you. What else is a family if it's not an overarching structure that unites you? Now, within that, there can be tolerance and even appreciation for necessary individual differences, and obviously there should be, but that doesn't mean there's not a higher unity that the entire organization, let's say, is striving for in some manner, and not only striving for, but pining for, or even dying for. And I don't use those words lightly. Like, the absence of that incorporating higher structure is a felt sense of catastrophe on the part of the members of the family. They're always at each other's throats. They're interfering with each other's goals. They can't listen. They're in a chronic state of hyper-arousal because mind, and we experience almost all our hope in relationship to defined goals. So this isn't some, what would you say, humanities myth or some reality that isn't as concrete as everything that you see before you. It's quite the contrary. And as far as Rogers was concerned,
Hello, anybody want to say anything? Somebody say they heard me say hello. Shit. Anyone listening? My thing's lighting up, so it must be working. I think.
Yeah, your mic's working, mate.
Thank you. I just figured out that I could deafen that bot unless somebody wants to keep hearing it. And I just thought I'd give a chance for some other people to talk or maybe some new people join. But right now it seems like just Globe deniers. Here's Gospel Bearer to say something maybe.
Not in particular. I have seen people come in and out of the VC though.
All right, I just thought we'd had enough of whoever that was talking. Question though, I'm new to this. This is the first time I've ever muted a bot. Do I need to unmute it? I've got it on server mute.
If you mute it, it's still playing. If you unmute it, you'll probably hear audio right away.
So I just leave it server muted for me right now then?
Well, it's not for you. It's when you server mute, it mutes for everybody.
But somebody else will be able to uncheck that and play it next
Correct.
time, right?
Anybody else, like I could unmute it right now if I wanted to, but
okay, that's why I was making sure I should ask that first. My bad.
Yeah, it would require, I believe, gold and up.
Yep, I'm a new gold, so I'm still old man boomer internet stuff, you know.
I got you.
So anyway, I posted a new video from Taboo Conspiracy.
Yeah.
Nearly 18 miles, distinct lack of curvature out there in the great state of Utah. Go ahead, Gospel.
No, that's great.
And he was like real close to the water, 3 or 4, maybe 5 feet up. And zooming in on lasers straight across the flat water. So no hump of Earth's curvature was blocking. And it was nighttime, so you would think that would minimize the refraction.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Flatty said he paused the bot.
Okay, cool. So I have the ability to pause it too. I'll just have to look at my list.
Maybe here you do now.
Okay.
I went ahead and gave you the role, so that way you go into the music bot command room, and if you ever want to learn the commands, all you really have to do is scroll and see what other people typed in, and just follow that as as how to do it, basically, if that makes sense.
Yep, I got that.
Cool.
Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are. It's Monday, April 4th, 2022. I've got my neighbor mowing the yard, so do you hear a mower in the background?
I don't hear anything.
Okay, I think I got the suppression on. So anyway, this is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If there happens to be somebody out there just hearing this for the first time, We are here. We've been here for several years now. We need direct measurements of Earth's curvature that are verifiable, repeatable, and demonstrable in reality. We also need to see detection of the Earth's motion. We're allegedly going somewhere in several different directions and vectors. We need to see detectable, repeatable proof of this alleged motion. And for number 3, let's see the existence of the Earth's gas pressure system, which is keeping us all alive and we're all breathing. We need to see this existing next to the near vacuum of space without containment. So any of those 3, if you got answers or you think you got an answer to that, come and talk to us about it. You agree, Gospel, if you're still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sounds like a good list.
We'll start with those 3 and go from there as far as this globe everybody thinks they live on. But I'll be the first to admit I thought I lived on one of those for 52 years of my life. And at age 52, I investigated the actual claims of the globe, and to put it lightly, they came up pretty short. As far as demonstrable reality, I see no signs of this globular object in space that everybody thinks they're on. That's just my opinion. We do have Wrecked Gamer here. Would you like to say hi, Wrecked Gamer?
He's been here all morning, as far as I've seen.
Heck yeah, what's up, y'all?
What's going on, Wrecked Gamer?
Oh, just went and looked at a job. Hopefully I get it. So I can pay some bills.
It sounds like you're a contractor put in a bid.
Yeah, HVAC.
If you put in the lowest bid, hopefully you still make money on it if you get it. That's what contractor life's about, basically.
Oh, yeah.
Well, nice to meet you. I'm Dave in Kentucky.
Hey.
Go ahead, go.
Sorry to interrupt, but HVAC, you know a lot about gas pressure and containers.
Yes. And if you have a leak, guess what? That vacuum is done with.
Yeah.
If you get a leak, you just call Don Petty. They'll take care of it for you.
Yeah, that's something that's pretty profound to me whenever I realize that, like, oh, they say that we have positive pressure right next to negative pressure. And so what is it, the magnetic field that's your container? This doesn't seem like it would really work.
So just
use gravity containers in HVAC?
That's a big negative. One video I saw, like, it was where they did the little slinky dropping it in slow motion.
Mm-hmm.
And we already know that, like, every force starts with a push. And just looking at it over and over again, I cannot see, like, because what will happen is the bottom part of the slinky will just stay right in midair until the top comes down. And I understand recoil action or whatever, but it seems like if we had gravity, it would still want to pull the bottom even though it's recoiling, and it doesn't do that. So it seems like it starts from a push, regardless.
Yeah.
So that kind of shoots out gravity as well for me.
What's unusual about that for sure is they would argue that there's an upward force caused by the spring is technically pulling the slinky upwards. Here's the problem with that. You can use a metal slinky, you can use a plastic slinky, which obviously have different what would be the tensions.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
They have different tensions, right? So different amounts of pooling or tension strength when they're expanded. Their desire to contract back to their natural contracted state as opposed to extended state. So the fact that a plastic slinky or a metal slinky is actually going to do the exact same thing invalidates the argument that the reason that it's not falling is because the upward force of the contraction tension matches the downward force of gravity. Well, that's a invalid argument because it's true regardless of the tension of the spring. So
that, and you see the weight being on the bottom anyway, so it's definitely being, the top part's being pulled to the bottom regardless. So, and no matter what, even if you had that tension, you still have a lot of slinky that is still loose or, can be pulled by gravity, and it doesn't do that. You know what I mean? It can be stretched out on the bottom from gravity pulling it, but it doesn't do it. So
yeah, I was trying to find.
I thought it was interesting. Like, I love all this. Oh, what? Hold on.
Oh yeah, here it is.
Exactly. Like, what about the bottom part of the slinky? Because it still could be stretched, yet it doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. If they've done,
you're not
especially like by the time it gets halfway, or any time in between, like it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to talk over. You're not accounting for the magical properties of selective gravity. Duh.
Selective gravity, yeah. Just like some people have an issue with selective hearing.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's unreal. What gets me is fights so hard.
You sound like you've been in this investigation for a while. How long you been looking at this subject?
Since about 2015. Started like the rest. First, I was like, nope, not getting into that. And then whenever I finally decided to, I tried to prove the ball. And quickly learned about the ball and got shut down.
Once you go to,
I mean, I'm honest with myself, so
yeah. Sorry, I think I got a little lag or something. Once you got to investigate the actual claims, that for me, it just I was grasping at each straws. There's got to be something. These space pictures got to be real, but no.
Right.
Anyway.
The craziest thing is,
you'll get all your tags and stuff. But welcome to the server.
Hey, the only one I want is to be under the flat Earth one because that's my bragging right.
Yeah, just it takes a little while till people hear you and talk to you, and then somebody give it to you. Yeah.
Hey, no worries. I'm here to learn. So,
but guys,
that's all I care about.
VC verified here if they want to say hi. Inkasi. Inkasi. Tell me how to say that, Inkasi. If you want to talk. Yes, they prefer to remain muted at the moment. So, if you had anything you wanted to bring up or talk about, Rick, the floor is yours. Unless Gospel's got something.
Well, the other thing. It was stupid to me. Uh-oh.
My bad. Discord just dropped me like a Neil deGrasse microphone.
Same here. That was weird.
Anybody else get booted? Just me.
So in my 30s, around 2015, once I kind of comprehended, like, oh wait, the Earth is flat. Like what? And then I started getting into the Bible, and I'm like, holy crap! Like, you always hear about the world view and then, the Bible view or whatever. And it's like, it's just really crazy to me that it was actually speaking truth in that
It's weird. I just got dropped again. Is it just me? He was in the middle of a sentence and my Discord just went down.
It was on break, Dave.
Okay. Anyway, Rick is, maybe he's reconnected. What's going on, Sasha? Give us a full report from, trying to remember where you're at. England, I think.
Yeah, UK.
UK. No. It's the United Kingdom, not the divided. They're all united, right? Everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, united.
Kind of like the United States. We're all on the same page here. We're all united on a spinning ball in nothing. Isn't it great? Okay, Wrecked is back. You're in the middle of a sentence.
Oh, it didn't work? Oh, I don't know where.
I don't know if it's just me or not. But go ahead and finish your thought if you want to.
Well, I guess I'll start back from whenever I was a teenager, thinking about where heaven was. Because, we could see so far in space, right? Looked into the Bible, Genesis, and it just sounded stupid to me at the time. And until 2015, and actually started believing that there's actually flat, and I started seeing like, holy crap, the Bible's actually true compared to the worldview. And I don't know, it's just life-changing in that sense. And I think it could be for a lot of people.
That's a valid sentence. I just want to, the live stream here, we try to stick to things we can prove and stuff. And
yeah, no, I was talking about personal experiences all.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just make it clear that's what you're doing, I guess. I'm just giving you friendly advice here as far as talking on the live stream. We try to stay away from touchy subjects like that. We have different rooms for that. But I agree the Bible backs up the flat earth concept.
It's a flat earth book in a sense, right?
Yeah. There's like, over 200 verses in there that refer to some aspect of it. But yeah, it's definitely not.
Yeah.
We can't prove who wrote it, when, all this stuff. But whatever got written backs up none of it actually backs up the flying ball in space for sure. How about that?
Right.
But yeah, that's a valid point. I'm not discouraging you from expressing yourself either.
And I'm not the type to push on that topic.
Just generally on the live stream, try to stay on topic, and if you're going to make any claim, make sure you got something to back it up, and you'll be fine.
Okay.
Right? But yeah, welcome to the server. And sound like you're an OG. I started around 2015 myself, so I'm still looking for the bendy waters 7 years on.
I love it. I forget who. Someone was in here saying good morning earlier this morning, and it was hilarious. Talking about bendy water and everything else.
Yeah. The bendy water, as the English would say. So Ian Kosey's in the chat saying his mic's failing him. Try rejoining Ian Kosey. Try to rejoin and maybe we can hear you. Hopefully I'll be able to stay on here. I've got dropped twice, but so far I'm still here, right? Is this the real life? Or is this just fantasy? Anybody name that band in the year?
So bad with names.
Queen, 1980 something. Bohemian Rhapsody. All right. Have you got yourself sorted there? You bounced out again. Or her. Any other topics you wanted to bring up, or discuss, Rick, while you got the mic?
The only thing which I'm sure is puzzling to most is two things is the stars.
Yep.
And the Taurus field or whatever. Like, I want to dig into that more. Like, not to talk about because I have nothing. But, like, as far as learning, that's the two big ones that I'm kind of looking for.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, because once you shift this paradigm and you realize that space isn't what they taught you, it actually, if you look on the bright side, it opened up a new wonder.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
I heard David Weiss, I think it was on one of his, like, you know, where he's talking to on whatever channel.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say he said that he sent a balloon up with a camera to look at the stars, and the stars actually disappeared. Has anybody seen that at all, or no?
Yeah, I've seen that footage. I mean, I haven't done a deep dive into it to verify anything, but it is interesting.
Isn't that nuts if that's true, though? Like, that is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, that indicates total speculation, but, you know, maybe the electrical magnetic field or whatever it is has sort of an ending point, and then you get above that ending point, and I don't know. Total speculation. Yeah. Who knows what's going on up there?
Right, and that's something that I think is pretty cool.
The sky is wide open for actual investigation now, what we can do of it, right? Basically,
yeah, because, I mean, like...
all we can do is observe, and that's just the first step of the scientific method, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, because, I mean, like, all my life, you're kind of trained that, you know, like, we already discovered everything, or, you know, like, for the most part, we know what things are, and it just brings wonder back into the world.
It's like 100%. The classic scene from the Truman Show. Yeah, I want to be an explorer. Oh, I'm sorry, we've already discovered everything. Sit back down, shut up. Get your
exactly.
Head, you know?
Yeah, right, I love it.
They're shooting down everybody's childlike imagination right there, you know. It's just, they want everybody to think we got all these answers, all these smart scientists got it all figured out. You know? We know that the universe is expanding and it's 14 billion years old and all this bullshit. And they piled it so deep now, people can't get out of it. Unless they want to, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, the sky is totally open for new verification, whatever we can do about that, right? Who knows? Probably not going to happen much in my lifetime. I'm getting up there. I'm almost 60, so we'll see.
60 years young.
Yeah. Spent 52 thinking I was on a spinning oblate paroid zipping around through nothing. With the water and atmosphere attached to it. It's pretty wild on it. Can't believe I used to believe that shit.
Yeah, like the more you grow into this, like how ridiculous it sounds.
I know, and I can't understand the people that don't see the absurdities right away. Especially when you point out things like level water and the atmosphere attached to this spinning rock that's just randomly flying through space. How does that make any sense? It doesn't.
There's no change traveling from, you know, south to north or whatever.
And the stars reset every year or whatever, you know. It's crazy.
In an ever-expanding universe. Yeah, it's nuts. But it's really, like, I mean, I'm not trying to make a claim. It's just my opinion, but it really opens your eyes to just the evil that is in control.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, whatever the other side of this, I like to think, generally speaking, this group of people here, we're here for truth, whatever that is. Well, whatever the evidence is, reality presents itself to me, that's where I'm going to go with it, you know?
Yeah.
The people that are on the other side of this trying to represent reality as false, they who knows what their intentions are? I'm not going to pretend I know, but
yeah,
it seems like a spiritual battle kind of to me. But not to get into spirituality, but you know what I mean.
well, yeah, because I mean, Ball Earth is for the most part materialistic.
Exactly.
So, yeah,
So
I'm happy to be here, though. Thank you.
whole generations for the last. Well, you're welcome, man. The last few generations, especially, been hammered with this materialistic evolution. You know, putting people as far away from the creator as they can. And
Oh yeah.
The more people get in touch with their actual beings and their reasons for existence, the better off we're going to be as humanity. You know. So,
agreed.
We seem like a real small group right now, but we could be bigger than we think we are. But I'm just being Pollyannish, I guess. After 7 years, I look for bright spots in all this, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it takes away a lot of fear for me because I used to be scared that the sun's going to explode. Like they don't know when it's going to happen.
Yeah, I remember going to sleep at night a couple times when I was a kid. What if the sun doesn't come up tomorrow? I was genuinely worried about that.
Yeah.
If somebody told me it would fly off into space, it would suddenly lose its gravity and just be gone. And I was like, we're going to live in darkness. You mean, how the plant's going to grow? Blah, blah, blah.
I'll say not only darkness, but freezing.
Right.
Yeah. I hate being cold.
I know, and that would be a horrible death if everybody just had to freeze to death and starve to death. And that wouldn't be quick either. So
yeah, which would come first?
A random asteroid might strike us at any time. I remember thinking shit like that too.
Yeah, dude, it's horrible.
What if Bruce Willis ain't there to save us? You know, what we're gonna do?
Right? Who brings a gun to space?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Whatever the percentage is, let's say 90% of the world is still fully confident, 100% fact, the exact opposite of what reality is. They're on a flat, stationary plane.
It's so weird how opposite it is.
The exact opposite of it. They think the exact opposite.
To the T almost.
Fact. It's hilarious.
Huh. And people will down at heel sad enough, you know, believing it.
The people I don't understand is the ones that will defend it for no reason. They don't even know what they're defending, but they get so pissed off, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I have to disengage from some people because it's not like I'm out there preaching it, but if people talk to me, I'll talk to them, you know.
Yeah.
And first few questions, they'll be okay, but like my last couple of experiences went like this. But once they realize what I'm talking about, that the globe doesn't exist, it's like something clicks in their head and their programming kicks in. They become like globe defenders. They have no idea what they're talking about. You know, it's crazy.
One thing I don't understand, and I don't know, but the whole gold, silver, and all that rolls.
Okay. Those are just roles that are given over time for people's participation.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
The more you participate and contribute to the server, you know, we're a group of like-minded people in the fact that I think I can speak for everybody that we don't agree that what we got taught as kids is true, the globe and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
So beyond that, you know, we're not a cult. We want people to think for themselves. But as far as being on the live stream and stuff, we just try to keep bullshit out of here and stay on point, you know?
Yeah.
Like any kind of personal beefs or something, go to DMs with those, stuff like that. Not that you're going to have any.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, you're welcome to server. Hope you enjoy your experience here. And if you're on this side of trying to get people to open their eyes and see the truth, you're on my team, man. So welcome.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's another personal thought, but like feel like it helps people for sure. And I mean, it's tricky for sure. I know people that's been this way for a long time, give up on telling people or whatever. But I don't know. I feel like it'll better someone's life if they do know. So I don't know.
Yeah, I hear your sentiment there. I'm
not trying to push.
I'm not becoming jaded. I'm not as when I first heard about this back in 2016, I thought I would just tell everybody. They would see how absurd it is, and we'd all you'd just be falling like dominoes, right? But I was totally underestimated the depth of the indoctrination, I guess. But nowadays,
I mean, just like a spell.
If they don't at least show an interest that they're actually curious about something, they're basically a waste of time and don't even try, If somebody wants to have a conversation, I'll definitely have it with them. But, But I got to bounce off here soon. Gospel, you back?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm always in and out, especially on Mondays.
Don't you hate Mondays, don't you?
Well, I don't hate them. They're just exceptionally busy, and they can be frustrating when I'm mid sentence and get a phone call. But apart from that, I can't complain really.
All right.
It's all good.
Everybody have a good day. I'll be listening in. Y'all go ahead. Whatever topic, whatever.
Well, like I said, I'll chime in on things, but I don't really have much. So.
Yeah. That's just how it is sometimes. It's hard to maintain chit-chat.
I know I went to bed last night hearing this stuff, and someone was going in ham on, I think it was like a teacher or something. It was funny. Like they were talking about how they see level being different. Of course, because, like one's saying that level's curved, and of course the other one's level's horizontally flat.
It was Matthew Lynch.
Yeah, it was so funny. I'm just kind of laughing before I went to bed. What I really like is I forget the guy. I think it was an engineer who got threatened with being fired off of YouTube. I mean, off of his job if he didn't quit his YouTube. But the whole force the line idea. Y'all know about that? Basically, you have one beam that goes across a stretch of 2 miles, and to get that beam to go straight, you use a level. And then you have another beam, I would say either on top of it or below it. And what you have that is the beam has right angles that mount and makes it where it forces the line. It forces the level. Like you first level the first beam, and then it just keeps going off the right angles. And then, so I mean, if it was curved, you would see the one as you're using just the level on would start to rise up or whatever compared to.
Yeah, what's really hard about that sort of thing is the divergence of the beam.
And the finance.
What's that?
Well, I mean, to pay for it.
Yeah, material. That one, I don't think that one's extremely expensive. But yeah, the force the line conversation's been going on for a good long while.
I'll say, like, I learned about that in 2015 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That dude has some interesting stuff, interesting videos. Oh, I'll be right back.
Yep. Any new questions or evidences, Pazza? See you pop in almost every day, so I was just curious.
How come this Crow guy doesn't join the VC?
I don't know. I was trying to find a resource and I got distracted on this sociosexual hierarchy website that discusses all the different alpha, sigma, beta, delta, gamma, omega types. And it has this stupid little survey, like a 10 question quiz that is allegedly will help you determine which one you are. All right. I've taken so many, got my master's in clinical psychology, so I've taken like every psych eval, not every, but like 5 of the main ones, and then a handful of other ones, psychological profiles and all those different things. I had to do all that stuff as part of my degree, and I have a pretty strong grasp on the type of guy I am. There's not much mystery there. Yeah. Like if I had to put it in order, a delta, sigma.
They have this type of test for women?
Technically, even though it's male-centric, the same principles apply.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's about how you relate to others. I'll post the link. It's about how you relate to others, even though again it's all framed under the alpha male, sigma male, male, male. It's all male, male, male. But in reality, I think a lot of if you can get by the verbiage, because the questions on that quiz ask questions regarding, from a male perspective about like relationship stuff and all that. But anyway, if you kind of change the language around, I really think that the same principles apply, that it goes both ways.
I have a feeling it'd be a really bad result.
Maybe. You might just be, I mean, depending on how well you know yourself, you take something like that and just go, yeah, well, that's no surprise. But then you have to understand that quizzes, especially like a 10-question quiz that's supposed to tell you about yourself, like the ones that I was taking, MMPI was one of them. Let's see, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. I forget how many questions that was, but it's a lot. Some of those psychological inventories or profiles, it was like 300 questions on one of them. One of them had like, okay, so the MMPI has 338 questions, which is what you'd expect. You'd expect it to be like asking questions of so many different angles and facets of interactability and thought patterns, what you do in different situations, and if it's only 10 questions or 20 questions, it's really just throwing a dart at a dartboard and isn't going to be Like test. There's another one. The Milan. Trying to remember what it's called. MC something. It's been too long since MBTI. No, the Milan Clinical Multi-Axial Inventory. That's the other one I took. The MCMI. Trying to find out how many questions that one is. I felt like it was pretty long too. I guess I would have taken the MCMI 3. 175 question on that one. So again, the ones that are like highly regarded, oftentimes have quite a few questions and take a while to complete, half an hour to 2 hours, somewhere in that range. So I don't give a lot of credence to that, but then again, it wasn't too far off from what I expected. So yeah, I'm not in a prison or a coffin, Trinity. I'm not into labels.
But wouldn't this test like be somewhat of a label?
Yeah, just because somebody says something about you doesn't mean that's how you identify. Like just because I know what day and month I was born in doesn't mean that I identify as that astrological sign. Just because I know what I get in a certain test or whatever, and it gives all these like names and descriptions, doesn't mean that has to that I identify that or take that into my personal appraisal of myself, value of myself, or how I quote unquote identify myself as. But what it does help me do, and I think that the valid aspect of it is it helps you become aware of how others perceive you, including the test designer. So from the perspective of the one who designs the test, based on the answers that you give, that's how you will be perceived. It doesn't mean anything in regards to you as a person exactly, but it can shine light on blind spots or the ways other people perceive you if you're honest and that sort of thing. So it's not about identity. It's not about quality or value as a person. It's more about perception.
Just figuring yourself out and then going from there. Not
Like
really focusing on it.
Oftentimes, people that don't know me very well think that I'm pompous, arrogant, a jerk of some kind, think that I'm on a high horse, on a pedestal. These are the words and descriptors that I get. So, me being aware that that's how certain people perceive me, not everybody, but a good number of people perceive me in that way, it helps me better understand who they are, what kind of person they are, not in a negative, I'm not saying that in a, ooh, now I know about you, but it helps me know where somebody's coming from if they say those sorts of things, and it helps me understand how I can relate to them better, communicate in a better way with them. So it doesn't make me feel bad about myself, is what I'm trying to say. It doesn't really key me into any new information I need. But what it does is it helps me understand about you. So if you say that, not you personally, but in general, if somebody says that sort of thing, I can go, okay, well, now I know what I'm dealing with, and I can use that information to our advantage.
Do you think that it's important to identify themselves in the ladder in society?
You said that you were talking about the hierarchy thing. Did you say ladder?
Yeah, the latter.
Yeah. Well, I think that these sorts of tests, these sorts of personality inventories, whatever different thing you're referring to, are helpful for interpersonal communication, relations, those sorts of things. In regards to questions about who you are as a person, I have a different answer for answering that question. But I think that these types of personality inventories become very useful in certain work environments and other times when you're collaborating, working together with other people, and that sort of thing. In regards to knowing who you are, I feel like confused about who I am and what I'm supposed to do in life, and these types of inventories and questionnaires, I personally believe, are not going to be the thing that helps you answer those quote unquote existential questions. Yeah, mine said the same thing, Flatty. Which isn't surprising. I'd find probably I think the vast majority of anybody that is seeking truth and not going along with the mainstream narrative and not trying to be the poster boy of the American dream and all of those different tropes will inevitably not show up under the normal alpha or even necessarily in that spectrum. You see the graphic it gives, it puts sigma outside of the hierarchy, and it makes sense that a vast majority of quote unquote truthers would wind up being sigmas. It's not, yeah. But again, it's not about who you are. It's more about how others are going to be perceiving you. So don't take it to heart per se, but understand, this is how others are going to be perceiving me. If everybody always says how timid you are, how quiet you are, you don't stand up for yourself, you're a pushover, you might not be. But if that's how everybody's perceiving you, then you might need to adjust your technique and strategy for how you communicate. I say might, maybe you don't need to change anything at all. You're doing everything just fine, but it's certainly worth something to think about.
Yeah, typically I go off of I have certain parameters, set for myself, and if we get down to defining things and you can't accept the definition, especially when the definition is tied to it's describing something that actually happens, and you think that me saying something that is debatable, then I'm just going to disengage. I can't deal with.
I feel like you took my conversation and took it to the esoteric level, like super esoteric. But I don't know what you're talking about right now, Elijah. I'm not following at all.
I just came in at the tail end, so perhaps I'm not even on point.
Oh, gotcha. I was talking about the psychosocial, or not. Sorry, this. What is this stupid thing called? Sociosexual hierarchy is what it's called. The alpha, Bravo, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Sigma, Omega types. I think I might have missed one. It's just one that's kind of uncommon.
I was totally off then, my bad.
No, I guess that's all of them. Yeah, I posted the link. It's all just one person, well, not one, a group of different people have collaborated on this concept. But it's all just people's ideas and ponderings on how to break down group dynamics. How one person relates to another. But good music the other day, by the way, Isa.
What are they? It's okay. So I guess I have to read in order to figure out what they're saying.
Did you see the link that I posted?
Yeah, I'm at the link now. TheAdultMan.com.
Yeah. There's a handful of different websites. I find that the more trendy the website, like, I don't know, men.com or Sports Illustrated, I don't know, Sports Illustrated, but like the more trendy and like low IQ the website is, the more watered down and like perverted they've, not perverted in the rated R sense, but perverted in the, from the pure original thoughts on this topic. The one I posted seems to describe it pretty well, and I've seen other articles that just do a terrible job and basically try to give everybody a ribbon. They don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, like everybody's equal. And those are really bad descriptions of that socio-sexual hierarchy. Yeah, and it comes up in, you'll hear like different personalities on YouTube or otherwise be like beta, right? And they're referring to this, but the problem with just sound bites, like calling somebody a beta, is that there's beta, but then there's the same thing which has been rebranded as Bravo, which really just means sometimes it's really good to just be the right-hand man. Just because you're the right-hand man, just because you're the VP or whatever, doesn't mean that you're not as good.
Or better even.
Or better. Yeah, it's the fact. So the hierarchy implies that there's better than and worse than and all of that. The issue is there are actually, if you read about it and look through each one of the personality types, it's not personality types, but whatever. You look through each of the archetypes, and what you see is there's pros and cons in each one of them. And each one of them has certain strengths and positive qualities, and it depends on. So there's a spectrum on each one of them. But again, it's all just yet another way of looking at how people relate to other people and their style of relation. There's another one that I really like. I'll post the analytical. Let's see, driver expressive, amiable. Yeah, this is the one. I really liked this one that I took. So you'll have these 4 types in the thing that I just posted. And then you can be any combination of 2 of those 4. And if you're adjacent in the square, then it's usually complementary personality style. If you're diagonal in the personality style, then you're typically a person in conflict with yourself, constantly being able and or subjected to back and forth thinking, which was personified and caricatured in the Green Acres character, who I always forget the name of the guy, but the county inspector guy that always was at war with himself. Well, it's a fine day. Well, not really a fine day. I'd say it's a nice day. Well, not exactly a nice day. And he goes back and forth and back and forth. If you're the type of person that's oftentimes saying something and then arguing with yourself on the flip side and then arguing that on the flip side, then you're probably a contrasting personality type. I am one of those people.
It's Hank Kimball for 500, Alex.
Yes, Mr. Kimball. Thank you. Winner. Thank you, Dave. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Kimball is just I love that character and I can relate. And he's fun. He drives some people crazy, but yeah. On the one that I posted, I'm an amiable driver. But that's an interesting inventory to
get out of your way.
To work on, looking at.
Thank you very much. Sorry, guys.
Oh, it's fine. Let me see if there's another good article for this one. Da, da, da. Yeah, this is a longer. I mean, this is only 11 pages. If anybody's real nerdy on this topic, there's your nerd material. Yeah, let me zoom in on this graphic. Everybody has their topics that they're more aware of than others. This just so happens to be one that I involved a good number of the years of my life too. Deltas are excellent people to have on advisory boards and councils, and Deltas are excellent people to keep by your side. If you are a leader, they'll keep you in check. They'll call out your BS. Delta's an excellent personality type for those sorts of roles. They're good QA people, the quality assurance, all that sort of stuff. Gamma Panda. I mean, I'd say that there's a spectrum. There are very, very few redeeming qualities in regards to gamma, and then if I'm not mistaken, omega, I think, are your firecracker people, the people that are just nothing but destructive. I'll have to double check, but they're your suicide bombers and stuff, or omegas. I think that's a good way to sum those up. I'll double check though. Yeah. Social outcast, needy, clingy, avoided by everyone. Anyway.
What happened to the guy that had to go to Tesco or something? Sorry, Dave, you were reporting.
Yeah, it figures something mobile right now.
Well, allegedly, he came up with a statement of some sort of evidence of his curvature. So he said he had to drop into Tesco for a quick one and then disappeared. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see his answer. I mean, his argument basically.
This is our last chat.
Sorry, what?
This is our last chat if you come back.
His last
because
what?
This is our last chat, I'm saying, if he come back.
Oh, yeah.
Because we will close the server.
Yeah.
How he will do that? He will show 10 videos, 10 different locations, all the 10 miles, and all has 66 foot drop.
Probably edited, yeah.
No, everything will be real. Nobody done it also that, but let's wait for that. 1, not 10. Dave, you're a robot.
Is it Dave? I don't see his mic open even.
Oh, Hank.
Is Hank? Dave, you're roboting really hard. Sorry to say that.
One more time, mic check. That ain't better.
Yeah, sounds better.
Good.
So there's a guy going to, he's got Globe Cruise, but he's going to Tesco, and he'll come back with him.
Yeah.
Yes, Dave.
So we're in suspense.
Speak now or later, it's over.
We're in suspense waiting on the Globe Cruise. I hope you didn't have a big shopping list at Tesco.
Is he unemployed? Why is he going shopping?
Good question. How you doing today, Crystal? What's going on in your part of the plane?
I'm good, thanks. Not much going on. Just the usual.
Usual days are usually good. Usually.
Yeah, I'm working right now, so I want to contribute to the conversation, but I get distracted, so I'm just listening.
Oh, it's good. You got to prioritize. Appreciate you being here. Let's do a quick check while my mic's working. I don't see new people. I see a lot of old people. I got a question for Rookie 1973 if you're at your mic. And he's not at his mic.
Oh yeah, Rookie, how you doing?
What's up? Rookie is there. It's driving me nuts. Is the guy in your picture, is that John Malkovich?
Nope.
Who is that?
That's me.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
That's
is.
not a picture of you.
Hmm?
It looks like the movie actor John Malkovich. Does anybody else agree? Does anybody know who John Malkovich is?
I know who he is.
Okay. You think you look like him?
No, I don't think so, but that's okay if you do. I don't have a
A
problem.
little bit.
He just reminded me of John Malkovich. I was trying to figure out who that was. So.
No, it's really me.
Well, get on you if you got your real picture in there, man. You're gonna have the black helicopter landing on your lawn at any time. I'm just kidding.
Hopefully. I just posted the picture again. Somewhere I did.
People think I look like a
There you
celebrity too.
Hey, that's really me. That's 100% genuine me.
I think you look like Crystal.
I can't remember her name exactly. She's like this girl off The Walking Dead. I think her name is Tara or Zara, something like that.
I wouldn't know. I didn't watch that show. Maybe
Here, let me look for her. I know exactly what she looks like, of course.
Well, my bad, Rookie, for misidentifying your real picture.
It's all good, man. I ain't worried about it. I just thought it was funny.
No new people on here right now. Everybody on the list are globe deniers, as far as I know. Even Pazza left. You see the one that went to Tesco?
No, he's just enjoying listening in the background. He stated. I see that Crow is back in the chat. Come on, Crow, join the VC. We can end this today.
Yeah. Let's start with Earth curvature and go from there. Come on in. All are welcome. If you show up.
Wait, what?
I'm roboting again, I bet.
No, you're good. I'm talking myself out loud.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
You're good. I've been on here for like an hour and a half today. I've already been dropped like 4 or 5 times, and it's like Discord don't want me to talk, but I'm sure I'm just being paranoid.
Are you on speaker on your phone?
No, I've got a wired headset. It usually works.
Could be internet related then.
Yeah. Some damn satellites, I tell you.
The underwater ones.
They get attacked by sharks a lot.
We give NASA $58 million a day or whatever it is, and I can't even get a connection in Kentucky. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Get your ass in here.
You know, I think the most convincing argument you get in lobby is those guys who just come in and say, sorry, Earth is round. And then you think about it, you know, you got round tables. So, I mean, they're telling the truth. They just don't know it.
Oh, he changed his crow picture to another crow? Less.
Oh, this crow guy's a globe?
Well, honestly, I don't know. I'm not sure what it is.
They don't want to chat? Voice chat?
Anyone know this guy from before? He says he has another account that got banned from the server.
Why doesn't he just speak up and have a conversation?
I don't know. You should ask him. He says his account is connected to another. I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of excuse there.
Well, he has VC verified, and the excuse of not having a mic is a pretty pathetic one in this day and age. Pretty sure everybody has a set of headphones that has a mic in it for their phone or whatnot that they can plug into their computer or use mobile.
Yeah, majority of people are gamers. It's like impossible for them not to have a mic, unless they're a child.
Children have mics.
Yeah, but like, not every child is going to have it.
Yeah, but I feel every household has a mic in some way, shape, or form, or the ability to get on here and conversate. Not everyone, but I would say it's pretty rare to have the inability to speak. It's always the ones that claim to have evidence, seem to be pretty proficient in text chat, that never seem to want to have a voice conversation.
Yeah, especially now, considering like majority of people are work from home and they have to get a mic set up.
Yeah, I mean, name a laptop that's come out in the past 5 years that doesn't have a built-in mic. Ready, set, go.
And they're still terrible to this day.
Yeah, but at least it's a mic. I mean, I've had a mic in my work laptop computers for over a decade. There also needs to be the claim that they don't have a cell phone. I mean, I do have a cell phone where my mic is messed up, which I do not use, but I can plug headphones into it and it works just fine.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those little wired earphones.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I use.
They mostly come with everyone's phone too, so
yeah,
everyone's got to have them.
Pretty sure most phones come with a pair of headphones with a mic. Yeah, these broken mic people, the people that claim that they don't have a mic, seem to never have a mic, meaning they somehow have an inability to acquire a $5 pair of headphones. I mean, I understand times can be tight, but at some point you probably have disposable income of $5. Otherwise, how do you communicate with people?
I could barely keep up with this guy's messages, so I'm assuming he doesn't really speak English well.
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with them. Which is fine. I mean, not everybody's first language is English. It's understandable.
It's probably the same guy from the other account.
Yeah, it's probably Tesco guy came back and all he found as far as Globe evidence is a new account to talk smack under.
Yeah, didn't Flatty say that was this guy? Someone did anyway.
There's more, yeah. I think he got banned by Justin. Or something like that.
I'm actually impressed. This guy got banned and then came back. Like, that's dedication.
Oh, it happens often.
Really? Mm.
Oh, yeah.
It just seems like it'd be a waste of time, but I guess these guys have a lot of time to waste.
For the avid trolls, they tend to come back. And I've very rarely seen bannings that weren't justified in some way, shape, or form. So,
I just don't know how people could do that. Like, just throw themselves in a situation where they're surrounded, act like a fool, and then come back if they're banned. I can't even, like, deal with anybody unless I know what I'm talking about.
yeah, I mean, there's certainly instances of just troll type personalities that need to feed some sort of insatiable need for being a troll, and they can't stay away too long.
Oh, hey,
Come back.
here. Yeah, I it's like a reaction stimulation they need or something.
Yeah. It's getting pretty prevalent in the younger generations, I think, just kind of the gaming culture.
Also find, I guess, what people consider bad, people like to praise. Like, you see a lot of people indulging in terrible films or like specific medias that shouldn't get any attention or should be considered quality, but people do it anyway because it's so bad it's good kind of mentality. So I think that's why people deal with this kind of stupid shit. Like, they have this tolerance to it.
Well, I think like there's some aspect within human nature to be drawn towards things out of the ordinary or people in despair in situations like, you know, the inability to just drive past an accident without slowing down to take a look. Seems to be something within our psyche that draws us to that kind of shit.
Yeah, like there's that one in front of you who slows down, so might as well take a glance too, because you can't go anywhere. So you just repeat it.
Yes, perpetuating the continually increasing line of vehicles. I don't know. I feel like the kind of, you know, smack talking that maybe I experienced growing up has changed a little bit when it's more online, more anonymous. It seems to increase the smack talk or the building of a troll type personality.
Yeah, I noticed it as well. There seems to be more viciousness, and because there are no consequences, it just escalates.
I find it about the same as back then, like when I was younger. The way people act on the internet is what they used to act like in person. Like, they were ruthless back then. Like if you stood out or did anything odd, you would get made fun of or just shouted at, like the most terrible terms someone could come up with without even any evidence. So I guess that's what's going on now with computers.
Yeah,
People get
definitely see the
overconfident.
feeling.
But I feel like in-person interactions, there's always a line that can be crossed
Yeah.
to where there is some sort of ramification for your actions or your words.
It
some
really
point.
depends. Like when I was a kid, I would be I guess just an example so you understand. Like I was in the change room and I would change quickly. Like I'm not the type of girl that would mess around with my hair or put on makeup, but I would just change quickly and just sit on the bench and just stare off into space. But then girls in the change room would consider that like giving them like, intimate looks or something. Like they called me lesbian, even though I wasn't really doing anything. I was just sitting there, and I was made fun of that entire year for being a lesbian. And yeah, like there was no defense or anything. Like no one would ever say, "No, she's just chilling." Like now, I think if you were being bullied or ridiculed, people would come to your defense in some kind of way, even on the internet, I think. But yeah, I feel like times have changed for the better, but there's still those pathetic trolls who got nothing going for their life, so they get their fuel from what they think is more idiotic than they are.
I would say times have changed for the worse. I find that it's harder to engage some of the younger generations in conversation at a face-to-face type conversation.
Like anything, or do you mean like difficult topics like flat Earth or?
No, just in general to keep the attention of younger generations, right? Their minds quickly go back to their device or to texting and things like that. I see with
Yeah.
a lot of
It's like all they
nieces
know.
and nephews and friends' children, right? Kind of the lack of desire to get a driver's license and have the freedom of the vehicle, right? Because they feel like they can interact with their friends no matter where they're at, right? So why do they need to go anywhere and actually be with people if they can have what they feel is a meaningful relationship via a device?
It doesn't help when their parents aren't really great at raising them either.
Oh yeah, I mean it's certainly the device has become a surrogate parent, and it kind of destroys the in-person relationships. And I think we're just starting to see the effects of that within younger generations that are coming up now. Kind of an inability to have good conflict resolution or a hesitancy to even engage in any meaningful in-person relationships. Seems like kids nowadays are certainly satisfied with this cyber relationship or the, I don't know,
It's
they're
also
almost...
important.
Go ahead. Sorry, Carmen.
I just want to say it's also important to note that, for instance, I've noticed something where more and more kids have issues and stuff. It's becoming more prominent because I've been working with kids long enough that you start seeing there's more and more anxiety, depression, and a bunch of other things. And a lot of this is also the societal shit that's happening, including the TV programming and all that other stuff, because the parents of this generation that I have with me now are often people who have been watching this TV programming longer, and in all the TV programming, they also push the narcissistic personality types. and try to make it look funny with laugh tracks and program you to act like a narcissist, which means you see more kids that fall into the co-narcissism or the narcissism spectrum themselves, or are actually headed that way and can actually help them before they go that way. But I just want to mention like the narcissism in the TV programming and all that.
Yeah, that's a good point. TV programming has a lot to do with influencing culture. And TV programming has certainly changed over the years, for sure.
Especially the children programming. Like if you look at, for instance, YouTube and all these other things, there was that whole Elsa Gate thing where there was disturbing, messed up shit being put on YouTube, which was made to look like something fitting for a 2 or 3 year old, a child that's not big enough to communicate that things got disturbing in the video. And they would do things where they're like, oh, clay animation or something sweet, and it starts off nice and you're watching it and it's Hulk and it's Elsa. But if you stay and watch it with the child, you can see it start turning disgusting. And no matter how many times you report those videos, they never get taken down. YouTube is known for taking your shit down without good reason, and yet they let these kinds of things stay, and they disable all the comments so people can't warn other parents and a bunch of other really creepy shit. I mean,
the algorithm also puts on autoplay, so it's one of the next things that
that's
comes up
true.
automatically when the video the kid was watching finishes. These kinds of things just pop up automatically.
Yeah, even if you make sure to choose only things you trust and small clips, you're like, oh, here's a clip from one of our children's theaters in Iceland. I'm going to put on this musical clip of these people in outfits dancing and singing about ice. And then all of a sudden they autoplay this clay animation of Hulk doing disgusting things. And you're like, what the fuck is this? And it's gory and it's disgusting.
Why couldn't they autoplay from the same fucking playlist or from the same creator?
Yeah, the only thing they know is this is meant for a child, because the people who watch this video, Icelandic video in Icelandic, the only way they would know that this is child related is because they see, okay, children are watching this one, let's put them into the nasty shit. And they push that.
Yeah, YouTube's like
thinking about this.
On a downfall, I think, or at least it's getting worse. I mean, it's always been kind of biased with what it's like, the same agenda pusher. But I think I wouldn't let my kids go on YouTube at this point. Like, they took away the dislike button. Like, that right there is the dumbest thing they could have done. So you just know it's not worth your time. And there's these parents who will just have their kids on YouTube or on Minecraft because it's just a distraction, while they could go off and do something fun. Like my sister, my nephew he's like already a narcissist at 5 years old. And he says the rudest things, and he always has a sour attitude. And that's what she does. She just lets him watch these YouTube videos nonstop, overstimulated with his iPad or device, whatever it is. And then he goes on Minecraft for 9 hours. I'm not joking. A 5-year-old on Minecraft for 9 hours while she's off drinking. And it's like, she doesn't want to, like, she likes being a mother, but she doesn't want to take the full responsibility. Like, that's your job now. Like, sure, you get a break with the husband or boyfriend, whichever, but like you shouldn't be trying to party and have fun anymore. Like, that your life is now focused on your children. At least that's my goal if I ever have kids. Like, they're going to be my priority and everything else comes second.
That's the word I was going to say. I was like, it's all about priority, because you got to put your kids first. You can party and have fun every now and then, so long as you have everything organized, scheduled. And
and she doesn't.
And you say, can you have a sleepover so I can celebrate my
take a break.
Yeah. But organization sticking together, it takes a fucking village. But you can't treat the kid like an unwanted dog that you got because he looked cute, but he didn't want to bother taking care of, so you never taught him anything.
Yeah, he says the cruelest things that gets under your skin, and you're thinking, how is this acceptable? How does she let this happen? And she doesn't see it as a big deal. And I'm appalled. I'm just so shocked and I'm not surprised that majority of kids are like this, like, especially now, because all these devices and distractions, and they're not outside. They're not doing anything purposeful. So of
Yeah,
course
that's good.
they're all gonna.
This is also why I think it's so important that you're careful about what community you keep your children in.
Oh
For
yeah.
instance, I've been working with kids for 7 or 8 years. I don't remember exactly, 2013. And the things that we're doing with the kids is amazing because I've seen kids like you describe actually turn a new leaf.
Oh,
Because
of course, it's possible.
You describe, and just having the structure and the support and the love from a few staff members at
Yes.
our after school program, and you see them fucking transform into beautiful people because you know on the inside they have a beautiful heart. Kids,
Oh, of
it's only
course, they
do
just
as
want
well
the
as they
love.
can because
Yeah.
they only know so much and they can only do so much and they can only understand so much. So sometimes it's just you gotta remember it's never the child's fault.
Yeah, and your child shouldn't be depressed or have anxiety at such a young age. That to me, like, that means you failed as a parent already. Like, there's always a way to turn it around, of course, but like, you should, yeah, exactly what you said. Just
I just want to really point out something because even good parents can accidentally give their kids low self-esteem and insecurities and anxieties because if you don't treat yourself well, your child will not treat itself well because they learn from you. And no matter how well you treat your child, if you mistreat yourself, your child will mistreat themselves because they learn self-behavior and self-reflection and how to treat themselves based on how you treat yourself.
Yeah,
Have
and
you heard
it goes a
the
long way.
Yeah, have you heard the thing I told in Ladies' Night sometime about the class of girls that refuse to go swimming?
No, I didn't hear that.
It's the best example I know of this because I go to a lot of lectures and stuff to do with child psychology and stuff. And this one lady was talking about how she was brought into a school because all of the teenage girls in an entire year refused to go swimming. And they thought there might be bullying or something happening.
But it was a swimming class, you said?
Yeah, swimming class.
Okay. Yeah, that's bizarre.
Because we have obligatory swimming classes in Iceland. We're an island. And when she went in and she talked to them, it turned out it was low self-esteem, body issues was why they refused to go.
Yeah.
And when she started talking to the girls, and she's asking, why do you say you're fat? Why do you say you're ugly? Why do you feel this way? Why do you talk that way about yourself? And they're like, I don't know, I just am. And then she digs deeper and she's like, does your mother or father, or does anybody else say this to you? And they say, no, nobody says this to me. And then she asks them, does your mother say this about herself? And they all said yes.
Yeah, I heard about that in gymnastics. Like when I was a kid, there was like some who were too scared to go on the beams or like just be watched. And it was the same thing. It was self-esteem issues.
Yeah, this is why it's important to be a good parent, to be a good role model for your kids. Not just tell them to do the right thing, you have to show them that you are doing the right thing.
Yeah, so I feel like children definitely want to constantly be stimulated, right? And these devices can channel their need for stimulation into something that is definitely sedimentary and can program in a lot of very bad qualities depending on the content that they're taking in, as well as most of the stuff that we take in now, especially with like social media, even like gaming and stuff like that. It's such a instant gratification type mechanism that when children are faced with a situation in the real world where they have to maybe sit still or kind of be calm, they have a very difficult time doing that without this stimulation device. And I found, certainly when I was a child and we had none of this technology available, we found many things to do, right? We constantly wanted to be stimulated, but we also did it in a physical way. We would go out and play. We would ride bikes. We would, if we were stuck inside when it was raining, we would figure out things around us to create a game to play. All of these kind of things which help stimulate your imagination. a sense of accomplishment, being able to like create that game. There's a lot of good qualities that you learn with the inability to access something that just feeds you information over and over again in very short snippets.
I'm just shocked that a lot of parents let their kids at such a young age play video games. Like, that is just, like, that's so bad for them, especially online video games. They could totally be, like, manipulated in the worst ways possible. Like, I met a lot of 10-year-olds and, like, maybe even younger, like, probably 8 to 10 or maybe 12. And majority of these kids, they're already talking about being gay or like some other sexuality, and I'm like, how is this happening? Like, you're only on this earth for a decade. Like, you shouldn't be thinking about these things. And the fact that they're all horny at such a young age, I'm like, where are your parents, and who is not like help guiding you? Because that, to me, like, that's I don't know, that's terrifying. Like, I would never ever let my kids go on video games until, like, maybe, I don't know, until they're 18 or something. Like, maybe, hopefully they don't, but yeah, that's just, I don't know how it even happens. I mean, I guess I know, but it's just another thing that is so, I'm just speechless whenever I see it.
Yeah, you make a good point with the online connectivity of video games. I know it sounds like a great idea, right? You can play a video game with your friend from school without having to be at his house or her house or whatever. But yeah, there's a lot of downfalls that come to that, to having the ability to interact with people online. One, there's anonymity.
Yeah.
You don't always know who you're speaking with. Like you said, they can be manipulated. These types of things have happened to people that I know, children of people that I know.
Oh, it's happened to me too, but like, it wasn't as bad, but it's still concerning when it does happen, especially to like a 10-year-old.
Right. I mean, I grew up in a time where, like, I grew up in the Atari original Nintendo days, right? So you had these gaming systems, certainly very limited access to a bunch of different games and things like that. And we viewed video games as a possible alternative to playing games with each other, like physical games with each other, like hockey or handball or things like that. Only on days when it was like raining outside and maybe we couldn't make a loud noise in somebody's house, right, with the playing, or our playing was too rambunctious, and then maybe we would actually play video games for a short period of time. But we'd constantly be looking out the window to see, okay, is it going to stop raining so we can actually go outside and play?
If you do, it'd just be like a way to pass the time, and like, it would probably be couch co-op, something where like all of you could sit down and play, like Super Smash Brothers or Final Fantasy, Crystal Chronicles, for example. It's just games where you actually have to be together, or you could be together, and you could just hang out with people and talk. And they don't have couch co-ops anymore, and I think that's on purpose. But those were the days where like you could actually sit amongst your friends and have fun together, at least. And then each other.
Even when you were playing video games, you were typically playing with your friends, and your friends were right there, and it'd be like, okay, when the game's over, somebody else jumps in to play the winner or whatever. There's still the in-person interaction. You would even sometimes create scenarios or tournaments. We draw up little tournament things, and then we play them out on the video games, right? It wasn't, I don't know. It was just a lot different than it is now. I'm not saying necessarily one's better or worse, but I feel like there's more downfalls to the way that video games are structured online these days. Like, you don't have some of the benefits, like the smack talking when you would play video games. It was there. It was certainly there, but then there was also if you took it too far, there could have been a consequence, right? A wedgie or a fist to the face, or anything along those lines. Like, when to draw the line, and when to retract your arrogance, right? And
Yeah.
you also get humbled. I don't know.
Yeah, my nephew, when I play like Mario Kart with him, it's a good time, but if he's a dickhead, I'm just gonna stop playing. Like I could just tear it off right there. And he does get upset if I stop because that's what he wants. But if you tell him like you can't treat me like garbage, then we'll keep playing. Like, be respectful. You can have fun, but it's just obvious stuff we know. But yeah, you don't
Yeah,
really
but
get
that's
that.
what I just want to say. That's what we call a teachable moment. That's
Yeah.
you doing really good because that's where you're grabbing an opportunity to show him, if you behave like this, you lose out. Now, do you
Yeah,
want to
you
behave
like a deal.
badly or do you want to behave well? So you're setting him up to win. So he sees that if he behaves well, he gets positive reinforcement, the reward
Yeah.
that he wants. Well done.
Yeah, and it sucks because there are times where like it's just me and him and we're hanging out, like whether we go on for a walk or we just do something worthwhile, and he's just his sweet self, and then once he goes home, he's like all over his mother and he's just insulting everyone and no one does anything. It's so difficult. But it's just nice to have those bonding moments with him where okay, he's not just a brat. He's just, I don't know, trying to figure shit out.
I totally get it. It's often those types of kids that I end up taking under my wing in work. Because, like, for instance, we have a nephew, and me and Trace are more aware of these types of things. We're more vigilant than my sister is. She lets him watch YouTube without supervision. And like you guys were talking about the video games, supervision by an adult is super important. Because a lot of people don't realize how dangerous this world is and how nasty people can be and how much you have to protect your child. And well, you don't want to go overly strict, so they just rebel against you by being like, no video games until you're 18, for instance. But if you do like, okay, we can play video games, but we're going to play them together.
Yeah.
I want to see what's happening. I'm going to pay
for
attention.
sure.
I want to know exactly what's going on. And if you have a bond with your child already where they know they can talk to you about anything and they trust you and you tell them smart things so they know what to look out for, that means they can come to you when something goes wrong. For instance, my mom is not the perfect mom. But because she was like, you can talk to me about anything, and when things went bad, she'd be like, okay, she'd already told me, like, even if I go, oh my God, what's happening in the beginning, I'll calm down. I won't be mad at you. We'll solve this together. And she always had this whole cohesion where it's like the family sticks together. And because she taught us this from a young age, where we stick together, we look out for each other. And like Trace is told, they would be together on a team against the principal, but act like acquiescent to the principal while they're there. But he always felt like she was on his side. Because they always try to break the family unit. And the more you keep it strong and the more you educate your kid and you have that trust, that means you can trust also your child not to make stupid decisions.
Yeah.
Like, I would say I've dodged a lot of stupid shit just because both my elder siblings and my mom and everybody were not shy to tell me their experiences. Like, I knew what to look out for, and when people would try to offer me drugs or stupid shit, I would say no when I was younger because I was like, I know exactly what this is, what it does, and how it can affect you. And I don't think I want to affect my body like this until I'm of an age where it won't affect me as adversely. Like, I felt like I was taking an educated decision by myself, so I was confident in saying no when someone offered me something. Like, I didn't drink alcohol until I was 20, which is really funny considering my family.
No, it's the same for me. I probably didn't drink until I was 18 or 19, one or the other.
I'm the only one in the family who's like this, though.
Yeah.
They used to say I was the white sheep in the family, black sheep. But like I say, Drace, for instance, my big brother, he's always been really real with me. And he always, like, we had a really good trust between us. Like, I would always trust him and I could talk to him about anything. And having the whole no judgment zone, so to speak, where you're like, okay, now we can just talk. There's no judgment. You can tell me anything. And having that confident, regardless of who it is in the family, is super important. Because if you don't find it at home and you feel like you're always going to get judged or whatever, then you're going to seek that out elsewhere.
Yeah, I feel like that's a problem I have because I could come off too judgmental, and sometimes I just gotta like let it go and just listen. But it's hard when you see this manipulative stuff happening around you and you just want to tell them to stop it, or hopefully convince them to like take better care of themselves.
Okay, I so get you, because I used to be on the other side. I used to be too soft, way too soft.
Yeah, like if
I had to learn to be more assertive, and now I have to be careful because I'm so soft and loving. When I start being assertive, for instance, at work, I need to be careful because the kids will just go into shock as soon as I'm like, "Hey."
Yeah, give a sign of weakness.
I'm like, "Okay, honey, we're not gonna do this. I told you no." And it's especially funny when you're dealing with the troublemakers, and you do need to go like, "Hey, now you're sitting down and you're listening to me, and there's no more of this nonsense."
Yeah.
And the chill one who's never been in trouble with me standing next to them will just look like they saw a train wreck.
Yeah.
And then you just act, everything's good. We've sorted it out. You're going to follow the rules now. Otherwise, you're going outside. You don't get to be a part of the club. And it's not a problem anymore. When it's done, it's done. That's one of the
Yeah.
most important things with kids, because every day is a new day. And if you carry things on, always like, oh, last time you did that, you're creating a bad pattern for the child to follow. What you want to do is, when the mistake is made, we learn from it. It's done. It's over. We're not going to focus on that. Next time we do it, it's a whole nother day. It's a whole nother scenario. And at most, you're going to say, remember how we talked about this? Yeah, this is the time we're going to react better, remember? So what we were
Mhm.
going to do? And then play act it and all that.
Yeah, good point. I guess my issue isn't really much with kids, though. It's more of like with my family members or with people, like especially if they don't know much about the world or just the obvious dangers. I could come off as harsh when I'm actually trying to be loving, but like especially with my sister, it's been difficult. But I'm trying to like settle down, like I'm trying to like listen to everyone's opposite opinions and not react too much. That's why I want to take it slow with my sisters or with my mom, because I come off as too harsh, or at least they call me that. They say I'm harsh and that I judge them way too much.
A lot of people also, when they feel the intensity, because you know how important this is to you, but they don't realize how important it is, they'll mistake the passion for and the intensity for aggressiveness or judginess or whatever.
They'll call me like hateful or racist or misogynist or whatever the opposite thing is for, like, I think it's a man for misogyny, but you know what I mean. Like if I'm like, it's basically calling me a woman hater or I guess sexist. Like they'll call me all those things if I tell them I'm not fond of, what people are into these days. Like if so, for example, if my sister wants to watch the new Little Mermaid movie, I'll just tell her I'm not a fan that they made Ariel black, for example, and they'll just assume I'm being racist and not hear my point, and they'll just say I'm hateful, and it's just
then it's all
that's
about
why I get mad.
It's the thing is, when we were talking about how to deal with kids, the beauty of this is this applies also to adults.
I know, because they act like kids too.
Yeah,
Like,
kids who have grown various degrees. Some people haven't grown a lot at all. And when it comes to, especially when you're in that cult mentality or you're in the believer mindset, that especially applies, because then you're pretty much in a childlike state already. So all the techniques we've been talking about using with kids works with people as well that are grown up. And when it comes to things like, for instance, let's use your example of Ariel being black. Like, I also don't like that. For instance, if I was talking to that person, I might frame it in, let's see, for instance.
Yeah, it's just a way of your words.
It's appropriate because this looks like culture appropriation. And if we're doing it this way, that's kind of like saying it's okay to whitewash black people. So you can use their stance against them, for instance.
Yeah.
And that's how you can open the conversation where they actually want to now argue with you about this and want to talk about this. They're like, oh no, it's not cultural appropriation. And then you're like, oh, but what is the difference between this and that? And then you can bring it into the points that actually bother you.
Yeah,
But
like I
often
got
it's
into a heated
cultural.
debate with my mom once about it, and I even defended myself to the point where she actually understood what I meant. And she's like, okay, I don't consider you. I don't. She would basically say like I was wrong, which was nice, but I had to like basically go into a courtroom and argue for my life. So,
It's
yeah.
harder also when it's loved ones because
Sorry?
emotions are invested. So it's harder when it's loved ones.
Yeah. Sorry. Did someone else say something?
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, that's kind of the example that you were giving, where family members were utilizing these words like racist or misogynistic or anything like that. I
Yeah.
find that it's becoming very prevalent within society that we have what I like to call Trump cards, and there's quite a few of them in the deck. And whenever somebody doesn't have or lacks the ability to formulate a well thought out argument, they feel like they can throw that Trump card term to end the argument, right? Because they don't want to have an actual discussion about it.
Yeah, they have nothing else to say.
Yeah, typically because they have a lack of basis for what they're feeling, but that feeling is programmed into them, at least in my opinion, by the TV and media and all of that stuff. We're being very systematically programmed to have these knee-jerk reactions to anything that we disagree with, and they're giving us the out, right? They're giving us the Trump card. They're telling us how to use it, when to use it, and where to use it, and how often to use it.
Yeah, and most of the time, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say it's shutting down a healthy discourse within individuals that may have differing opinions, right? You have a hard time having productive conversations or debates or anything like that with people that have a tendency to utilize these Trump cards, because there's no way to defend against that Trump card, because the person using it doesn't even, one, understand why they're using it, two, the ramifications of it,
That's what I was about to say.
why it's been implemented into their psyche to immediately draw that quickly. Like, they don't even take the time to comprehend, why did that come out of my mouth so quickly, and what other than the situation that's currently taking place, what else has this person shown me that would lead me to believe that this Trump card that I'm using applies to them all across the board, right? So your parents saying you're racist, right? Like, what other situations would they have to back that up other than they feel uncomfortable in a situation currently, and they've been programmed with this Trump card response. So they feel that they can pull that Trump card out, play it on you to avoid the conversation, even though it may have no historical basis for being used.
Yeah. Majority of people just don't know what they're talking about. I guess that's all it is, because people will just say that's racist even though it's not. Like for example, there would be like, I don't know, some cartoon of like some Chinese guy and he has like a squint in his eyes. And people will just automatically say that's racist, or if he's eating rice. And I'm like, no, that's just a stereotype. Majority of these people just use these words they don't even understand. It's like saying fascist, and it's like, you don't even know what that means. And yeah,
Or when Glovers use the word science.
yeah.
Scientifically proven.
Yeah, even though we're all technically using science to some degree.
You
help. I mean, the Glovers that say it's been scientifically proven, and you say how, and he says, "This guy told me."
Yeah.
You helped me find a new word when you were talking about the misogyny thing. So I was like, what is it called when it's man-hater and it's misandry or misandrist?
That's it. Yes.
So that got me to find the word misology. MISOLOGY. The hatred of reason or knowledge, which is quite common these days.
Yeah, it's unfortunately it is.
Also, I wanted to suggest when somebody goes into the whole like using words they don't even understand, calling you something stupid. That's usually when I would go into you go into super calm mode, and then you start asking pointed questions, because then you just trace their logic all the way back, and you lead them to figuring out why they said that. Until even just questioning why they said it can often lead you to a concession where they're like, "Okay, that was not the word to use. I meant." I feel like it's
that
like
normally
this.
happens. Yeah.
Slowly you can actually train the people around you to improve their communication through just calm Socratic questioning.
Yeah, I'm assuming psychology is something that you should really understand before you do, or at least I think it's more helpful, because my younger sister, even though she's somewhat the same as like believing in what they believe, because she's in psychology as well, she has a great way of speaking to people and like understanding like how to break down the situation.
Oh yeah,
And I feel like
the more
I
you
should
look
do
into
that.
psychology, the easier it is. But I also
Yeah.
recommend NLP, neuro linguistic programming. For instance, David Snyder on YouTube, he does very nice basic videos for free.
Okay, sweet.
And
I'll check it out.
that's just amazing. Like, it blew my mind when I found it. I was like, well, now I have terms for all the things I've noticed when I was doing my social experiments on my customers when I was working in a grocery store.
Yeah. Little things will help, I guess. Yeah, I'll check it out.
I found it really helped me dealing with my mom and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think my approach should just be calm, like you said, because sometimes I get frustrated. I just want to be accepted by them, especially like my mom only knows like that I don't like labels, like I said, but she technically knows I'm a flat earther, or I guess I'm interested in it. So I just think if she told everyone, then it would be difficult. It'd be more difficult, but she hasn't, which I totally respect her for.
Yeah,
But I just hope that it doesn't get harder, because I don't even want to go home for Easter this month, because it's like abuse when I go home, like not physically but verbally. And every time I just get there, I just get too emotional and I just want to leave. Even though when I'm just with my mom, we'll just watch flat earth videos. And then everyone else will just barge into the room and just not respect what we're doing and just, take the attention away. But yeah, anyway, gospel, it's the mic. I'm telling you, dude, it's not my voice. It's the mic. It's doing all the work for me.
Hold on. Do you have one of those like Blue Yetis or something or other? Or?
No, I have the Shure.
Oh, they also make earphone or earbuds, right? That company.
Yeah, they do some headphones and stuff. Yeah, it's like a recording device.
Yeah,
company.
I was reading about those guys like 20 years ago. I'm pretty sure if we were talking about the same company, they would make like $380 earbuds that were gold plate plated wiring.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, they actually have the most blinged out equipment these days.
Neat. No,
yeah.
I mean, different people have certain vocal quality, and yeah, maybe it's the mic, but you can't. I don't know. I don't have a radio voice, for instance, and I know this, but
your mic,
but some
dude,
people,
I'm telling
some
you.
people do. Well, I have a pretty good microphone, but
get a Shure microphone and you could sound like this.
Yeah.
Is that your real voice?
No, definitely not. My real voice is.
See, his voice sounds very nice too, but it could be the mic.
You're just putting
it's definitely nothing but the mic.
I don't think it's just the mic, because when it comes to radio voice, you gotta have a certain cadence, you gotta have a certain flow, so
enunciation.
Yeah, timbre
cool.
too.
Maybe that'll be my next profession.
No, I mean, if you're interested, Napalm has a really clear and clean voice. There's Fuzzy is another one that has a pretty good radio voice. I think Fuzzy Swan was his screen name.
Okay.
Moi.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Really?
Yeah,
yeah, smooth and proper enunciation. Yeah, I wish I could think of I wish I could kind of make a list of all the people offhand. I think that Wolfgang could definitely do radio.
Helio, yeah.
Yeah, Helio absolutely has the stereotypical radio voice.
Dave has the winner voice, though. He has the golden voice.
Although I think for a radio talk show, I would like also Sonny, especially if he brings his guitar.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like there's only one sound or even one tone that qualifies. I think that it has to do with clarity, enunciation. There's a level of smoothness. Anyway.
Oh, I can't wait until we have our own morning show with flat earthers and we actually talk about the weather correctly and all that stuff. It's gonna be so exciting.
I think Elijah with a good and proper mic would be well suited as well.
Oh yeah. But I think I cracked the code. I know what criteria you need to have a radio voice. Your voice needs to be comfortable to listen to. That is
my
the number
voice
one criteria.
comfortable?
Because if it's jarring, you won't want to listen to it on radio. But if it's comfortable, you could have it in the background and it wouldn't disturb you in what you're doing, but you could also just get lost in listening to that voice for a long time. That's radio voice.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I find that I'm not using my real voice, if that makes sense. Like when I talked to this vocalist, she was telling me I talk deep in my throat. If I don't know, I don't really understand that, but it sounds to me like she's saying I move my vocal cords or something, and it's I position it a certain way.
Approachable. The thing is, when you speak in a lower tone, you come off as more calm. You come off as approachable and chill. When you speak in a high voice, you sound more excitable and you sound like more things are going on. Even if you talk slow, if you're in a high voice, it's just not the same. Like when I started working with kids, I unconsciously started lowering my range.
Yeah, you have to with kids.
Yeah.
It's the same with dogs, actually.
It works on everybody. You want to get someone's attention, you go low.
Yep.
And the same thing is if somebody's being and you want to bring them down, all you got to do is, oh my God, you know what? Let's talk down here.
Yeah.
No matter
The last thing I want to do.
Them and then bring them down. You can usually get them to follow you. That's the best trick to get somebody.
There's Dave. Dave has the golden voice.
Well, it was Elijah.
That's Eli. I figured maybe she just saw Dave, but hey, Dave, I don't know. But yeah, I think it's lowering your larynx because when you do that, some of that vocal fry gets in there, and it's very soothing. But also, when someone's upset at you, it's probably okay. In my relationship, when I'm trying to talk slow and measured and in a low tone, my girl just thinks that I'm what's the word? Something like that.
Yeah.
For lack of a better word. It's I'm not trying to do anything. Yeah, it's the calmer I try to be, she thinks it's an act. She's like, ugh.
That's probably just because you're breaking your baseline, because you usually have a pretty low and calm voice. You're not a, hey, to begin with, you're already chill and you talk in a low voice. So when you go even lower and even slower and breaking your baseline, she's like, what the hell's up? What's going on? What's this? But
yeah, don't patronize me.
Yeah.
I get that a lot with.
You need to catch their attention. Going low can work really well.
You get that a lot too.
Well, I get a lot from my wife where she's often asking me to dumb things down for her, but often telling me to not talk to her like she's 5. She's like, break it down for me like I'm 5, but then often saying, you don't need to speak to me like I'm 5.
My girl goes, why are you using? Why are you just say what you mean? You're using all of these words, not like instead of using like vocabulary that'll be like a 1-word thing, like maybe it's like, because of those, like in the beginning of our relationship, she's like, what are you fucking talking about? You think you're reading to someone? Like, why talk like a normal person? And then I tried I tried doing that, and she's like, get to the point. I'm like, well, the point is 1 word, which you'll then say,
well, what else?
Anyway.
What else is it?
I think, again, framing the conversation there might be part of it. Because just like when you're talking to someone and you want them to wait, it's like, in a minute, just like, not right now, but in a minute, I'm going to go into what you wanted to talk about. First, I'm going to explain this. Like, for instance, when you use little tricks like that, and for instance, if she's not understanding a word, you're like, okay, then I'm going to start by explaining what this means so the rest of the thing makes sense. And just like frame it before you begin so she knows what to expect from the conversation and what length to expect. And that might help her if she doesn't have the patience.
I try. No, the only thing that helps is me going, yeah, you're right. Which ultimately, there's no right or wrong in that situation, because that's what I try to do. I try to say, no, what I mean when I said this is this, but because it's coming off as accusatory, it's just like, what do you mean I'm doing blah blah blah? And I'm like, I'm trying to explain, and she's like, fuck all that.
That could be the framing, because just like when you're talking to a glober, you don't want to put him on the team of the globe versus you on Team Flat Earth, where you're like, your globe model is this, because then he's going to feel the need to defend it, and he's going to fight you harder than he should. But if you're like, we have all been taught this globe model, and let's look at this together. Do you see how silly this is? All of a sudden, it's you versus the globe model. And the same with conversations when you're talking to somebody. If somebody's already a bit on edge or tense, and you say you did this or that can trigger them. That's why I recommend going around those words. For instance, being like, if you do this, you put it in the hypothetical, even if it actually happened, which is kind of like putting it softly, being gentle about it. And this is something girls do naturally often, but guys don't pick up on, which is why often when girls try to give hints, guys don't notice shit because they're not being direct.
Oh, I hate that. And then the guy is like, just tell me you're cold. just tell me and I'll give you my jacket. And I'm like, oh, but it's no fun to just say it.
Dude, Dre's taught me that dudes are all like this. And I'm like, you can't be serious. Men all think like this. And he's like, yeah, this is how men are.
No, it's like, legit.
Dudes are through him. And I learned to be more direct. And ever since I started being more direct with men, things go great. They just can't pick up on it to save their life, except for the few who actually have a lot of
thank you for
raised
doing
by
that.
females or whatever, or they really understand the whole thing, so they pick up on the hints, or they're just really good at social cues. Really smart. But oh my god, understanding the difference between a man and a woman is so important, because otherwise your communication is going to go really badly, and this is why they keep pushing that there is no gender and all that shit.
What are you talking about? We're all equal. We're not different.
We're all equal, but we are different, and we should celebrate those differences, and we should help each other by making up for each other's weaknesses and just enjoying each other's strengths. Like, what the hell?
But you know, it's not just guys. It's it's not just girls. When a guy is indirect, typically women. I don't think anyone likes that. So it's natural that some women wouldn't like that. For example, Paza is one of those people, right? It's like you ask a direct question. It's like, well, I'm not exactly. That's annoying to anyone. And it's like the guys that do that are definitely not liked. They're not direct about anything.
I say it's not just men and women, it's masculine and feminine. Because if you have a balance between the two, you can have no problem with communicating and having a relationship and understanding both genders. But for instance, a woman who's
Yeah.
very masculine might communicate more like in a direct way and all this stuff. And a man who's more feminine, he might be more passive aggressive, or he might be more, subversive, or
If the female doesn't have enough balance, like she goes too masculine but doesn't have enough feminine to compensate, she becomes a Karen essentially.
yeah, because you still have that overly sensitive nature, because you still pick up on weird social cues even if you don't fully interpret them, and it fucks up your nature.
Then you act out on those assumptions with your directness.
Just like when you get the gamma males who are overly feminine and they start acting like toxic bitches. Yeah. It's all about balance, I would say.
Moral of the story: Paza's a bitch.
I wasn't saying it, but mostly true. Mostly true.
Genre out there, come on. Like Space Force dude. Ugh, freaking Space Force dude. I don't even remember his name. I just know it was Space Force dude.
All I know is I can listen to Karma speak all day. That awesome voice.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a huge compliment from you, 'cause, dude, I was playing your music to my coworkers today because I was bragging about how many cool musicians I hang out with in Discord. And I was like, wait, you gotta hear Chocolate Sane. And I followed them halfway to their house to play your songs and shit. And they were like, dang, this is good.
That's awesome. Thank you.
And your name is Chocolate Sane. That's like,
I played a lot.
What? A guy named Chocolate Sane? Play that.
What is the world? What is the world we live in? And it was really
chocolate.
Hello.
It was a good opener to have a flat smack conversation, because we literally had a conversation about flat Earth and globe and all that stuff on the way, rest of the way.
That's awesome. How did it go? Did they take it all right as you destroyed their world paradigm?
I think I had like a minute to throw as much information at them as I could, but yeah, they were just like, huh. But these are girls that I'm talking to, which means this is gonna go into like the back of the mind for a while, and then a few weeks later, one of them might come up to me and ask me a question, just like I did with my boss. I often sneak in. I play flat Earth music. I drop little hints. I drop a few facts here and there, and then, and like a few weeks later, a few months later, after doing that, my boss comes up to me during party and it's like, "So you think the Earth is flat, right?" And I'm like, "I know it is." She's like, "Okay, cool." And then we just keep partying. And then slowly but surely, more and more people are getting to know these things. Even the kids are starting to suspect.
Yeah, it's just we're doing the same methods they did. Like, it's just repetition. And, well, I mean, it's better to have facts and show the truth, but the more you talk about something and the stronger you are at holding on to it, I think it definitely spreads out.
Yeah, I'm also being sneaky about it, because especially with women, when it comes to something like this, if a woman isn't a science buff and has no interest in any of this stuff, you can't push. Otherwise, you're going to push her away, and she's not going to want to talk to you about this.
Yeah.
But if you drop a few things here and there, just like I drop a bunch of truther stuff about a bunch of other things which have already been proven to be true, and some of them have gotten real truth bombs by me, where they're actually sitting there like, "Shit, really?"
Yeah.
So when I start dropping little hints like this, that usually gets them to think. And when they're ready to have that conversation, they know I'm around in case they want to talk to me. Because that's just how it is at my workplace.
Yeah.
You're pretty
I
chill,
really,
you're pretty-
really want to bring my mom to the ladies' night, and I hope she does. I'll ask her this week and see what happens.
I can try to bring my mom.
Yeah, that'd be cute. I mean, wait, is your mama? She knows flat. Okay, well, maybe it's better when it's two moms that don't know, just so they both like.
How old is your mom?
I guess it'll help actually if a mom knows. She's 40.
I mean, it might help because if it's like a woman
49?
her age. Yeah, my mom is older than your mom, so
Okay.
my mom can be like, yeah, it's obvious.
I don't even think it matters really. Like, I don't know if another woman around her age would change her mind, but it could be possible.
I just figured hearing different perspectives, but it would be hard to get her anyway. So I'm kind of just being way too hopeful. Her health isn't good enough always.
Someone say something?
I was just saying, Karma. I think you brought her once over here. Yeah.
Yeah, she's come and said hi like 2 or 3 times before.
Yeah. You almost sound the same.
kinda
Like you have the same voice. Yeah. Couldn't tell the difference. Almost.
I would like to say she has a stronger accent than I do, at least.
All right. Tad bit high. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'll ask and see if she could join in, and if she can, hopefully everyone goes easy on her and she does all the talking. I think if she does all the talking, it'll help, and then you guys will be like, no, objection, this is actually wrong, like that kind of thing.
You can also set up like a conversation like this Discord is so cool, and we only utilize like maybe even less than 10% of its capability, from inviting people into other rooms outside of the live stream that actually allow you to present your screen or even yourself, so that we can have kind of sort of face to face, like
Yeah, we all have it.
presenting things with images and things like that. But
Yeah.
we don't really utilize that. So it's like we even have an interview portion. You can set up. You can say, "Hey, I think that you and you are the perfect people to break this information to my family member. Can we go down to the Chill VC or whatever VC and have a
hopefully.
conversation?" You know?
Maybe it's too soon. I don't know everyone enough to like figure out who could lay the smack down, but yeah, maybe
Yeah.
I'd be rushing it too much.
I think it's a good idea, and don't rush it, because it's always better to be patient and take your time.
Yeah, I think I should just.
I would recommend.
I need to watch more
Karma. I would recommend Karma. Maybe Damsel Medic, and
definitely
Tracy.
yeah, you know, like that'd be a cool
Only when
conversation.
Tracy gets a new mic, though.
Tracy, and I would say Dandelion, because she knows how to go between soft and hard, and she's very good at keeping the vibe good.
Yeah.
Definitely Dandelion.
I do think ladies' night would be the best option, though. I just like hearing a bunch of ladies. I think would just be better off. I don't know. Like, there's something.
Well, it is easier to speak up when it is a bunch of ladies somehow. It somehow just is. Personally, I find it easier to come up to a random woman than a random man. It's something about that. I don't know what it is.
Because women are the nurturers and they're calmer and like that's not true. Men could be calm.
Definitely less dangerous overall.
Well, it's just.
I got it. You know who? These are the perfect two people. Just have Karma and Dave. Sorry, not Dave. Not that I wouldn't do that, but Hank Hill. That conversation will go so well. I don't see it going left in any way if you have Karma and Hank Hill.
Hank is absolutely wonderful. Yeah.
I'll give it a shot. I'm not trying to be mean, but if anyone does have a southern accent, it might not go anywhere. Like my mom, she's kind of a dick when it comes to like people in the South.
Okay.
She
Scratch that.
Well, what I
It
mean is
is.
like she thinks they're all hillbillies. So if anyone talks like with the southern accent, even though it's the most beautiful accent in the world, she will just laugh, I think. I don't know.
And she has the audacity to call you bigoted in some way, shape, or form.
I know. But that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like everyone thinks these things or everyone has some kind of thoughts like these towards a specific thing.
You go to say
It's probably a projection, because when you get defensive and you feel the need to sling an insult because your ego is invested, that you usually project.
I could be wrong,
a liar
but
will call you a liar. A thief will call you a thief. You
you
know,
might not think that, but there are times where I said, "Oh, I want to go to the South in America and meet a Southern accent guy and whatever. And she's like, yeah, just go marry a hillbilly who will abuse you and make you a slave. And I'm like, what?
Yeah,
those racist slave drivers.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm not even gonna. Oh, never mind. But
yeah, I mean, that was a while
maybe
ago.
not Hank. Maybe not Hank then.
But I'm safe. I have an Icelandic accent, so it should be fine.
Yeah, you have a cool accent. You sound like you could be a professor if you really wanted to.
Word. Okay, yeah.
What does my accent sound like?
Who's talking gospel?
Gospel Bear, yeah. What does my accent come across as?
Go off on like tell me how your day went.
A cult leader. I'm not gonna lie.
Cult leader accent.
Gee, Elijah, thanks.
Because you're so inviting. It's almost like I did. Nah, something's off. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So I sound really inviting and peaceful.
But that's not an accent.
You're really good at communicating. You sound.
Well, but you know that he would make a suspicious person.
That use toilet
Really?
paper, you know?
That's sad, Elijah. I've never heard. That'd be a new one for me. I've not heard anybody say that sort of thing before.
Keep talking. I feel like you do have an accent.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I was raised by someone born in Ohio and another person born in California, who both mostly grew up in Georgia. But Georgia is not just Georgia. You have the South, where people say pecan pie, and then you have Atlanta, where most people pronounce everything in a very Midwestern way, because Atlanta is a huge melting pot with all sorts of different people from all over the place. So I grew up
except whenever I open my mouth, everybody knows where the fuck I'm from. It's hilarious, especially down here in the South.
Yeah, but I've been told that I have a twang or a little bit of a Southern accent by certain people here in the Midwest. But
I can hear a little bit subtle.
Now I'm living in North Dakota, and I recognize these people's accent. There are certain words, like I would say the word creek. That's not too large of a creek. Here in North Dakota, if you say that, they know that you're not from here because they call it a crick. They don't say creek; they say crick up here. A lot of Norwegians but anyway, I've lived all over the place, so I'm not sure how much my accent has changed over the years. Not too much, I don't think.
People get pissed at me if I say pasta, leggings, bagel, llama, drama. Like, I've had people go, what'd you say? Pasta?
Yeah, and I've known people from Oregon that say, grab a bag for me, please. Can you go grab a bag? Like, they don't say bag, they say beg. And, words like that. Yeah, their accents are interesting. They're different. And
cool.
England, that small little country has possibly more accents than the United States.
For sure.
Okay, my final answer is either a pastor, a teacher, or a salesman. That would fit you well, your voice.
Pastor, teacher, or salesman. Well, I've been all of those things.
See what I'm saying?
Basically.
That encompasses what a cult leader could potentially, the occupation would be a caring, school worker.
And to clarify, I've never been participating in or with a cult, Elijah. But
yeah, we know.
You don't have culty like.
We all participated in that, didn't we?
But the Globe cult. I don't know. Who's the leader?
That's a good question. It's unknown. Who's the true leader?
Maybe esoteric answers are the only true answers for that question.
Well,
so wait.
We haven't put all of these cult leaders to court and gotten them to confess, so we don't know who, in the end, is in control of all this shit.
True.
So what's your current job right now?
I do customer service primarily. I work from home and stuff like that, so I'm on the phone a lot.
But have you ever told the gospel beforehand, or?
I do regularly.
Okay.
Not in this voice chat, by, what's the word for it? By honoring and or respecting the task and purposes at hand for this specific voice chat. But
did that
but otherwise, yeah, it's a primary focus and purpose in my life for sure.
Did that come after No Flat Earth?
No, far before. So yeah, I had to unlearn. I had to unlearn all the excuses because I prefer logical consistency. I'm not a big fan of contradictions and stuff like that. So I had to unlearn a lot of the excuses that I had invented to make sense of biblical account.
Yeah.
Now, evolution was super easy. That's not hard at all. I think even before I had become a Christian, I was having serious doubts and questions about the concept of evolution. But in regards to heliocentrism and globe Earth stuff, yeah, if you're trying to be logically consistent as a Christian, you're going to try to come up with some type of idea to make sense of that if you care. Some people just throw their hands up and put their head in the sand.
Mm-hmm.
I was not that kind of guy. So I had, and I still know the arguments that I had, the explanations that I had, to not hand wave per se, but to rationalize.
Can I ask one?
Yeah.
In the Bible, it's pretty much the earth was here before the sun and the moon, right? According to Genesis. Am I wrong? Am I right?
Can you say that again, actually?
Well, in the Bible, or in Genesis, was the earth was here before the sun, right? Like, he created the earth, and then he put a light in the sky, one for the night, one for the day, something like that, right?
I think that sounds right.
Gospel? Can I get...
I totally got a phone call. He's
in customer service.
I think I know where you were going with that, and I might get interrupted again. You're talking about above and below, right? Oh, there it is. They're butt dialing me again.
All right, we'll come back to that.
Yeah, that's all right.
The answer is when he's omnipresent, everything is below him. So it's an esoteric understanding of above and below as opposed to literal. And that is how a person who calls himself a Christian may rationalize the above and the below verses.
I'm going even more basic, right? Like he created the earth, right?
Yeah.
And then he created the sun and the moon. He calls one a light for the night, light for the day, light for the night.
Yeah.
So what I'm asking, like, in your mind as a Christian, when you try to rationalize that in the heliocentric model, like, how did you explain, like, what was the earth revolving around?
What changed at day 4 is the question. So I just believed that there was something and I still don't know how to understand it at this point. I have some ideas, but I don't have actual definitive answers. But something changed.
That's all I was asking. What your idea was and how you kind of tried to fix it in your head, being that you're a Christian, or
Yeah, so I literally, before I even thought at all about flat Earth, but still had like a globe idea in my mind, I thought that the Earth started, and then everything else kind of started going. So that started going, moving, whatever. But here's what I also took into consideration: the possibility that I didn't ask very many questions or think too much about it. I was like, oh, this looks like the sort of thing I could never prove for myself, but it looks like it's possible that the entire universe is geocentric. And what they call heliocentric is really just contrived. Lo and behold, that's certainly lines up with our experience and what can be determined from our vantage point. But
I get that.
But it stands to reason that there's enough people that are, coming from the theoretical physics background or whatever, that are like, actually, 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. In regards to the heliocentric versus the geocentric, they're like, technically, everything could just be moving in a special pattern, and it could still work. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there were some issues. The main thing would be, the main shift or change would be going from esoteric / figurative definings of the or interpretations of those words into a more literal understanding. And here's why that's actually the most genuine thing that you can do, is because it was literally written in a literal way. It was written by a narrative writer, not a figurative writer. Moses wasn't a poet. He wasn't even necessarily gifted with the skill of Gab, a man with a speech impediment and so on. Not that affects your writing per se, but he definitely leaned towards the narrative. And all of Moses's writings are in narrative form. All. So that alone should be, for anybody that's like, I think that this whole flat earth thing is a deception to make Christians look crazy, which is an argument that some of them try to make. They actually, if they took an honest appraisal, should be embarrassed at saying such a thing, because they're the ones that are departing from the most logically consistent understanding of the writings of Moses. So anyway, Moses being the author of the 5 books that start off the Old Testament of the Bible, and specifically the book of Genesis. Obviously, there's some other authors like Job that play a role in describing, and Isaiah that describe the earth. There's a lot of writers that describe the earth. But yeah, anyway, there you go.
I stopped believing in creation. Well, actually, the Bible itself, and going to church and all of that, I stopped doing that when, specifically because there was a point in which I was questioned about certain things. And included in that question was, what I thought about, the cosmos and all of this. And I'm like, well, clearly Genesis is like magical and mystical, because obviously we came about through evolution and this, that, and the third. I don't know how I thought those two things could work together up until some atheist questioned me. And then I said, well, yeah, Genesis isn't true, obviously, so I don't even know why I believe in it. Stuff. And then Flat Earth comes in, and it's like, oh, so we didn't get here billions of years ago, and things didn't just happen out of nothing. But you don't really think about these things. You do and you don't.
Evolution to me was always a worse story than people sticking to a ball. It's just like, oh, we were other things and then just turned into what we are now. Like, nah. That's me. Even as a kid, I was like,
I really can't stand the whole we were apes in the past and we're still considered apes.
Even better, rocks.
What?
Oh yeah.
I just never considered it. I was like, that's what they said.
I heard people being called stars before, but not rocks.
Complicated rocks.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we are definitely complicated rocks, according to Dr. Michelle Thaler.
There might be logic to that somehow.
Minerals. Oh. So this comes from the ideology of atomism, where all well, this goes, you've heard me maybe say all is one and one is all. I'm mocking the concept that basically because everything is made up of parts, any parts can make up any whole. And that's where all of that comes from. It actually is rooted in the mystery schools of Babylon. It is rooted in Kabbalah and other esoteric and mystical school teachings. And it is what allows people to come to the belief that they themselves can become just like God. But God has only, in this conceptualization, God has been reduced to only the whole of all parts, of which we're all part of. It's called monism, monism. One is all and all is one. And very, very many people in the scientific community, in the realm of quantum and other theoretical, physics and all those different things, they all fall into that frame of thinking. It's gross, in my personal opinion. But anyway, that's where that comes from. It's how it all links together.
It's just much cooler to think that we're just a chemical reaction that became complex enough to spout out sentient life. Yeah. that makes sense. I love Dr. Michelle Thaler. She's great.
To answer that question, Crystal, it hasn't stopped, according to them. It's always happening, much the same way that there's no such thing as flat and that everything is curved. Much the same way.
I would just love to see like a chimp just become a fully sized human, or even a baby, just all of a sudden become a baby.
Yeah, well, what they say is that it's infinitesimally small changes over millions of years.
Ugh.
Which
so I was
they're
having this
invoking
conversation.
infinity, basically, and it's foolish. But yeah, go ahead.
No, I was having a conversation earlier in another server regarding the topic of natural selection and evolution, and I think it was Bob the fallacy guy, was claiming that human chromosome number 2, the fact that there's what is presented as a fusion, is the connection between humans descending from the ape species because of the fusion of chromosome number 2. So I started looking into that, and it seems like it's not particularly a fusion in the way that chromosomes would typically fuse, so it's kind of a stretch. But I'm still looking into that because I'd never heard that claim previously. Because when I pressed him for, the empirical evidence of a one common species and a definitive split into two species and any intermediaries, he said that we can deduce from the fusion of chromosome number 2 that there was a common ancestor and that a split occurred with the genetic, I guess you could say, deformation of that chromosome number 2. Just wanted to put that in there if anybody's ever heard that argument. It's fairly recent one from what it looks like.
I couldn't even listen and take in anything you said.
So here's what's kind of interesting. The way that people conceptualize DNA as the building blocks for what becomes, saying that because one thing has another thing, therefore they have a common ancestor, is akin, in my personal opinion, to, and this, some people may disagree with this analogy, but saying that Maxwell's Silver Hammer, the Beatles song, is the same as Rubber Band Man by the the Ohio Players. Is that the right band? Anyway, just pick any two songs, right? They share maybe an A flat or a C sharp note, right? They share the same note, and therefore they must have a common ancestor. Well, no, maybe that's just the resonance. I don't know. maybe I'm getting a little weird in how I'm describing this, but maybe DNA isn't what we think. Maybe it isn't the same thing as the way that we think of it. Maybe we're thinking about DNA in the wrong way.
Yeah, no, I kind of get the analogy that you're saying, right? Like all songs are made up of chords and chord progressions, and since songs share similar chords or the exact same chords or similar progressions,
yes,
then they are from a common source or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe it's the fact that there's only so many notes that exist and only so many combinations of notes.
You're going to get similarities. Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah.
And if you were referring to, what was it? Rubber Band Man? That's That's the Spinners.
Ohio Spinners. Oh, it's just the Spinners?
I think it's the Spinners, but I could be wrong.
You're probably right. Oh, I get my old bands mixed up.
I mean, isn't it just a classic case of correlation instead of causation? It's kind of like saying, oh, because poop is brown and chocolate is brown. They're both definitely related somehow. And you're like, no, they just happen to have the same color. There's a limited amount of colors we can see, and they both happen to be brown.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to press them for any type of, empirical evidence for this common ancestor or, some sort of intermediary species or anything like that. And he kept just going along the lines of this DNA and chromosome number 2. And then, of course, picking apart, do you know what alleles are and blah, 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 and then getting into the weeds of that shit. So avoiding the causation correlation argument by trying to get in the weeds of my understanding or lack thereof within, the nitty gritty of DNA construction. So,
yeah, you're right. It was the Spinners. Ohio Players did the Love Roller Coaster song. I don't know why that band came to mind.
Anyway. Spinners have a couple good songs, man.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of any of these songs ever.
I picked some old music just because I don't know why. I was recently thinking about Maxwell Silverhammer. I wanted to look into it a little bit more because.
What album is that off of for the Beatles? Do you know?
I had a compilation album growing up. I used to listen to music, and I don't know what originally it showed up on. But I listened to that music, then specifically that song for whatever reason I liked a whole lot as a kid. Like 12 years old, just really liked their album, and then I later found out who those guys were, government operatives. Abbey
Road.
Okay. But yeah, there's like a philosopher or something associated with this. Is it a physicist or Maxwell's equation and all that?
Yeah, is it a reference to James Clerk Maxwell's equations? I'm not sure.
I'll find out.
Judging by the first line, I would assume that's probably the case. Or the second line, studied paraphysical science in the home. Could be. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bang, bang, Maxwell Silverhammer. Yeah, clang, clang, Maxwell. Could be James Clerk Maxwell. Pretty influential.
Hey, somebody else uses Brave. Such a good browser.
Oh, no, that was Chrome. Sorry to disappoint.
What? So that must be a Windows default sound that just for pop-ups. Or
yeah,
maybe
quite possible. Yeah, my company uses Google Suites, so.
Gotcha. Well, shout out for Brave browser, the browser that pays you money to use it.
Never heard of it.
It's fantastic. It's the most secure browser that I'm
check
aware
it out
of.
now. You get paid for using it? Dang.
Okay, so anywhere from $50 to $80 a year is about what I've made by using Brave browser, yeah. So you make bat tokens, and then you can trade the crypto back to cash if you want, or just trade crypto stuff. It's a good browser. It's good for security. Keeps you away from the nonsense. Super
poor Dave.
Fuzzy Dave that time was really bad.
We should have like a code word whenever someone's robotic. Shout robot.
Yeah. It's still bad, Dave. Still bad.
Sometimes the code word is domo. Domo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I like the other domo. I've got a bobblehead domo on my desk.
Oh, right. I forgot about that guy.
Yeah. Yep, the Japanese come up with some interesting things.
Yeah. As much as I love Japan, sometimes they're so weird.
Mm-hmm.
Checking of the mic.
Yeah, perfect.
I was just endorsing Brave browser. Whatever gospel said is true. It's a great browser. Good
Cool.
security, and you make some crypto if you're interested in that.
Yeah.
What?
I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah. Everything costs though, right? So you know you don't get money for nothing, right? What are you giving up? You're giving up every 15 to 30 minutes or an hour, whatever you set it to, a pop-up of an ad. So it's voluntary advertising that you get paid for participating in. Sometimes I click on the ads. Most of the time I do not. I just close them out. Technically, if you look at the ad, I think it triggers a little bit more to come your way, but you're basically opting into advertising, and it's so.
Would you say you get your money for nothing and your clicks for free?
My clicks for free, yeah. Isn't it tricks?
It's chicks. It's Dire Straits.
Chicks, yeah. Brothers in Arms or Brother in Arms, brother.
I have it on vinyl. I can look real quick.
That's my favorite song by those guys. I could listen to that on repeat for hours.
Sultans of Swing is their best song. Their best song is Sultans of Swing.
Oh,
yeah, I like
in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Same
I like the guitar in Brothers in Arms is the name of the song.
Yeah, it's a good one. I thought the whole album was decent, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, the album is Brothers in Arms.
Yeah.
But it used to be Brother in Arms. So, no, never mind.
Oh, God. Where's Lou? Where's Lou?
Please don't start that shit.
Act like I didn't say that. I'll shut up.
Yeah.
For once, Dave, shut up.
Well, now I mean we have to figure it out though, right? Because brothers in arms. You know,
It's important. We should.
One feels right, and the one that feels right is the one it's not. So why does the one that it's not feel right?
That's a valid question. And only you can answer that question for you. Yeah.
That's like that's like the Rodney King. Can't we all just get along? Miggy was telling me this, and I was like, I think that the reason we hear it is, can't we all just get along? Because we hear the celebrity version of it. Like, you know, Jamie Foxx or whoever has ever used that line, we hear them say, "Can't we all just get along?" in that same, you know, tone and cadence. But when you actually hear him say it, he says, "Can't we all? Can we just get along?" And I'm like, well, I don't remember him saying that, but to tell you the truth, I didn't even live during that time, and I never actually heard him say it. I only heard people say it, you know, repeat what he said.
Man, there is a whole graveyard of beaten horses here. Just dead, beaten horses, just getting beat over and over and over again. We've beaten a lot of dead horses. But the biggest one of all would definitely be the globe. The zombie horse. The globe is the zombie horse that they keep on the Weekend at Bernie's trying to pretend is still doing just fine. Has anybody made a Weekend at Bernie's where Bernie's head is the globe? Because that would be perfect. We need to.
Dragon name. People keep dragging this dead globe around, but it's dead.
Imagine being that actor.
It got real windy out here, didn't it? What happened?
Nothing.
Not enough flat smacking today.
Everyone had the right to remain silent, and they had the ability also.
Can and will be used against you.
I got distracted thumbing through vinyl. Sorry.
What's your best collection of old vinyl? I used to have Dark Side of the Moon. I sold it in 1980 something for $30. I wish I still had it.
I don't have Dark Side of the Moon. My brother has a pretty rare German pressing of Dark Side. What's my best single album that I have? I don't know. It's a tough one. Because I say there's probably a difference between best as far as value is concerned, or best in terms of something that I enjoy.
How about that title, Comfortably Numb?
Oh, yeah.
Gotta love
that phrase right there perfectly sums up society these days.
Apathy is the new best thing.
Wait a minute, what?
Just how apathetic a large portion of society is, and how willing they are to, I don't know, bend over and do the hokey pokey, the dance, the dance, of course, is what I'm talking about. I'll put a GIF so that everybody understands. Yeah, that one. I always want to make sure people know what I'm talking about.
Well, God forbid they think you're talking about the other kind of hokey pokey.
Yeah. I would never want that, because we gotta keep things on point, above board, scientific. A little tongue twisted. Yeah, a little tongue twisted. I can't think of the right word. To coincide with the popular opinion. That's what I was trying to say. Because the only right opinion is the popular opinion. At least that's what Discord's terms of service has taught me. So, just trying to be a good learner here.
We're talking about comfortably numb gospel.
Comfortably numb.
The tweeters are blown.
You're still doing the
tweeters are blown.
I'll shut up.
262 million views on Pink Floyd's Comfortably Numb. Pretty good.
I just wonder if the distant ship smoke on the horizon comported to the globe metrics.
Smoke on the horizon?
No, it's a line from Comfortably Numb.
Distant ships smoke on the horizon, yes.
You are only coming through in waves. Yeah.
Hmm.
I was trying to tie it into Flat Earth there a little bit.
Yeah. I was reading
Still a robot. I'm still a robot.
No, not really. It's better.
I was trying to say real quick, New Perspective's a member here. It's OG, but he wrote a parody of Comfortably Numb for Flat Earth called Comfortably Dumb. I'm not sure if anybody's recorded it yet or not, but thought I'd throw that in.
Nice. I was reading a science.com or whatever, one of those silly websites, and their discussion and how they describe the Terminator line of where dusk turns to night or whatever. And they definitely included in their description the whole light bending around. Yep, they said that. Here's what's really funny about that. Here, I'll drive the point home so that I'm as clear as possible and why that's so funny. So they're including this concept of light bending around the ball in order to explain why there's a dusk zone, the zone in which you can't see the sun, but there's still light. And they say that it's because the light is bending around the ball, right, through the atmosphere, and it's bending around. That's their explanation. Here's why that's funny. Because we all know that you can be in a dark room with a flashlight or any other light source, and there's a zone where it's light, and there's not a hard line where the light stops. The light fades on a flat surface. So acting as though the ball explains this is actually hilariously counterintuitive. Am I making sense, or do I need to try to I don't know that I even could.
You're making sense to me, but that doesn't mean everybody else gets.
As long as one person gets what I think that they're conveying a contradiction, possibly accidentally, giving them the benefit of. I'm always giving people the benefit of the doubt, even when they don't deserve it, haven't earned it. I'm a super generous benefit of the doubter. Because basically, I don't want to dig anybody's hole for them. I don't know about you guys, and digging holes is not a lot of fun. So, like, I'd rather people dig their own holes. It's kind of like.
What do you mean? I love digging holes.
All righty there. Have fun with that. It's not my cup of tea.
There's something great about digging a nice big hole. I'm dead serious. I don't know why I like to dig, but I do.
Well, maybe it's because I grew up in the South where there's nothing but Georgia red clay and rocks, and that's not fun to. That's not fun.
That would probably explain it.
Leonard not listening. You keep on entering and exiting the room to possibly get noticed. Mission accomplished. I noticed you. It means that you were muted. You were muted at some time, Leonard. What? Oh, so I unmuted and he left the VC. You know what that makes me do?
Mute him again.
Ban.
Yeah, it makes me want to ban him. It's dishonest. Here's what I'll do though. I'm patient.
Gospel.
Get back in the VC, or I will be forced to handle the situation differently.
Looks like he left the server.
Get out the popcorn.
No. No, he's still got a roll.
Leonard. Leonard.
Apply. You have 60 seconds.
I think their name speaks for itself.
Not listening. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you on that.
Should be snot listening.
Oh, my bad.
No. What, why? Why my bad? Why mea culpa?
I was just joking. I was replying to the joke.
Yeah, you're fine. Thanks for the supporting gifts, guys. I set a timer and I have there's a really useful for anybody that does anything on an interval. There's a really great website, timer-tab.com. All right, time's up. Time is up. Timer-tab.com. It's really useful. All right, so what we're going to do is this right here.
Smell you later.
And we're going to do... we'll just do this number. This is a good number. I like that number. This. Heard the conversation. Unit. He dipped. Didn't come back. And this is the consequence. Alrighty.
Actions have consequences, gospel.
Yeah, actions have consequences. All effects have a cause too. There's no such thing as an effect without a cause.
You know, I was just talking to someone who said, we were talking about the phenomenon of a rainbow, and he said the cause is local, but the effect is not. I don't. Does that make sense to you?
No, that sounds convoluted.
Yeah, because the context is we were talking about the sun. We're talking about it not being a physical orb in 3D space, so we ruled that out. Could be holographic in nature. That's what some think, and I think it's just projected from somewhere we can't see. But what we do see is the, like, say for instance, you're on one side of plexiglass and you shine a light to a person on the other side. They can see the circle of the light. You know, that's what I think. But who the fuck really knows? But the bottom line is, it's like it's projected, but not from. But it's not from. But how can no one can say it's from a physical source? And I'm like, well, why would you think that? When it comes to light or energy, like, it has to originate from somewhere. If you're going to be projecting light, it has to be projected from somewhere. And I think he said not necessarily. I'm like, I don't. Where would you get the idea that of another? You know,
that's somebody suggesting that the effect doesn't have a cause.
Well, but okay, so we moved on to because I was like, well, you can't even use the hold on.
Okay, light. Oh, you did say hold on. Maybe he can't hear me. My argument would be that light is an effect.
So in this case, I was saying no. The rainbow is maybe holographic in a sense that if you move, it seems to move. But the bottom line is the causes from like say for instance, I posted pictures of the circular looking rainbow around me because I had a newly paved street, and because it's so reflective, you can see when the sun is at a specific angle, you can see that this little circular rainbow looking thing. And so I said the rainbow, it's not like it's projected from somewhere else. The rainbow is right there, and it's because of the refraction happening right there in those elements right there on the ground. So that's where it is. And when you move, you just move the angle, and then that's why it moves. But once you move, it's still where you're looking, technically, because it's emanating from the floor where the light is being refracted and where you see a rainbow. And that's the same thing in the sky. Like, it's physically where the air is opaque enough for you to see the rainbow. That's where it is. Light bouncing off of the particles right there.
But when
not somewhere else.
Okay, so yeah,
I was just trying to say it's different from perspective phenomena like the horizon, for example. That's not physically somewhere. Unlike a rainbow, where the light is physically bouncing from a location that is known.
So, wouldn't you say that the rainbow is within a range of viewability?
Yes.
Because the closer you get to it, the less like you never see a rainbow where you're like, I'm inside the rainbow. There's a certain distance that's necessary to be away from it. So yes, it's
specifically a certain angle, but that doesn't change the fact that the angle's coming from a specific place.
Yes, but if you take a step, okay, so if you are standing somewhere and then your friend is standing 100 feet in front of you, you're seeing, quote unquote, the same rainbow, but the position of that rainbow is not identical, is what I would argue.
We're not seeing the same rainbow, though, even though it might be from the same light source, because the light is reflecting off of the air at different angles to that person that's at a different angle than the other observer.
I'm using same in a very loose. I know I'm using same in a loose way in that we don't always see rainbows.
Right.
So when there is a rainbow, you're seeing the proper constituent parts for the rainbow to be present are present in a singular way, yet it can be seen from a multitude of vantage points.
Mm-hmm.
Within the scope of its ability to be seen.
But so within that scope, you're always going to have an angle.
Yeah.
An angle is two lines meeting at a vertex. Like, so the angle necessitates there being a specific place that the angle of light is going from the source to that thing to your eye. So that's a specific place that angle is allowing you to see the rainbow. It's not like it's you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's physically there, but you can see it because of the angle. It's not. I can't really explain it any other way, but I would never say the cause is there because the there being the particles in the air or whatever. So that's the there. However, the rainbows is not local; it's somewhere else. I don't get that.
Yeah, no, the rainbow is wherever it's being viewed from, is how I would phrase that. But in regards to the cause, you can't have a rainbow without some form of light. So there's that. So that means that the propagation of light has to be associated with the cause. But then there's a recipe of a certain level of water, water in the air to be present as well. Because
the source of the light has to be behind you, right? So when you're talking about looking at a rainbow in the clouds on a rainy day, the source of the light, the sun, would be behind you as you're seeing the rainbow. If you were standing equidistance on the other side of where that rainbow is being projected to you, if somebody was standing on the other side and looking towards the sun, they wouldn't see a rainbow.
Right, but in the sense, but the thing that's causing the rainbow is there. They just can't see it because the light is not refracting in the way that would allow them to see the rainbow in the way that, because they're not at the proper angle. That doesn't mean that what's causing it isn't right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the light is still going through the rain from the other side, right? But you wouldn't be able to see the reflection because the reflection is coming back towards the place of emission.
The exception is the sundog, which I put a picture of in the chat.
Sundog's not a rainbow, though, right?
They can diffuse the light and have
Right. Like I've seen something similar to rainbow. It's different colors. I've seen this different color of a ring around the moon with certain conditions. So that is weird because now that that's where my understanding breaks apart, because it's like, if it's the angle, then what's the sundog then? I mean.
Oh, and by the way, sundogs do happen quite a bit in this state. In North Dakota, sundogs are very common. So, from what I was here, we had a conversation about this a couple weeks ago. Apparently, where it gets really cold, supposedly maybe even ice crystals might be related. But then I also heard somebody like, well, I've seen a sundogs in Florida or in Orlando, and it's like, okay, well, maybe not. I don't know, but
well, if the sun is shining through the dome, you could see a sundog effigy here, there, whatever, depending on how the light's refracting through this, firmament surface. So there's a bunch of different possibilities we could go through.
See, I would think that the only way you could have a sundog is with the light, the cone of light being projected through a flat surface. Because would it appear?
Why flat?
More like, well, because say if the light is hitting the curved surface at an angle, would it really be a perfect circle?
Possibly.
I don't know. But I do know that if you shine a cone of light through like a flat glass, then you get the circle. The sundog, though, I don't know. I mean, I just think that if it were hitting like a curved surface, that I don't know. I don't know actually.
Yeah, I think people have done demonstrations of domes and shining a light through it and recreating or demonstrating the sundog effect through a dome.
From the observation is taken from the inside, like a camera setup or something.
Yeah, I'll have to see. I think so. I think I have seen that sort of thing, but I'll see if I can find it.
Well, the interesting thing
I'm just a flat topper. That's the problem. I mean, that's all. I'm just a flat topper.
Well,
do you have the military flat top haircut too, Elijah?
No.
Now that's a true flat topper.
True that.
Yeah, to replicate a rainbow, you need a mirrored surface. So if you wanted to replicate create a rainbow indoors, you have to have a mirror in order to do so.
It has to be a curved mirror for it to be a rainbow, or otherwise it's a straight line.
No, it doesn't.
Are you sure? Because I've seen it demonstrated.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay.
There's a picture of somebody that was showing it, and no, the vantage point's not inside, but it does seem to. I don't know why it'd be that different from inside.
Yeah, well, you're probably right.
A little bit of that. Six in one, half a dozen in the other.
There are several observations that, like from old encyclopedias and different things that show the firmament. It's real. Shows a kind of a vague dome covering or a wall of some sort. There's more than one observation I've seen. Old pictures of people actually taking photos of the dome from Antarctica.
Maybe it's both. Maybe it's more complex than I'm even. Maybe it's multi-surfaced, which I do think it's multi-surfaced because
it could be.
Because when you think of a flashlight, when you flash a flashlight, there's the bulb, but then there's that flat piece on the end that the light comes through too. And when you see it on the wall, it makes those circles. Obviously not rainbow circles, but the circle nonetheless. Not just the circle of the light, but the circles within. You know what I mean?
Back to the firmament, isn't there some old government documents, Operation Dominic or Fishbowl or something, where they were sending up explosives into the air to map out the firmament? Isn't there some documentation about that somewhere?
Yeah, Fishbowl and Dominic for sure.
So there's actual government documents stating they were mapping the firmament. I mean, what more evidence do you need than that and the observations of pictures of it showing it, vaguely showing it, but nonetheless, something's there. I mean, there's at least some supporting evidence for it, observational wise. And then when you see the sprites come down from the heavens or the sky, just as a start coming down, you can see where the firmament lights up around where the sprites come out down from the firmament. It lights up the firmament, and just for a brief second, a split second, you can see there's something that it falls out of. The sprites. It's actually in the photos in the additional information down below. You go to sprites and then watch those, and watch real close where they fall out you can see they're falling out of something. You can actually see the surface for just a brief second. And they're actually downstairs in the information down there. I watched them a few times. Looking at that, I thought that was pretty telling, in my opinion. I want to take a look at it and see what you think. I'd like somebody else's opinion on that as well. If anybody wants to take a minute and look at those and then comment on it.
Did you put something in the chat?
Yeah, I can. I'll go down and find them and put them up in the chat. Sure. Let's see. How do I post something from there into the chat? How do I do that? I just clicked on sprites and it came up on the screen. All you have to do is go down and click on sprites.
Oh, okay. You're talking about a room that we have?
Down below, yeah. And then just
Yeah. Gotcha. Here,
you just have to click on sprites and then a whole bunch of them come up. And just as they fall out, and some of them you actually see they're falling out of some surface they fall out of. Some of them look better than others, but
weird.
Yeah. I mean, it appears to me there's something there. I mean, they're falling out. They just don't appear out of thin air. It's like they're almost falling out of water. Something drags as they fall out. They kind of drag stuff down with them.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know much about that. That's fascinating.
Yeah, let's see. I put it in the live stream. I posted a link. Just click on the link and then they show up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There's like the third one down, second one down. They're not colored. They're just white. They kind of have. They show the surface. They fall out a little more clear to me anyway than the colored ones.
Mm-hmm.
It does appear that they're falling out of something. You know what I mean? That's what it looks like to me anyway.
What the heck?
Yeah, I don't know anything about this.
So weird.
Weird phenomenon. I've seen videos of this before. It's really cool.
Like fire.
Have you ever heard of ball lightning? It's literally just like a ball of energy in the sky, and it's just floating around like a ghost. Crazy. Really strange phenomenon.
Isn't that what
I've seen
people
that too.
Isn't
Sorry,
that
go
when
ahead.
people said that they saw orbs in the sky? Is that the same thing?
I don't know. I know people call orbs in the sky like UFOs. I don't know if that would even be considered the same thing or not.
But when do these thunder balls show up? Is it at night, or is it during the day, or during a storm?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
It's been a long time since I looked into it or saw it, the existence of them, and I was like, oh, wow, cool. Watch some YouTube videos on it. It was just neat.
Because I heard
Yeah,
some
me
people
too.
said at night they saw like an orb in the sky, and they said it was as bright as a star, but way bigger. But I've never seen such a thing.
I have once, but it was different. I would classify it as what you would refer to as a UFO. It was just I was sitting at a stoplight, and I looked up, and there's this bright orange fiery ball, just so abnormal in the sky, and all of a sudden, just went shot straight up in the air. I was like,
Oh, I don't know if it was like that. It was just something that like sits there.
but it was just sitting there hovering, like, and all of a sudden shot up, and then I thought I was crazy, and my friend sitting next to me, he goes, "Did you see that?" I was like, "Yes." Thank God I'm not crazy.
Yeah, I wonder what that could be actually.
Lots of anomalies we just don't know about. We see them, but we just don't know what they are. Wonder how far that like where the sprites fall out of. What does anybody have an idea what distance that is from the Earth up? I mean, I've heard like 63 miles or something like that, but I don't know if that's right. I think that might be a little too low.
I remember watching some sort of documentary on that where there was people, they may have been in a plane or something like that, chasing this activity and trying to document it. Can't recall. I'll have to try to find it. But it's definitely high altitude.
Yeah, definitely high. But not thousands of miles or anything ridiculous. It's like it's hundreds, I think, or less than 100. My memory serves me right. I'm a boomer. I'm getting old. I can remember what I had for my first day of kindergarten, but I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday. So short-term memory is lacking.
Same.
It's weird, huh?
There's another weird one. Have you ever heard of Marfa lights? MARFA?
No. What is that?
In Marfa, if you drive to Marfa, Texas, there's this area. It's like a big plain with, I guess you could say, hills in the backdrop. And as the sun goes down at night, all of a sudden these lights start appearing. They're called the Marfa lights. Just a big mystery. People have zoomed out there, with high-speed vehicles trying to see and discover what they are. It's like a big mystery.
Where does this observation take place?
In Marfa, Texas. You can YouTube it, Marfa lights. It's crazy.
See, whenever the media labels something as a weird, rare phenomena, they just mean something that goes against the heliocentric paradigm. Because there's no explanation for
verifiable answer, is that the words you're looking for? There's no
because like for example, making a rainbow requires more than just the screen, i.e. the crystals or the particles in the air. Like it's not just that. It also requires a solid reflective surface. They just say, well, it can happen because what you're seeing is many micro refractions that make up a large rainbow. No, I don't. Oh, because light comes in parallel. Remember that. That's their reasoning for, and we already know that's not true. So.
So do you think rainbows are holographic in nature, meaning all of the small water particles that are that the light is hitting and creating a bunch of small rainbows, which viewed...
That's exactly what I don't think.
You don't think that? Okay, so you don't think it's holographic in nature?
No, I do think it's holographic in nature. I don't think there's the micro refractions happening because all of those theoretical light rays, right? They have to be hitting all of the particles parallel. And then all of them are at this perfect angle to you to where you experience one big rainbow. Hell no. Hell no. It'd be like a wash. It'd just be like, you can't, no, it's not, because the rainbow has these bands of different colors. You can't have a whole bunch of, because when you have refraction, the light breaks up. So you can't have a whole bunch of light breaking up, making one big phenomenon.
A mosaic. You're talking about the mosaic. A mosaic of rainbows making one single rainbow. That's crazy. Right. That is crazy. I agree.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Do you believe that phenomenon can take place? Holography, meaning all parts contain the whole?
I don't know if that's another way of asking the same question, but it might be no.
That's kind of a vague question to me for some reason. It doesn't put anything together. It just kind of a statement. I don't know.
Do you think what? What's the question?
Do you think holograms, right? Holograms can be created by many different pieces containing the full image.
Maybe, but then that would require each of those to be larger or smaller and not equal. And then what you would have is a variance of shading. So you would never be able to do that in color, but you could potentially do that in a monochromatic way.
Well, each one of those water particles that the light passes through must be acting similar to a prism, breaking the light, splitting the light into the colors like a prism.
Well, the problem with their explanation is, again, remember that the sun is behind you, so the light has to be reflecting back. You know, it's just there's just no way. There's just no way.
Napalm, do you have an example? Like, for instance, let's say it's the dollar bill, the $1 bill. Could you use millions of various sized $1 bills in order to recreate the dollar bill? Is that kind of...
I think holograms are typically having to deal with light. But let me see if I can find you an example, because it's my understanding that like a true hologram is actually a bunch of constituent similar or the exact same images that when projected create a full image of what is contained within the smaller parts. But I'll have to try to find an example.
But we're talking about like something like, say, a hologram or a projector is. There are different parts that make that up. Different mirrors, different angles. That, you know what I mean? It's not just random. Just like our world is not random. It takes a special set of things to to experience these kinds of phenomena.
I get what you're talking about on how a hologram is made. But as far as I understand it, based on these graphics, really what you're doing is you're reflecting light off of a part. It's not the whole being conveyed a million times. It's the part of the whole.
Right.
Huh. Speaking of holograms, look at that. Somebody made a globe hologram.
Ah, what's up?
Hello?
You haven't had enough of the Angular Resolution series yet?
Please don't.
It's homework. It's going to be a new release soon of the Optinometric Angulizer Omnitron, a fire. That's right.
The fire?
No. The Optimizer Omnitronorific Analyzer.
I am unfamiliar with this thing.
It changes names spontaneously, just like the location of the horizon.
Oh, that sounds like a convenient device, like a Swiss Army knife of sorts. Yeah. It's ready to be whatever you want it to be, whenever you need it to be, the thing that it needs to be.
What's that?
This thing, optorific thing.
I can't even pronounce it.
Optorific.
The opticalorific explanerometer. Tron.
And with this device, you can prove that the Earth is a ball. Is that
No.
this? Oh, what's the device do?
It's not a device. It's an orthographometric representometer.
Okay.
You know, it's like a curve calculator. Only a non-curve calculator.
Mm.
So I've been playing that episodes a lot lately. One, obviously it's good content, but two, just to cement in people's minds, this stuff's been out there for years and years and years and years and years. Yet the Globers are still ignorant, willfully so.
Feels bad.
Yeah, for you Globers listening at the current moment, yes, that means angular resolution limitations as well as other optical effects are a necessary and sufficient cause for the bottoms of things to disappear as they approach 0 degrees in your field of view as they recede away from you on the z-axis. It's been that way for years, and it's been that way for decades, and it's been that way for centuries, and it's been that way for millennia. Get with the program. Okay, if you want to have a globe, fine, but you still need to account for that phenomena inside any of your math, which you never have done. Instead, you present ideal orthographic views or ideal linear perspective, which only exists in artwork, as if that's the reality we live in. Like you guys really are model afflicted and cognitively conflicted. Because the curve you predicted isn't there. Don't send DMs to people be like, oh, how would you account for that in your representations of what we say? I don't know. You guys are the ones claiming to have the answers for thousands of years. You should already have this done already. Shouldn't need to be asked. The fact that it needs to be asked is problematic in and of itself. Said this years ago. I said, hey, how'd you account for this, and this in your observation? And I got crickets. And I said, okay, your observation's erroneous. Your conclusions are false, axiomatically. Bye-bye now. But that's Earth curve in that picture there. I see curvature riser. What do you actually see? Oh, I just see the bottom of something missing. Oh, so you're inferring curve. You don't actually see curve. Oh, that's true, I guess. You're right. But I have an orthographic ideal model that predicts that the bottoms of things will disappear. Okay, well then why is the horizon behind the thing? Oh, dang, you got me. A refraction! Yeah, demonstrate the refraction necessary for the observation in question. Oh, you can't do it? Oh, yeah, send me to a link to Mr. Hoosierswatsit that made a Calva Lugemizer calculator where you just slide a bar until it matches mathematically and think that's evidence that's actually field obtained. Laughable. See, the problem is, Globers, that I've seen with my own two eyes, the bottoms of things disappear with no curvature present. So your games don't work. If you're honest with yourselves, you can go out and do the same observation. Kind of like Matthew learns. I don't need to do observations to test the model. I'm satisfied in my position. But you should get a camera and go look at the moon, and then maybe you'd understand it. Yeah, really intellectually honest there, buddy. Had like four, probably three. Let's just give it the benefit of the doubt and say 4 Globers actually attempt to do any of these types of things and produce their results that have come in here. It's really quite pathetic, to be honest, how many refuse to do the practical tests.
Yeah.
Still waiting on M. Scott Veach and Zanuck to come up with a way to do it. Man, I've been waiting for that for like 5 years now.
What's the point of it? Right. For the last 4 years, however long it's been for me, all I've seen before the Black Swan is there was a time where they actually wanted to go out and prove us wrong. Remember that National Geographic video with the CFI investigators? Well, that was specifically them doing a test that their claim was, well, the horizon is geometric. We're going to prove it. Pretty simple, pretty standard thing. They believe that this is what you could do because this is the case because that's what the heliocentric rhetoric tells us. And the bottom line is, for the last 2 years, they've said, why would anyone want to do observations like that? It doesn't prove anything. Oh, so you're admitting that you would come out to the beach with us and see the same thing we saw. So you just decided, let's not do any of that stuff anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, at one time the horizon used to be, oh, look at the horizon, it proves the globe. Now it's like, don't look at the horizon, it proves nothing. Science doesn't prove anything anymore. The horizon doesn't prove anything anymore. The sky doesn't prove anything anymore. So where's the globe evidence? Oh, they did it 2,000 years ago. We've known it for 2,000 years. Appeal to duration, that's evidence. A claim has existed for 2,000 years, therefore it's true. Wow, that's really intelligent. How about you give me a first-party source for Eratosthenes? Good frickin' luck. I'll be waiting another 5 years for that. Yeah, I took my son out to a certain spot with really good observations where you could see on almost all days without fail the bottom of the other side of the lake disappear, and there's definitely no earth curve sufficient to do that in this span. And not only that, but on other days you could see the entire kayaker disappear, and all you can see is like from his shoulder up and his paddle appear every so often. So why'd the earth shrink that day? To make a 2.5, 3 foot bulge. Oh, just slide a scale on your curve calculator till it says refraction extreme times infinity. Oh, bingo, it's still a globe. See, the problem is, Globers, I already allowed my kid to see with his own eyeballs that your claims are false. So when you tell him that the only way things could disappear is because of Earth curve, he's going to laugh at your dumb rhetoric. Nice try, though. You had a bunch of people for a bunch of years because they were all too oblivious, let's say. I don't want to say ignorant or stupid. No, ignorant is a fair word, but it has a negative connotation. People are just oblivious. It just never crossed their mind, you know, until it does. And then once it does and you test it, you find out that the claim that the only thing that cuts the things off of the bottoms of things is Earth curve. No, that's false. You could experience with your own eyes things disappearing out of existence where the Earth curve isn't present. Even in the model projections is what I mean, obviously. So your claim that that's the only cause is false. Clearly an optical phenomenon. Maybe you should get out of denial and actually go examine that. Because you must include it in your globe projections. If you don't, then your claims are false on their face. I don't even need to hear how you explain it in orthographic ideal geometry with ideal linear perspective. Does that exist in the real world? The answer is no. So any claims you make using that are false. Then you might say, oh, it's close enough. If the Earth was a globe, you would expect things to disappear from the bottom up. Therefore, if you believe affirming the consequent is good, sound reasoning, then you'll believe me. How about you give me an argument that's not a logical fallacy? That would be a start. Let alone the data that supports the premises within the fallacy you set up.
Yep.
And no, you can't borrow your concluded premise from a previous logical fallacy to input in the beginning of your next logical fallacy and expect nobody to notice it. You need to prove the premises first. Snow Globers in here. There's probably some listening on the live stream. Why don't you do some keyboard warrior and then write on there, hey, 24/7, I'm on the YouTube live stream, and here's an argument for the globe. This one isn't a logical fallacy, I promise. Next thing he types, logical fallacy. Just drinking some Globy tears. Don't worry about it. It's delicious. Refreshing. Oh, that's actually evidence that they present that water conforms to a globe floating in space is teardrops and raindrops, because when they fall, they turn into a globule, with like surface tension and cohesion. Ay, ay, ay.
Mic check. Is it working right now?
I hear you.
No. I just wanted to chime in real quick. Last few minutes you've been talking, it pretty much a good assessment. It's pretty sad, these globers. Like you said, it's been out there for years, this angular resolution stuff and everything.
Well, there's definitely nothing worth talking about in the damn live stream. Not on the YouTube version, anyway.
Yeah, rookie, all the hours those sophists spend out there, they could be doing something productive. That's just my opinion, though. But they sit in our chat and spew nonsense and logical fallacies all day long.
Yep. Welcome to Flat Earth. You've been here the whole time. That's a good one.
Ugh. How does my mic sound?
Sounds like your voice.
Probably a lot better than mine. Sound good to me.
Dude, this is just that little Apple headset for like $15, man. It's like the best deal you can get.
Yeah. I always get the Walmart special. $4.95. Which is way overpriced when you consider.
I'm talking on wired headphones that cost $8.
Yeah, not too bad.
Fellas, get yourself an amazing girl. Ladies, get yourself a guy that deserves you. Thanks.
And vice versa.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And ain't nothing more precious in this world than, sticking together. Friends and family.
We got a gravity believer in here. Get him.
Wait, where?
You said stick together.
Oh, no, I don't mean that.
I'm just teasing.
I'm not an idiot.
I'm just teasing, man. Gravity's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the discussion. It's only relevant to. It's only relevant to a creation story for the globe religion. Has nothing to do with the actual shape.
And it's just a distraction, too. It's like, hey, where's the curvature? Yeah, but gravity. Well, that doesn't make sense. Let's focus. Where's the curvature? Like, come on. Oh, boy. It's like they paid attention in school, but they can't pay attention in an adult conversation about their worldview. It's so weird. Don't get mad. Just understand the truth, and can we move forward, please? Flat Earth is entry level. Like, if you can't see that it's flat stationary, at least those two. The enclosed thing, the gas pressure, it might take a second for you to understand that. That's okay. If you can get the first two, no curve, no spin, okay? If you can understand that, right? That is common sense, by the way. That's the definition of common sense. You're using your sense, and it should be common that everybody experiences is, If you can't grasp that, then you have a lot harder lessons in life to learn than this one. A lot harder.
My favorite is when they say, well, I can prove gravity, I just need to drop something. I go, okay, so what have you proven? You've proven that things fall down. Excellent. So thank you for confirming the Earth is flat and horizontal. They'll be like, well, that's not what I meant. I meant it's going inwards toward a floating space ball. I go, okay, cool. I'll drop something here, you drop something there, and then we'll see if they're, at an off angle to each other. Oh, they're not? Oh, yeah, that's right. When I drop something, it goes down. When you drop something over there, it goes down. So in both locations, it goes down. Why would I assume that's inwards to the center of a floating space ball?
Yeah, man, give me a satellite video of someone on the side of the Earth dropping something and it going to the left or the right in the picture towards the ground would be, next to you instead of below you. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way that if you even look into this for 5 minutes, you can still be a globe earther if you take the math right and compare it to the world. So it's a choice out there by both people getting paid to do it and then by people who just cannot drop the lie and the fantasy. They're out there defending something that it just doesn't exist. It doesn't. It's not. It's worse than like me saying that there's a neon green, cat in my freezer. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not happening. Anyway.
Well, they do offer a counter argument, which is, well, if the Earth was flat, then gravity would crush it into a ball. Which isn't true.
How do they know? When was the last time anything else
what if your ass was
physical reality turned something into a ball because of gravity? You can't just leave a rock outside and oh, look, in 6 years it's going to be a perfect sphere.
Well, they're assuming mass attracts mass to the center of mass, and the center of mass would be the center of the imagined floating disk that they have.
Oh.
And of course, the way out of that is to have perpendicular field lines to the plane, which they would assume requires an infinite plane, right?
Mm-hmm.
In order to solve the problem. What they don't understand is that they've already conceded that the gravity of the type of which they're speaking of is Newtonian in nature, and they don't realize that even in their worldview, Newtonian gravity requires an infinite universe. So why are they allowed to have an infinite universe, but a different paradigm is not allowed to have an infinite Earth? I mean, why can you have one and not the other? Oh, that's right, you can't, because if you have an infinite universe, you have infinite stars, and if you have infinite stars, you have an infinite light, and if you have infinite light, it's day all the time, which is why Newton himself recognized very quickly that his model of gravitation could not possibly be true. Why? Because it's not daylight all the time. That's why.
I just want to see something bigger attract something smaller. That's all. It's the only thing I want to see.
I just think the biggest issue is that they think.
I don't know. I tend to believe that skinny things attract other things, not fat things. But I could do it.
The tall, skinny dude with the plump girl. I get it.
Yeah, I mean,
they're probably happier than the supermodel couple.
That's what's sad about the world today, is that most men and women think they're ugly or think they're not perfect enough, when in reality, no one really wants perfect. Matter of fact, nobody really wants perfect, because then you gotta. It's a lot of hassle. Trust me.
Yeah, it's keeping up with the Joneses kind of deal.
It's pretty sad though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get it. You know, people pick on you and make you think you're not good enough, and that's just what happens to you. You over time, you build up this wall immunity to it, and you fight against it. It's kind of silly when you think about it.
Well, imagine being born in a world where everybody says everything's figured out. You don't have to figure anything out. Just focus on you. That sounds great,
just focus
right?
on how ugly and dumb you are.
Oh, well, that's not necessarily what I mean, but I do hear you.
Well, it was a joke, of course.
No, I got you. I'm with you. Yeah. So
I know it's hard to argue with rationality, right?
Exactly. You can't argue with it. You can just say, "Whoa, okay. Well, let me know if you ever change that." So it's either, man, I just think it's a choice with everybody. Everybody's choosing to stick with the globe side, right?
Does that mean like a flat earther? They spelled it wrong. Flirt. It'd be a flat earther, right? Not a flurf. What's a flurf?
Glurfer?
These silly words. All these Jolly Pirate chicken nicknames. I don't care what you believe in. Facts are facts. I know.
Hey, are you talking to us?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I was reading a text in here in the
Got it.
On the YouTube chat.
Who's the
now it's moved up now.
Oh, you're reading the YouTube chat. See, I'm trying to not go in there as often because
well, it's something to do. I mean,
they can't stop talking about me when I go in there, and I'm just like, guys, stop. This is flat Earth.
I found the real photo of Earth.
Where's it at? Let's see.
Nice. Really?
I found it. Yeah, I'm gonna post it in the chat.
Oh my God! Finally,
it's gonna blow your mind, guys.
Hey, wait a second. Where are the stars? I'm sick of asking that question.
Zoom in.
Why bother? We're never going to answer that question.
No, it's a camera trick issue. That's why you can't see stars or satellites. Sorry.
Zoom in.
Oh, wow.
What the fuck is this? What is this?
It's a NASA troll.
It has to be. This looks like just drawn on a napkin. The fuck?
Look.
I can't zoom in very close. It just turns into nothing. Oh, I get it. Who are these people? You're kidding. So, like, all these people work for NASA or something?
No. All these people participated in a Earth Day global selfie in 2014, and then they assembled the pictures and arranged them, and then yeah.
So did this take longer to make than their other live pictures, or did they have like an app that just does it? Because honestly, this is impressive compared to what they show us.
I think it's an algorithm.
Interesting. Mosaic cards.
Yeah.
Insane. Interesting to me. It's like how?
Yeah, I always wonder how they do that stuff.
It makes me question, because everything is recycled in reality very efficiently. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if that connected. Sometimes I speak broken logic, but
No, I got you. At least I did.
just because pictures are pictures, and you put them all together, and it makes a picture. What? That's exactly what a TV does.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Like, how do you? It's crazy.
But that's called a Black Mirror.
There's artistry to making the world.
It has to be. I want to make a song with that.
Yeah, somebody make a song. It has to be.
Intro beat.
Why my girlfriend cheating on me? Because she has to.
Those come from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the oceans.
Yeah, and it just didn't look right at the end, so we just changed stuff around. We just kept hitting, Control Z or something.
Hey man, did you see my face? It's Minnesota.
Yeah, that picture is hilarious.
Get it? You zoom in to anywhere. Hey, look, my face is China.
Yeah.
Big face, I guess.
Interesting clouds.
Yeah, every single one of these.
Stick bugs. Like, this is what I'm saying. It's like, shit is different, but not really. It's almost like neither the creator put that magic sauce on top of everything that's relatively the same. Because when we play a video game, at first we're like, man, this is lazy as fuck. Like you see the same coffee shop, the same, after you play a game for a while, it's like, oh, this is the same exact thing. And then you think about it and you're like, oh, right. Like the CVS every block and a half in reality. Like my apartment that looks eerily similar to my best friend's apartment. It's just I just put different things in mind. It's not really, nothing is that different, but we perceive them as different. How many different variations?
Especially when someone calls it out and says something's different about it, right?
Yeah, it's like look at us as people. It's like, okay, we got eyes and a mouth and all this and all that. Like, how many variations of that can you make? Well, when you see a person, you've never seen them. Even though we all have, that's the most insane thing to me. And once you see a person, you see them. And now it's like, okay, that's that person. But when you don't know a person, everyone kind of looks the same. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird. No? All right. Well, whatever.
I kind of followed what you were saying.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. What I find quite interesting is like when you buy a new car or your mate buys a new car, suddenly you see that car everywhere. And before you just didn't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the craziest one.
Yep, and that works for pretty much everything. Like, I didn't see pregnancy commercials until I was scared that me and my daughter's mother made a mistake. The same day, there's this commercial where they got it must have been water trickling onto a stick, which is I don't know why. We get it. You didn't have to do all that. And then I'm seeing help wanted signs now because I hadn't had a job yet. At 17, 18, was it? The help wanted signs are just popping up everywhere. As soon as I needed a job, help wanted everywhere. But it's always been there.
Because you weren't looking for it.
Dude, I just washed my car and now I see water everywhere in my truck. That was real water, though. I guess I left my door cracked
Guys,
open.
in 2022, people are still using words like space shuttle.
Space Force.
Space shuttle. Ooh. God, it sounds so official.
They should have just called it a shuttlecock.
Yeah.
Well, it's about the only thing that fits the description, right?
I agree with you on that.
And explain to me why every single space mission has a giant, you know what, as the display model.
Oh, it's just a coincidence. The aerodynamics have to
and
work that
where
way.
did they, and why are there no balls on the end of it? Can you just explain that?
Because they're not aerodynamic enough. But if it looks like a penis, it's perfectly aerodynamic. Okay, it's just science.
Good point. I guess you gotta.
Don't question it. Okay.
It's science.
Okay. You don't. You might as well question your heart doctor, your cardiologist, when he's telling you to stop eating so much fat. Then
You know what I thought of when I
dare
saw
you
the
question NASA?
You know the shuttle that blew up? You know what I thought of when that first happened? I thought of that Eddie Murphy skit.
Which one? There's a few.
About you put your what in there and it just explodes.
Oh, yeah. That's from.
That's for some reason what popped into my head the moment that happened.
You got a strange imagination there, but
thank God I cut school that day.
That's okay. Yeah, at least you went to Eddie Murphy.
Otherwise, I would have had to see that in class, and it would have terrified me. But I knew it was baloney. I remember when it happened. It was funny because everybody was sitting in front of the TV, and I walked in the room, and they're like, "Oh my God, can you believe it? The space shuttle blew up." I started laughing. I said, "Really?" That's funny.
Yeah, it was weird too because didn't it turn into like
horrified.
Didn't it look
How
like
could you say that?
a demon head in the sky? The smoke, once it exploded, it turned into like this horned demon thing for a second. It's weird.
That was you asking the questions, right, Rookie?
Yeah, it was Rookie.
All right. Well, maybe you've not been made aware of this.
Uh-oh, am I going to get spoiled again?
Oh, dear God.
Well, there they are. All right, cool.
Send them all.
Nice. I missed that one. How does that work? Is that where you get in and out?
How exactly is that vulva shaped?
I want to know why the.
You gotta watch the video.
I want to know why Mary Magdalene's, or why the mother of Jesus looks like a vagina. That's what I want to know.
There's the
Please don't tell me you've never heard of that, because I'm going to slap all of you if you haven't.
Yeah, no, I've heard of it. I just ignore things like that.
I know. Normally I do too, but for some reason it just seems valid.
That doesn't seem to be fixing the problem. Okay, so we've got genitalia going to space. Let's launch more genitalia to space. Great idea.
Yep.
It's a good
Yep,
idea.
that's
I like
their
that.
solution. Representation.
Make them actually, what do they call that? Anatomically correct, though. I think
What I don't understand is why are all these spaceships white?
Uh-oh.
Oh,
no.
there it came. I knew racism was going to keep in.
So you know why Globers are Globers, and again, like I don't even know why we called them that. Like, it's not the globe. It's not the globe that's keeping them tied to the religion. The religion itself is space and how things originate in space.
How things originate in space. Yep, you're right.
So when people like, because when you say it's not a globe, they're like, but then they talk about the sky, like as how they know, and it's because they can't fathom out there being this endless, mind entertaining thought quest that they'll never actually be able to experience in actuality. It's so many wormholes, black holes, suns that are bigger than our sun, which is like I don't know how many Earths inside. Like I don't know why. It's just because you can think about the scale of basically how they show you, and then you're like, well, the Earth is big, but even if I imagine it to be small and then think of a star that's like 100 times bigger than that. It's like, whoa, mind blown. Just for thinking about some bullshit on top of some bullshit. The reason that they can't let go of the globe is because they can't let go of what they think the sky is, because everyone imagines going there.
Yeah, they just think the Earth is one of many things that are floating around in this place called space. Equal.
In space.
And possibly equal in every way.
Spaces between their ears. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Yeah.
Butterbean?
So,
next thing you know, there's going to be a space disease. You watch.
Hey, is a globe something kind of like, so oblate spheroid, right? It's got the word sphere in it, so there should be some curvature anywhere. Is that correct? There should be some kind of bend curve, right?
Yeah, I mean.
So where the fuck is it?
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Everything is curved. Even flat is curved. Everything is curved.
This is why they talk about gravity, right? Because they listen. Yeah, space is the religion, but the only reason we exist and have a place to live on is because of gravity, right? So these two things are super linked, and it's like if you don't address these things, they kind of can't imagine that not being the case, because it comes with, I would just float off in the weightlessness of space, not realizing it in the same context you're weightless in water. No, but that's different. No, it's not. But anyway, the point is that I like going about it with, what about Jupiter? Because the bottom line is, you think that it's not just this rock that came together from bits and pieces and fire and whatever the hell else people think, made the planets. You have other things that are purely gas, like Jupiter, right? So it's like that belief would have you think that gas law works exactly opposite to your experience, because gases aren't attracted to each other. That's why you can have balloons and things like this, because they expand to fill the volume. That's what creates the pressure, having more of that. It's like, how can you not understand that gas particles aren't attracted to each other? Because the moment you do and you say, well, the sun and how is that possible in the vacuum of space and all of this and that and the third, it should be over right there, because now it's like, well, if gravity isn't a thing, then what is space then? What is going on?
Oh, but don't misrepresent them, Elijah. They say that Jupiter is probably rock and metal on the inside.
Really?
My two favorite genres.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that gas giant that they call a gas giant probably has rock and metal on the inside, they say.
How the fuck did they know the core inside?
Yeah, exactly. Who went there? Who took a sample?
So
again, it says
saying that did you get a handful of that stuff when you were down there, so we could bring it back and show us how magnetized it?
What
are you saying that? Are you saying that it's got metal core?
It says metal core, yeah.
Hardcore. It's hardcore.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
That's stupid, but everything is.
Yeah.
Well, it's our best guess.
Does that mean a fart has a solid core?
Well, it's our best guess up until this point. Until you have some other better solution, then we're going to continue to believe that. Okay.
Check this out.
Right.
Look at their gravity stuff that they say. 11 times larger than Earth. 2.4 times the gravity. And they say that the air pressure is 1,000 times. The air pressure is 1,000 times, the gravity is 2.4 times, but the size is 11 times. That checks out. I'm sure there's an equation to make that make sense.
Well, if you make it up, you can make it whatever you want, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say
I'm made of pure peanuts. You know how I know that? Geodetic surveying. Changed my mind.
Yeah.
Right.
Are you a Pokemon?
Might as well be, because gravity and refraction created me.
What was his name? This guy. Is this you?
Hold on, let me check.
Geodude.
Oh yeah, that's me. I'm fucking. And my uncle is a piece of volcanic rock with guns. Punch you.
Oh, we got a Schnabel.
I like Gardevoir better.
True. Me too.
In the chat.
Michelle Fowler said that you were some complicated rocks.
That's what I'm saying. My uncle is magma from a volcano in Hawaii, and
I had a couple of those in my head. Come on, that's funny.
Globus hystericus.
You guys really hate my tyrannical jokes, don't you?
Tyrannical?
I didn't realize they were tyrannical.
That sounded like it.
I'm working on it.
Sometimes it's hard to hear them because they're interjected over other people's statements. Just saying.
By the way, I'm going to say this for a while now, especially while it's still in theaters. The best make fun of people who still believe in outer space movie of 2022 is Moonfall. Everybody go ahead and check it out. You will laugh the entire time, especially the parts that we know that people believe this shit. Oh, it's great.
Yeah, how funny is it?
DiCaprio in it?
How funny is it to be at the movie theater laughing when everybody's like, they've got their mouth open and their eyes are 2 times more open than normal, and they're like, oh, wow. And you're like,
I can't. I look at him just like holding my mouth, like Butthead when the drill sergeant's yelling at him. Holy shit!
Oh, that's classic.
No, see, I had to watch it at home. I'm not going to go to the theaters and embarrass myself and everybody else with that.
Yeah, I totally was at the movie theater when a group of young teenagers, I don't know how young because I forget the rating, but young people at the time watching the movie John Q. And at one of the most emotionally intense moments of that entire movie, they started laughing and they got kicked out of the theater.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Crazy.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to get mad at it, right? So every day I'll either, I'll just try to laugh at it. I still see people wearing like face diapers, 2 of them in their car when they're by themselves with the windows rolled up. I try to just, you know what I mean? I try to just say, okay, well, somehow they're relevant in other parts of their lives, so I just need to let them have this one.
Never know if they could give themselves corona.
That's what I'm saying, like, right? They just, oh man. No wonder they believe in the globe, right? I mean, that's, yeah.
That's a good gift. That's a good video editing.
Mm.
The one Miguel put.
Yeah. I like it, actually.
Looking back, the thing that kind of slaps me in the face when I think about it is when they would describe the greenhouse effect without the greenhouse.
Oh, you don't have one of those gravity greenhouses?
What's that?
Bet you could save a bunch of money in building material if that would actually work,
The gas holder.
gravity greenhouse? Is that what the gas is contained?
Well, yeah, you're right. Though they did always talk about the greenhouse effect back in the 90s, especially with the whole hole in the ozone layer, and yeah,
It's a nose only.
that's what they called it. It's a layer of O3.
It should have been called the ozone. Like,
Well, this alleged layer of O3 gas supposedly was what kept in the heat. That's,
dioxides. Oh boy.
That's the story that they told us, is that O3 traps in the world's heat, and if we have a hole in it, we're going to freeze to death.
So yeah. So what happens when the hole? What goes through the hole, man?
Yeah.
What's
That's a good
escaping
question.
through the hole?
Let me guess. A rock.
Heat was allegedly escaping through the ozone hole.
Oh no!
Yeah, our planet was going to cool off, and we were going to go into an ice age.
Ugh.
No. It was letting in.
No
It
zone.
was letting in. No. It was letting in the cosmic radiation that was going to heat everything up.
Oh, it was a both and.
Hey guys, did the ozone layer close by itself too? But I haven't heard anything about the ozone layer for a while.
Yeah,
they renamed it the ozone later.
No, the hole doesn't exist anymore. So they said that it healed itself, yeah. And they're going to pat themselves on the back and say that it's because they banned chlorofluorocarbons.
Yeah, why not? It wasn't because they figured out gas expands. I was just saying, it's not because they figured out gas expands in all directions. The idea of a O2 layer is kind of silly.
These people get on my nerves, man. Because the gas has to not. I fucking can't. I can't stand that. I don't like this conversation.
Great.
Like the fact that this conversation has to be had is what annoys me. I do enjoy it, but it's also very annoying.
Yeah.
Like case in point, I'm not talking to them. Someone posted proof of rotating Earth, no problem. The simple fact that the stars, when viewed at the equator, simultaneously rotate. Blah 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 blah. That's dumb, bro. Like, so in order to detect movement in real life, we know what you will. Either you feel it, or you want to measure the movement versus the you know what I mean? Like you know what miles per hour is. Like that's movement. But when it comes to the movement of the Earth, it's like, no, we need a special way to do that. Like looking at other stuff. Like I'm tired of it. And then they end it with flat Earth debunked. No, level means level unless you can prove that it also means equidistant from the center as you move around the curved surface. Like bro, no, like level is level. That's the only way to debunk that is if there's an 8 inches per mile squared drop. And the elevation is changing. Therefore, you don't live on a level surface. So you would have to prove that. Not, yeah, go ahead. I'm just annoyed.
I was going to say, no, like if there's 8 inches per mile drop, or whatever, then you can't acquire an angle to do any measurements to assert that it's a sphere. Like, that doesn't work either.
Well,
There's no curve, no bend anywhere. Okay, that's it. Bottom line.
Yeah, don't get distracted by the 8. That's a parabolic calculation anyway. It's just a good rule of thumb for doing the calculations, but and again, it's accurate up to 150 miles or whatever, but it's not, that's a besides the point kind of thing.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. If it were close enough, you wouldn't be able to acquire an angle from the surface of Earth.
Curvature, go away. I'm serious. I'm just so sick of this other stuff. And I'm glad I'm learning about, how gravity can't exist because of the facts of reality and such, that's nice. I want to have that knowledge. But the bottom line is, if it's a ball, it curves. Where's that curve?
Yep.
Like if it was measured to be a ball, then I've been like, has to be gravity. How the fuck? Like but you gotta prove it's a. Oh man, because you know what gravity is? Is a first law of thermodynamics violation. That's what gravitational accretion is. The ability for matter to change vectors because of some inherent force within the matter itself. Yeah, that's a first law of thermodynamics violation. There ain't no force.
I was just reading an article the other day. Has anybody read up on the zeroth? I know it's going to sound like a joke.
Law?
The zeroth thermodynamics law?
Another Mandela effect.
Zeroth?
Yeah, here, I'll post the article. It's not really, again, not my cup of tea like it is for some people, but it was written last year. We start here with the consideration of a general thermodynamics law that govern all possible processes in the universe. These laws are the fundamental building blocks, blah, blah, blah. We begin by positing the so-called zeroth law of thermodynamics in a familiar and sensible formulation, which asserts that two bodies in equilibrium with a third are in equilibrium with each other.
What does that mean?
That's a fantastic question. That's why I didn't make it too far through this article, because I don't know.
What does that mean?
It's not a coherent statement to me.
I can tell you what it means. They're trying to wedge those laws into heliocentrism. That's what that zeroth is. They're trying to make it sound like these balls in space rotating around each other are in equilibrium, so they're not violating any of the laws of thermodynamics.
Two bodies in equilibrium with a third are in equilibrium with each other.
I like the sun,
rewriting it.
The Earth and Moon system is in equilibrium, and the Earth and Moon system is in equilibrium with the sun. It's just bullshit.
Okay, so I think this is what they're saying. A equals B, C equals B, therefore A equals C.
That sounds logical.
Well, yeah, but I'm not quite sure what their point is, what they're getting at.
Is that affirming the consequence there?
Maybe a little bit.
No, I think it's just a logical statement, but
no. How? I mean, how?
The issue is determining in the first place how A is equal to B or how C is equal to B in the first place. That's the initial assertion. If those two things were determined to be true, then it would be logical to say that then therefore A equals C. But it starts with validating A does actually equal B and that C does actually equal B.
So then, it is affirming the consequent then. Well, yeah. If the presupposition is because that's a presupposition. It's like A is equal to. Is it or isn't it? Like I don't.
No.
You can't just assert it.
Well, I think the assertion is the first part, not the second part.
Read it again. A equals B. Yeah.
Who? What?
Read it once more.
Yeah, read it once more. Let's see if we can.
Well, I made that up. The ABC thing, I made that up. So it's not actually coming from the article. That's my interpretation of what. Let me reread their assertion. Two bodies in equilibrium with a third are in equilibrium with each other. My interpretation of that was if A equals B, and if C equals B, then A equals C. That's how I'm interpreting their assertion of two bodies in equilibrium with a third are in equilibrium with each other. The Zeroth Law of Thermodynamics, 2021, by Jürgen Honig.
Is this? I guess this is hinting at the sun, moon, and the earth.
I don't know. No, I don't think that they're even invoking space, or I don't know. I read it, and it's just a bunch of words. Mostly, they reference magnetism. They reference temperature. They reference Boyle's law. They reference temperature scales.
I don't see how it applies to any of that stuff. Like, I don't know what the how is it related?
I posted the link.
Right. I'm working, man.
I know.
Be my eyes.
I thought it was interesting. I came across the title and I was like, what in the world's going on now? My other fun phrase, and feel free to steal it because I think it's fun. Some people might not think it's fun, but I think it's fun. What from hell? What from hell is this? If anybody wants to steal that one, feel free.
I like that. I do.
What from hell are you talking about? All that sort of stuff. It works. It's a good one.
How hot is it?
Huh?
What's the temperature?
Are you talking about my funny phrase?
Yeah.
Yeah, the heat is kind of besides the point.
That's why I went there.
It's more in reference to just overwhelming subversion.
It's just more of a globy response. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, this article is quite technical and just a bunch of gobbledygook to me. But
so, well, moving on from that, because I'm just thinking about like why people think illogically, and maybe it's because we take some of the most precious moments of a child's life for granted. What if once they're logically fucked up or have not been allowed to make logical connections, it is impossible in adulthood? Because what if that development has to take place as a child, which is why they take over? So what if that's the case and we'll never change anything? Because the only reason I wasn't captive is because, well, I didn't listen. I was like, oh, word, I can't do math the way I want to do it, even though I got the same answer as Timmy over there. All right, well, I'm going to sleep. Thanks. Because I don't understand and I don't care to. I'm getting a failing grade. Okay.
Well, this zero law of thermodynamics,
yeah,
I feel like this could be characterized as like the Captain Obvious law of thermodynamics, right? Isn't that just a pretty obvious?
Kind of what I was. Unless there's something I'm missing, it seems to be is means is. Wow, profound. It does seem to be kind of a ridiculously unnecessary claim statement. The other ones seem to convey information. This one seems to not communicate any new information at all.
Yes, it's basically stating the obvious. If you have two bodies that are at equilibrium with a third body, all three would be at equilibrium. Ergo, the first two bodies would be at equilibrium with one another. Like, that should go without saying.
Yeah, I agree. Unless there's something I'm missing. And that's why I scratch my head at its relevance.
Because people like to just come up with word salad for no reason. You know, sometimes
Well, you
bogus
get yeah.
they'll agree with you, but they think they're disagreeing with you, but they'll say the same thing you said in different words, and it's
You know
like,
how hard it is to come up with a master's thesis or a doctoral dissertation topic? You have to think of something that no one else has done before. So you get pretty creative when you're grasping at the straws of newness. Like, for instance, I wrote on caffeine's effects on mental health, but I had to specify it even more than that because I wasn't the first person to think about such things. So I had to apply it to like generalized anxiety disorder specifically, and I had to kind of like hone it into a niche, which is so when you start reading scientific papers and stuff, oftentimes it's a 21-year-old or a 24-year-old or whatever doing the best they can after spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, like just I guess I'll do this, or more often than not they're fulfilling the dreams of whatever professor that they had. I don't know, the whole higher level of education is super grabbled in so many different ways.
I wonder how much taxpayer money went into funding the grant to figure out that two bodies that are at equilibrium with a third are at equilibrium with one another.
Yeah. Well, Jürgen Honig, I don't know where he went to school, but it doesn't sound super American. Let me look this guy up. Jürgen M. Honig.
Nonetheless, some taxpayer somewhere is probably supporting this.
Mm-hmm. You look his name up and Amazon pops up. He's written a book, Thermodynamics, Principles Characterizing Physical and Chemical Processes.
He got that book promotion grant money.
Popularity. I wish you could find out how many copies a book has sold. Let me see if there's any reviews at all. There's 0 reviews. Nobody has given it a star of any kind. Oof. Sucks to have your book on Amazon for 20 years or however long, because it said 2003 or I don't know. And just nobody ever buy it. Jürgen Honig, 48 works in 222 publications in 3 languages and 4,753 library holdings. This is your 0th law of thermodynamics, man. Not bad.
That's I think that explains a tire rim without the tire air pressure thing, right? Is that what he's trying to explain?
No, I don't think so. So Justin wants us to stop talking about the 0th law of thermodynamics silliness and move back to the mountain of evidence for flatness.
It's the inescapable mountain of evidence of flat and stationary. Preponderance of evidence.
Cornucopia?
Does Glad have a girlfriend?
No, he has a boyfriend.
Sean.
Wait. Say I do. Say I got a girlfriend, then what? Who the fuck's asking?
Kenny's asking. What? You got a girlfriend?
Oh, okay. Yes, I do.
Can we have a threesome?
Damn.
God damn it. See? That's why I don't talk about it.
No.
That's the in-body problem.
Y'all are disrespectful.
Glat Flobness. That's hot.
Yep. Well,
I wasn't talking about your girl. I really wanted to be with you.
I know, I'm just fucking around. I'm poking back. Yeah.
I don't know why Sean, I don't know why they hate you in the chat, man. I don't know, but
they don't hate me, dude. They cannot survive without people like me in the chat. And there's a lot of them. There's Multiton, there's Into the Break. There's a lot of people putting in work, man. For sure. I don't know why they don't attack them more often. I mean, it's fine, right? I can take it,
but it was just funny. I'm watching this chat. It was yesterday or last night. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Why are they going after you so hard, man? Fuck.
And yes, I'm going to finish your point earlier. I have the greatest girlfriend in the entire world. And I don't care what you say about it.
She's the flat Earth model.
Oh,
she's imagined.
Only because of that ass.
Is she a flat earther?
Yes, she is.
I love this,
Justin. That ass.
That ass.
I don't have much of an ass, and I don't think she's even seen it yet. So, there you go. Anyway, none of y'all's business.
It's the surprise of that ass.
Right. But yeah, let's keep talking about the YouTube chat because it's the only. She said, "What the fuck, guys?" Exactly. Mind your business.
I knew she would laugh. I knew she would laugh.
Is that what the globals are hiding? The YouTube chat now?
Okay, so when I finish blushing, we'll talk about the YouTube chat.
Anyway, yeah, you were in there the other night, man. I'm like, they kept calling your name out, but you didn't. You weren't in the chat. There was another name, and I was like, Glad? You know, yep. And I'm like, oh,
yeah.
Okay.
There's even a person in there. We know who it is.
I call his name out in my dreams all the time.
Trillion. Well, it depends on the dream, then, doesn't it? Jeez. No, but in the YouTube
like
chat, they're going nuts. They can't. So the thing is, I hold them to task on curvature. That's the thing I do, and they can't stand it, and so they like try to. All they try to do is hate on me instead of address the topic. And I don't know.
Well,
they can't stand it, so they sit down.
Welcome, man. Dude, man. I used to get that shit all the time.
Yep.
Man.
You can't hold them to task, or they're gonna
stand in one fucking corner and say, "Prove me some fucking curvature, bitches. Show me your bendy water, fucker." And they got nothing. We know they got nothing.
No bendy water. Oh, then they'll say bendy light.
And then when you know they got nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, bendy light.
Right. If it's not bendy water, it's bendy light. And they can do the bendy light thing a little easier in the imagination, right? Because bendy water, well, just let's go try to see that, right? And then there's none, and it's like, okay, case closed. But with bendy light, see, they can say anything they want about what's perhaps happening at the geometric horizon that doesn't exist. They're like, well, it's refraction making it bend upward to make it look completely flat for hundreds of miles. Dummy.
Well, don't forget geodesics, the bendy straight lines.
Somebody was saying last night, like, why can't I see around the side of the building then, if that's happening? What the fuck?
I want to be a spy for, you know what I mean? And like, Really get down and dirty. I can see around corners.
I know the answer. It's because it's not far enough away.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's not far enough away for you to see around the curve.
And it's not over water. It's got to be
and
over
it's not
the
over
water.
Yeah, there's another one.
Man, if you're a glober, physics are picky, huh? Jeez.
Picky, fucking picky. Fucking picky. No, man, it doesn't work sideways. It only works up and down. That's it. That's all you got. Come on.
You guys realize that you guys all day long, I sit here and just bust a gut over the shit you guys say.
Good.
Really get that checked out.
And you're not the only one. So many people out there are just cracking up because, it's not a globe, and these people keep coming up with all kinds of circus shit to come, tell us about it.
God, it's the fat tent circus shit,
It's a circus sideshow, right? It's like the geek. It's like the geek and its whole family came to talk to you about the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should really get that.
I'm serious. You guys know what the geek is, right?
Yeah, that's
Here, let me explain to the audience real quick. There's probably a bunch of people who don't know what the geek is. The geek is the part of the circus where they take like a drunk, right? A knockdown, he can barely speak English anyway, and then they just put him in a cage and beat him and barely feed him until he turns into like a monster. And then they call it the geek, and they say, is it man or is it monster? And they sell tickets. So these are our globers. Or at least the anti-flat earthers. I don't want to pigeonhole all the globers, because, globers are willing to learn, anti-flat earthers are just slime.
What about Uncle Flat Earthers?
Huh? Did you say what about Uncle Flat Earthers?
Yeah.
Oh, don't bring uncles into this.
Well, there's Uncle Sam, okay, who pays people to be voyeuristic and spy on us. So we got
Uncle
that
Simpson.
one. Yeah.
Uncle Simp.
Why does Arnold Schwarzenegger move to the, to his right in order to look around the corner instead of why didn't he just back up to see around the corner?
Oh, I get it, yeah. I don't know. It's weird. It's like, okay, you say all this stuff about the globe, right? So why doesn't anybody act like it?
Yeah.
You say it's a globe, but nobody acts like it. What?
I think when you're that ripped, you can't move backwards, Gospel.
Oh, he's not ripped anymore. He's like skin hanging.
Range of motion, you can only move forward and turn around.
That's true. Well, he wasn't even, let's be honest, at his biggest, he still wasn't like gargantuan, right? Because he was trying to be Mr. Olympia, so you got to slim down pretty good once. You know what I mean? Well, anyway.
Yeah, it's not like world's strongest man or world's fattest man.
Yeah, well, Arnold Schwarzenegger wasn't to be strong, right? He wasn't a strong man. Those strong men would outlift him 10-1.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He wasn't that. He was a boss.
This is my favorite strong man. Eddie Hall.
Oh.
No, Eddie Hall. I like watching him. He's got a great personality.
Yep, he was made to be a superstar like this.
Yeah.
It's cool. And his family too, right? He's got like a really loving family.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a show, World's Strongest Man. I think he was on it one season.
Mm-hmm.
Pujanowski is my favorite. He is so just nuts. Here, let me get a picture of him. Then we should get back to the Earth not being a globe.
Why do they call it the geek of the circus?
I don't know. I don't know that. And actually, I just found that out from a TV show called it's a movie with Bradley Cooper. Just came out. Nightmare Alley. That's what it's called.
Shit, movie with Bradley Cooper, definitely Nightmare Alley. I'm kidding.
He's alright. He's an okay actor. He's not the worst. I've seen way worse. Pretty boys that just can't act. He's alright. Anyway, find the curve, please. Thanks. I will go. Listen, Globers, I'll go with you to where you think the curve is. Right? I'll pay for the tickets, the flights, everything. I'm not even kidding. I'll do it.
I'll
Let's
chip
go.
in.
Let's go. Yep.
Let's go. I'm kicking in.
I'm so sick of sitting here and like, it's
Got
embarrassing.
$2,000. Let's go.
Yep.
All
let's
right,
just,
the curve's
couple.
in Antarctica. Not at one of the bases.
I don't want to go to Antarctica.
Pacific Ocean, Atlantic.
I don't like getting in gunfights with the navies of different countries. So
Japan. I can go to Japan. You think it's there?
The curve is right underneath the celestial North Pole.
That's pretty far north. I can go to Alaska. I don't know if I can go much farther.
I don't know what that graphic is from that I posted.
Looks like a Simpsons show.
What do you got? Some bendy? You got bendy something?
Yeah, the curve of the road. No big deal, right?
I want to see the bendy. Fuck. I want to see a bendy. There's no bendy. I know a guy that sat on his couch for 3 years, man, said, I'm not moving from my couch until you show me some fucking bendy water.
What? He sat on his couch for 3 years straight?
Yep. Live streaming.
What happened to him? Is he okay?
I know that guy, Poncho Pete.
Oh, yeah. Poor Poncho, man. He thinks everything's transgender.
Yeah, he went full trantard, man.
He did. It's hard. Dude, it's hard, okay? Adam's apples everywhere. Huge shoulders everywhere. Straight shoulders everywhere. Big old necks. Big old jaws. Big old teeth. Sunken in eyes. Get out of here.
Yeah, it's weird, man.
But anyway.
I checked it out. It's weird.
Yeah, super weird. You know what I hate is like when I remember that I was attracted to what I thought was a female superstar, and then I start doing the research. Hanson, those were guys. I think we're supposed to think those are guys.
I'm kidding.
Do you guys know I met Hanson? They watched my band play in Austin once. It was fucking crazy.
Hilarious.
No, there was this really tough kid that was like talking a bunch of crap, and his uncle completely punked him and like was like, "Hey man, you gotta check out these hot chicks," and he showed him the album cover of the Hansons, and he's like, "Yeah, they're really pretty." And then he just, his uncle busted out laughing. He was just trying to teach him a lesson. This was like, he was probably like 10 or 11 years old, but he was, anyway. Yeah, the Hansons. It's a funny one.
Oh, shit. What a world, huh? Damn.
It was weird, too, talking to Hanson, like, it was only one of them. I think all of them were there, but I only talked to one of them, but it was so weird, like, such a nice guy, and, talking about the bands that were playing on the stage that night, and, this, that, and the other, these guys are good this way, and all that, and good stage presence, and the whole time I was just thinking, bop, dip-a-dip-a-dip, bop, dip-a-dip-a, Right? That's their song. I couldn't focus on the conversation. I was just like, bop.
Were you drunk?
It would be pretty hard to.
I know.
I get it.
That's fine.
Anyway, super nice guy. If you guys ever think that superstars are assholes, well, those aren't. Same with the Counting Crows lead singer. He's also 100 feet tall. Whoa. Big guy. Real big teddy bear. Nice guy.
Right.
That's my story. Anyway, is it curved? Show us.
Oh, here's a scientific representation. Found it.
You got it?
Yep, there you go. That's the scientific proof.
Oh.
All right, pack it up, folks.
Damn, close down the
we
server.
got what we came for.
Shit. Well, can we
Bendy
start like
space
a
time
audio server or something? Or?
Bendy space time, that's it.
That looks like brightness time.
Yeah, I know. I was like, what is brightness? Are they trying to say that the brightness changes at some point?
Yeah. You guys are too funny, man.
No, you're funny.
The bendy fucking water monkey thing on a spinning ball is hilarious. Just now looking at the chat, that's hilarious.
But yeah, there's some gospel. I think that thing is just saying that like when something's backlit, it seems darker.
Oh.
Just because of the silhouette, the stronger light in the back is kind of making it more dim in the foreground. I don't know why you have there's a graph for something so simple, but hey.
Yeah, I don't know either. But I found some bendy water, a good bendy water graphic.
Curvy water, man. That's what I always tell. You go to the beach, catch a wave. It's curvy water, and it's not bendy. There's a difference. It's the curl, man. Right? It's funny, man. I mean, you can go out, the slightest imperfection on a car hood that just bends a little bit, man. You can see a little dent, the slightest little dent you can see, man, so easily. But yet we don't see any bendy, nothing, no curvy, nothing. You think that the slightest little thing we should be able to see it, but it's not there, man. I checked it out, and if anybody's got, some place where we can see this little curvature of yours, Glatt and I we're coming. We're coming for it, man. There you go. There's some curvy water. Boom! I've had that happen to me a couple times. The ocean's a badass motherfucker, man. Whew. A lot of people are afraid of that thing, man. I'm always, cautious of it. I'm not afraid of it. But yeah, you
sound a little bit afraid.
Well, you gotta be aware of it. That's the thing, man. The ocean's.
Oh yeah, ocean, no joke. Anybody that surfs knows that.
If you surf or sail or boat, man, that shit can fuck you up quick. You really got to pay attention to it.
You'll learn to respect the ocean really quickly.
Real quick. And the wind. So if you got a sailboat, man, that wind is, whew, it's mean. Anyway, somebody was saying on here the other day about sailing from Australia to South America or whatever. A pretty straight line. And to determine whether, how far it is, really. I'm like, that would be good, man. That would be great, man. If I was a younger man, I'd be all over that shit, boys. So any of you fucking 30-year-olds out there, or 20-year-olds, get off your ass, get a fucking sailboat, and get out there, man. Learn to sail. It's only.
How do you measure with the boat?
Well, you can go, pretty consistent at 10 knots an hour, 15 average. I don't know. 15 is pretty hauling ass in a sailboat, man. But yeah.
And what instrument do you use to determine the speed that you're traveling?
Well, when I had a sailboat, I had this little cool thing, man, on my boat. I think it was called a GPS, and it worked. But I only day sailed out, right along the coast. I wasn't deep water or anything, so I don't know what's out there. but be nice. I think you could average, your days. If you've taken your boat out and you know how far you can go in a day or two here up down the coast, you can pretty much get an average and pretty fucking close.
Okay, yeah. I mean, time
You know
is
what I mean?
certainly one way.
And just, that would be it. I've been interested. I mean, dude, if I was younger, man, I'd be definitely like, dude, man, you want to go to Perth to freaking whatever, South America? That sounds great, man. But that is part of the, that particular leg, isn't that part of the around the world sailing competition thing? From South America to Australia?
Yeah, but I mean, and I don't know a lot about this, but don't they pretty much try to stick to essentially kind of like they have paths, like roads that they typically stick to? They don't go venturing out into the open ocean like super far from land. They try to stay on routes that take you from port to port, and where it's kind of a beaten path in case something does go wrong. If you were to try to go do what you're talking about, you're not talking about go learn to sail. Like this is it's a serious job you're talking about.
Oh no, I learned to sail. Anybody can do it, man. I'm a fucking retard, but
Yeah, like would you dare go out like into the middle of the open ocean?
Oh hell yeah! If I'm in my 30s, I'm going, man. I'd have been gone, but I said, man, I'm gonna figure out where the fuck we live, man, and just go for it. But that Antarctic treaty, man, that's a little bit of a bitch, man. I've seen some boats getting popped, and
do you see how crazy it is where Easter Island is? Did anybody ever think about where that is physically, like, or according to the maps?
Oh, it's way to fuck out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I just posted a little picture. That Hongaroa is Easter Island. So if you see that graphic I posted, where it says Hongaroa, it's really, really isolated.
Yeah. Yeah, I've looked at that, man. If you look at the megaliths on Earth, man, I think the sun passes right over all of them. It's pretty interesting. I got a world map at home, and I drew out the megaliths, and it takes the same path as the sun, man. It's pretty interesting.
So how old do they say those Easter Island heads are?
I don't know.
I can't remember. I mean, obviously ancient, but
this is a foundation, though, on that island.
Well, based on the decomposition and half-life of the carbon-13 atom, it's been determined that they are your cousins.
Okay.
Yeah, that's your cousins, for no doubt about it.
That's some funny shit.
You gonna lock that in?
Yo, you made up for your Hanson joke with that one.
Look at this one here. He's just sleeping on the job.
I can't believe she said that, man. That freaking Mongo. Oh shit.
No, it wasn't manga. It was Hanga. Hangaroa.
That freaking whack. I could use some more colorful language, but I'll be nice. I'll be nice. I promise.
There's almost no pictures with scale of these things. I'm looking for like just one with some known.
You're talking about the heads?
Somebody standing next to it or something?
Yeah.
I've heard that like recently, like for a long time they thought it was just these heads sticking out of the ground, but they unburied these things, and most of them have like full bodies and shit too. Like they go down, like some of them go down like 40 feet.
Yeah, Easter Island's that's a mystery, huh? But yeah, I mean,
or you could say it's a mystery.
Unless the island floated.
Some of you young bucks, man, get up out there and man, do like, just get that fucking sailboat.
Here we go.
Hit it, man.
Here we go. Here,
head to Easter Island and figure out the world's mysteries for us.
Well, Australia to South America.
You and Sonny got to come with me. Flat Earth too. Matt McGregor, man.
I'll help. I'll help pay for this fucking thing, man. But I can't go, man.
Damn. You'll pay for me. I'll go in your place.
But
so finally found the picture.
You can live vicariously through me.
Can help pay for it, man. We'll have to do a fundraiser or something, man. Flat Earth golf tournament or something.
Oh no, fuck off.
Those are some classic old white tourists right there you found. Gospel.
Yeah, well, it's the only picture with somebody right next to it. So if I had to guess, they're about 15 foot in length.
Yeah, some of them are smaller, but I've heard some of them are gigantic. Like they come in different sizes.
Yeah,
like
I've seen
there's
that
like
too.
kind of a common size, but yeah, some of them are huge.
And there's just a bunch of them.
Look at that height.
Yeah, they're all over
the
the
husband
place.
and the wife.
Like I heard, like, because there's like no trees on that island, and there was like some of the speculation, at least at one point, was that these people like were so obsessed with carving these damn heads and moving them around that they deforested the entire fucking island to do it.
Yeah.
I find that implausible. I would expect.
Yeah, me too.
I would expect that if there were trees, that there would be trees again, because trees release seeds, and I don't know. Maybe not.
So preoccupied with making these heads, they never planted any of those seeds when they cut down the trees.
Well, the trees do it naturally, but unless they deforested all of them at the same time.
They were like, look, if we clear all these trees, we'll have more room to put our stone heads.
Yeah, yeah, we got heads.
That checks out.
That's some deep, religious shit, man. Like, these are our gods. We got to just destroy our entire ecosystem to build these gods. Like, what? Fuck off. Nah, man, we've been hijacked, man. I don't know what the hell, why they built those things, but it ain't the story they're telling us. I know that. It was aliens, no doubt, from planet Yaga. Fuck off. Assholes.
Or this island used to be a lot closer to possibly South America.
Moving islands.
Yep.
Yeah, floating islands. Could be. And then it just run aground. I don't know, man. I haven't looked into floating islands too much. It sounds interesting, though. Sounds plausible.
Yeah, that island. And then supposedly there's islands that we're not even allowed to see. And that's the part that kind of feels awkward to me, at least. Like that there's islands that you're not allowed to see if you look on Google Maps, Google Earth.
Right. was it Onassis, man? He owned an island. He had it removed from the map.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa, man, really? I mean, that's a serious power, man. You get shit removed from the map.
Yeah, freaking like Dick Cheney's house was grayed out from Google Earth years ago.
Yep.
I'm sure it still is.
Yep.
Or
Shit
is
like
he
that,
even,
man.
I forget. Did Cheney die? Didn't he? Or am I
No,
thinking
not
of
yet.
Cheney?
Not yet. I can't wait till that cock's in the ground. Fuck that guy.
He's got to be going soon, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm putting him in my ghoul pool this year.
Yeah.
When you make bets on who's going to die this year.
Yeah, man. I had somebody in mind. I mean, let me see if I can remember it. It was a couple days ago. I was thinking, man, so and so's got to be going this year for sure.
Bill Clinton.
You think Bill's out this year? I'm going to give him another few years at least. Yeah, I think that dude's going to live quite a while. Still,
it depends on how many blood transfusions they give him, I guess.
Man,
dude looked pretty unhealthy a while back.
I heard George W. Bush is looking kind of fucked up, but I try not to pay attention to those cocks. Other than if I see them in the news or something, I just say cock next, or I just tell them to fuck off. Yeah.
Some people believe that Hillary has been dead for more than a year.
Yeah,
some people.
She's looking pretty ragged.
It's not responsible of you to spread this.
How so? I mean, it's a statement of fact. Some people believe that. I'm not spreading anything except the fact that some people believe that. Not saying it's anything besides that's what some people believe. I don't know. I'm not one of them, but.
Well, what was it during when she was running against Trump and she was having her she had her little seizure thing on.
Yeah, little robot seizure thing, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they like picked her up and threw her in the back of a van.
Nothing seizure.
She might have died then. I don't know.
Yeah.
In that video too, like I don't know where that went, if anybody still has it, but the one where she was getting tossed in the van, man. Like they literally like just threw her in their head first. It was hilarious.
Well, when you have to define what is means, we have reached a new level of fucking retardedness, man. Come on. I mean, people will ask you, what do you mean by is? Fuck off. I'm like, and that was fucking 30 years ago, boys and girls, or close to 30 years ago. I'm like, really? That guy just said, what do you mean by is? Fuck off. But that, look how far we've come since then, man. Shit. Well, I hope you guys stay relaxed and focused and the distractions, man. We are living in a distraction central world right now, man. There's so many goddamn distractions. You can't keep the fucking heads or tails of shit. And we are on top of it. And we're still, struggling to keep heads or tails of this shit. I mean, from wars to space to gravity to, whatever. There's so many millions of fucking bits of information being transferred every second, And you're like, fuck. How you supposed to keep up with all that, man? But we keep it to the basics, man. Where's your curvature? Yeah. Where's your Coco 19, man? Where is that?
The thing with the video with the Hillary getting thrown in the van, there was one that had a way better angle. That was like, that's the one that you can't find anymore. This one you couldn't really see much, but yeah, she looked like she completely out.
Yeah, it's a weird one. And what's really weird is just how quickly everybody assembles to block the camera. Like 4 or 5 different people
Like
instantly.
they have a protocol for every time. Like this is our protocol of how we all block the media when she glitches out. Get into formation.
Yeah.
Did everyone just stop talking?
Huh?
I was just thought, what's going on? People were talking and then there was just nothing all of a sudden.
I started trying to find that different angle.
It's because you showed up. It's because you showed up from wherever you are, down under. I don't know. You made the globe spin in the opposite direction. How dare you?
You got something wrong with upside down people?
Upside down people are my friends. Good to see you, brother. How are you, man?
Yeah, okay, thanks. Cool. How are you?
Yeah, one is in my existence right now. It's about 10 degrees past zenith, maybe 20 degrees past. The sun is just about to come up for you. Is that right?
All right, Miguel, let's get off of mute for a second. Let's talk, mano y mano. My wrists are killing me.
Uh-oh.
30
degrees above?
Mano y mano.
Miguel? Are you there, Miguel?
What's up?
All right, Miguel, let's get into it then. So, belief.
Ding, ding, ding.
Belief is the enemy of knowing. Bing, 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 bing.
I disagree.
Everybody's gone totally retarded.
So
you believe an actual professor here?
So look, you believe that if somebody conducts an experiment and they get their results from that experiment, the results that they need, the results that they wanted, and they get those results, it is fact that the result was successful, and they believe that the result was successful, and they believe in the research that they did. Why would you say? Because what you're insinuating is that any hint of belief just completely makes all that research irrelevant.
So, can you prove the globe? Anybody did an experiment to show the globe works?
Where's CB's soundboard? We so needed it.
You can believe any theories like gravity, It's a theory. You can believe everything.
I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky.
You believe in Santa Claus.
Here. Maybe I could clear this up. Watkins, how does belief go from belief to knowing? I wholeheartedly disagree. And it's DOES in apostrophe T, not docent or docent. I don't know what words you're trying to say there. You edited it, or I wouldn't have said anything. Anyway, you don't give a fornication. That's quite peculiar. So you're one of the people with mythology, or you're a mythologist.
I'm sorry, what?
You're a mythologist? I'll post the definition so that there's no confusion. Mythology, mythologist. Here, I'll post. Post. You said IDGAF, so I'm supposing that you are someone who has a hatred for logic or reason or knowledge. Oh, I guess he rage quit. Oof. He came in here, swinging like he was about to really make a point, and then he got asked a very simple question about how does belief go from belief to knowing, and he said it doesn't, which is just profoundly negligent.
It's just pure abstract philosophy.
So I guess you could say his point fell flat.
But I thought that try to do the alley-oop thing, right? I give people the assist and expect them to alley-oop. I'm like trying to help people out all the time. And then they missed the alley-oop, and it was like handed to them practically on a silver platter. I was trying to help him out. That was weird. Is there a fallacy of prejudice? Like, because I'm prejudiced against you, therefore you must be wrong? It's genetic fallacy, I suppose.
I heard him say mono e mono. He probably didn't want to fight with you.
Gospel is pretty threatening.
Yeah. Well, depends on who you are. If you are a person trying to hide, keep a secret, like you got skeletons in the closet, then yeah, I'm probably a pretty threatening person to you.
It's funny how that guy a second ago, he said something I've heard so many times before, which is like, how can you guys say that one piece of evidence, trumps a whole bunch of evidence, loads and loads of evidence for the globe? But he doesn't actually say what it is, but you know what he thinks. You know what he's thinking, what he's implying. Like, oh yeah, these images from NASA, How could you say all of this is wrong just because there's one observation falsifying the radius? You know, how could you say it's all wrong?
I like all the discussions that the alleged astronauts have, and they're like, and other alleged scientists, and they're like, we were focusing on the moon, but we never really thought about taking a picture. It just kind of occurred to us that we should take a picture of Earth. They act like it was a novel idea. Like, oh, yeah, about that. We could take a picture of the whole Earth. Yeah, yeah. They act like that was, it's really.
Our useless rock that's tiny and means nothing in the middle of nowhere. Come on.
Mm. I saw Earl for a second. He dipped out.
Oh, for real? I haven't seen him in ages.
Yeah.
All those years at university, studying, wasted.
Completely wasted.
Yeah, all those years thinking to yourself, yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to get to space. I'm going to get to space. I'll show those flat earthers. I'll join the Space Force. I'm going to be a space cadet.
Space cadet, perfect.
We did.
Where'd everybody go?
No, nobody went anywhere.
Why is it so quiet?
So, on the news this morning, locally, what story? There's like two, I don't know, they're probably like 17, 18-year-old kids. Like one was like a black kid, the other was like a Mexican kid. One of them stole a gun from the other one. And they like got into like a Grand Theft Auto, like online, like high-speed chase around a neighborhood, shooting at each other, and ended up going head on, driving at each other at like 50 miles an hour each in this residential neighborhood. And driving at each other, shooting at each other, and then plowed into each other head on. It got into a huge wreck, and then one of them gets out and runs away. And it was all caught on a Ring doorbell, like the crash, like right there in front of somebody's house, caught on the Ring doorbell. You could hear the shots being fired and everything. I was like, what the fuck?
And it will.
I don't know. I'm just feeling better. Yeah, go ahead.
No, depending on how graphic it is, it may or may not wind up being another one of those get a million views for on a YouTube channel that doesn't have anything else sort of situations.
Yeah, all you really, I mean, you see like a huge head-on crash and you hear the shots, but yeah, like, man, freaking dumb people, man. They should both be dead. They're so lucky.
They'd be laughing it off and hugging it out if they had just had a fist fight,
Dude, they might still end up being friends down the road. Who knows? You know what I mean? Like,
I know. It just doesn't last as long, I don't know. Very rarely do you get in a fist fight for 10 minutes, 50 minutes, 3 hours, it's like, all right, somebody's going to give up.
Fist fights rarely last longer than a minute.
I know. I'm
pretty long.
I'm being majorly exaggerated here, but.
Well, I think they should have just hugged it out,
Yeah.
Longest fist fight in history is in the movie They Live.
Yeah, that one was really long. I was definitely thinking of that one.
Back in high school, the high school I went to, there was a lot of fights after school. It got turned into almost like an organized event. Like we had or a place where it would be every day after school. There'd be another set of like 3 or 4 fights lined up at it once it got really going. Like at first it was a fight or 2 a week, and then it turned into a fight every day, and then it was 2 people are going to be fighting. They're going to wait. They're waiting in line, to fight. We got a double header coming. So, and eventually, it got to the point where it's 3, 4 in a row every day after school. And And some of these kids, yeah, they were like training for it. Like they were boxing it out. Like it was interesting. The whole school would form like, maybe not the whole school, but everybody who went. It was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. Everybody would jam pack real tight, elbow to elbow, and the teachers and the vice principal and shit would be trying to get in to stop the fight, and we'd just be boxing them out. Then one day, the vice principal claimed that he got elbowed in the nose, and cops got called in.
Oh boy.
Yeah. But that was in the days before every school had police there already. You know, we didn't have cops like campus cops. Most stuff got dealt with in-house.
The SRO. That is I guess I had SROs at my school, but I had like 3,600 in my high school. School resource officers, I guess, is what that stands for.
But that didn't stop anything. We just stopped doing it on school grounds. We just went to the park down the road. Like 500 people would go and drive down there after school and watch the fights there.
When I went to a private school, we would go to the Jewish community.
Ooh, you couldn't even get that whole word out without roboting.
He said the word. Throttle, throttle, throttle.
You guys, did that seriously just happen like that?
That really happened just like that.
Holy shit. Let's see if it happens to me. Are you guys ready? And I'm not even going to say the full word. Jewelry. Okay? Jewelry. Let's see. Am I robotic?
No, they're on your hands.
They don't care about me. They're like, that dude is such a loudmouth. We don't care about him. Trans-apocalypse.
Oh, yeah.
Revenge in the Air Falls.
Oh, it's just great. It's just great. Yeah. Fire. Sorry, I had to get my Beavis out there. Hey, this Call of Duty game says that German scientists sought to harness some forces and made zombies back in World War I. Isn't that crazy?
You're going to believe the history that you learned from Call of Duty?
Over what I learned in fucking school, yep.
I also heard that Abraham Lincoln was a vampire hunter.
Abraham Lincoln was a vampire?
Slayer. Vampire Slayer.
Slayer. Oh, yeah, and he was black. I just heard that recently, too.
Yeah.
Which actually makes a lot of sense, right? It would make more sense than if he was a white guy, so. But that's okay. And then, you guys see in Zoolander when it's... they're saying, like, male models killed him. Did all the assassinations in history. I thought that was pretty good.
Couldn't get past 15 minutes of that movie.
Yeah, I watched.
It was really cringe. I don't think I watched that movie either. Like, just the previews made me fucking sick to my stomach.
There's too much homo shit for my tolerance. Like, it wasn't 2022 yet. My tolerance was no, okay.
I watched it with a certain special someone, and they were nice enough to get through the entire thing with me.
You guys are both very special someones.
Yeah. I'm sure he was proud.
Oh, damn. Nice. I set myself up for that one, didn't I? Just take me, I'm here. Yeah, terrible. Blue Steel. Moisture is the essence of wetness, and wetness is the essence of beauty. It's Merman. I'm not an ambi-turner. Yeah, ambidextrous ambi-turner. He can't turn left.
Yeah.
I think that's funny. There's a lot of funny parts to it. It's just such a goofy fucking thing. Amish Earther, you saw American Pie with your mom when it came out? Whoa, dude. Are you guys still friends, or?
I have a funny story. My friends and I saw American Pie in the movie theaters, and we came back to my friend's house, and literally when we got home, there was a fresh apple pie sitting out on the counter in the kitchen.
Did it have a big hole or a small hole in it?
0 holes, but fucking hilarious because we were really high and yeah.
I got to admit, I was Stifler growing up. I was that guy. Don't know if I was that bad, but definitely you could come to me for the unruly shit.
You were an asshole. We get it.
I sure was, yeah.
Yeah, we sense that. Just
I'm sure. No, it's there, guys. I know that you hear it. It's fine. I got it. Just know that I'm working on it, and I appreciate you sticking with me through it. Yeah, remember when Sean, whatever his name, started to get ripped? That's funny. I think the movie did with The Rock, was it Rundown? I thought that was a pretty decent movie. Not good, not bad, just, watchable. Anyway, what are we doing? So I told somebody in the YouTube chat that, because they were talking about Moonfall, this new movie that came out, and I was saying it's one of the most hilarious movies, and he was like, how can you think it's funny? I was like, because people believe this shit, dude. People actually believe. Okay, and I'm not spoiling anything, because the movie's called Moonfall. People think the trajectory of the moon can change, and we can affect it. Woo! That's all I'm going to say about the movie, guys. That's all I'm going to say. Moonfall. Coming up next, NASA skips the moon, goes right to Mars. All right, I have to say this. What if somebody farted into a glass jar and then labeled it Uranus Air?
Wouldn't that be a partial truth?
Right. Yeah.
Dude, you and me should get together, because years ago I was talking about, just as like a gag gift, like canned puppy farts.
Lou, only you would do that.
Like a Red Bull can, and it squirts a little when you open it. It's like,
oh my god. Puppy farts? Are they worse than like grown dog farts?
Yeah, puppy farts are the worst.
They are pretty bad, yeah. Sour and sharp and hot.
The puppy is just so cute. Like it makes up for it. So you're just like, oh my god, oh, but you're so cute.
Wow. Okay. Hey, it's more plausible than space ice cream.
Bro, I love that stuff.
Me too. When we went to space camp, I got in trouble for stealing a bunch of it.
Oh man.
From the gift shop.
It was always expensive, and now it's no less expensive. Like one ice cream bar or something or whatever, just one little package is like $9. It used to be $3 used to be crazy. Now it's like $9. I don't buy it. I've gotten it over the years as like birthday presents from my parents. They'll like ship it to me.
Really? Oh no.
Well, no, because
when you were a NASA guy, when you believed.
No, it has nothing to do with that. They just know I like it.
I got it. Okay.
Yeah, it's freeze-dried ice cream. It tastes good and it's fascinating. I like the mint chocolate chip. I like the Neapolitan.
Yeah.
It's all pretty cool. But I also like marshmallows and the crunchy ones, the like miniature crunchy ones.
Oh yeah.
I'm a big
Did
fan
they have
of
like a chocolate chip one or something?
They have the ice cream bar one that's like the two Oreo things with the ice cream in the middle. They did do that.
God, you had a bunch of different. I only had the Neapolitan one.
Yeah. I've got like 20 years of personal experience eating.
I guess so.
Something
I only went to space camp once.
I never went to space camp. I just got there.
Dude, I'll tell you, even now thinking back, it was fun. Super fun, man. Yep. Even if I knew it was all fake back, because I didn't even care in the first place, right? I'm 9, 8 years old. I don't care. So, I'm just glad I'm in public with my friends eating marshmallow ice cream bars. I guess it wouldn't be ice cream. It'd be like, well, they were just bricks in like silver packaging.
Freeze
packaging is the same stuff they used on the lunar lander.
Freeze drying is a really fascinating process, though.
Wait, say that one more time. I didn't hear it. Sorry.
Freeze drying is very fascinating.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Removing the moisture from stuff. It's nutty.
Yeah. I bought a huge bag of like 25 pounds about 15 months ago or so, something like that, of freeze-dried strawberries, 25 pounds. It came in a really, really big box. And I got a stupid good deal for what should be like $600, $800 if you bought like the equivalents in small packages. But I got the whole thing for like $56 or $57, something like that.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous. But and then I just rebagged it into smaller bags. Yeah, freeze-dried strawberries. Good for oatmeal, smoothies, whatever. Good for long-term storage.
Yep, for sure.
Seeing as how there doesn't seem to be any Globe Earth believers in the chat, I will add to that topic. They've even freeze-dried filet mignon.
Yeah. Did they retain any of the flavor, or? Probably a little bit, you know.
So the channel that I watch is Sous Vide Everything. He's a really fun guy. Freeze dried.
I love you to death, but I'm not going to search for it. You got a link?
Yeah, I'm about to.
Cool. Thank you.
Copy link address. We tried astronaut steaks. And it will make you cringe with them because it's not very good. But one of them was, so they tried like 5 different techniques or something. And one of the techniques stood out better than the rest. And I can't remember which one that was. But that Sous Vide Everything channel, he does a lot. He sous vide stuff, which is like the water bath cooking.
I don't know what that is. Water bath cooking.
Yep. So you like put you put a steak in a vacuum pack, and then you put it in a water bath. You cook it at like 150 degrees. It's like you cook it at 150 or even 120.
Whoa! All day then, right? Takes like 5-6 hours.
Yeah, a while. Yeah. And then you take it out. It's not all the way done. Then they blowtorch it to get the caramelized outer edge. And it can be a very, very, very juicy, amazing steak. But yeah, it's an interesting channel. They do a lot of steak experimenting.
So like there's a way to take all the moisture out of a hammer. Right? I'd like to see the difference between a regular hammer and a hammer with nothing, like no moisture in it.
And then hitting against something, would it change? Yeah.
Oh, it'd be kind of like brittle bones, in my opinion. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, maybe moisture doesn't have a lot to do with holding it together. Maybe moisture wouldn't help it hold. I don't know. So yeah, it'd be crazy, right? Just dehumidify computer monitor or whatever. See what happens.
I can't find that copy, but I did find this. They froze the hammer in liquid nitrogen, then put it in a hydraulic press. So long.
Anti-flatties, globies, flat earthers, I love you all. I will be back later.
See ya.
You got a weird hot mic going on.
Am I hot micing?
Flatty was. Beavis guy.
No. Oh, yeah, he's probably watching that video I posted.
Have we had a new person in here all day long, Gospel? I don't think we have we?
Very briefly, but I think it was during when the bot was playing, and it was a lost opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was really disappointed that guy avoided my question or just answered it so foolishly.
Professor Latkins?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
He's LARPing, FYI, if you see him around.
Oh, LARPing as a Glober?
LARPing as anything that can be controversial.
Oh.
He's been around as multiple other characters.
What's LARPing?
Live action role playing, when someone pretends to be something that they are not.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
C as well.
I do that at work every day.
It's probably one of the most common trolling techniques. Is a LARP.
Yeah.
That's why when I first started hearing LARPing, I was like, I don't get it. Like, isn't that just called trolling? That's what trolls fucking do. Like, no, we're getting specific about trolls now.
Yeah. Well, I went to high school in a weird area, and they did something called, oh gosh, not Solara, oh gosh, it was a weird thing where they threw like bean bags at each other and cast magic spells and pretended it was like our real life Dungeons and Dragons meets Magic the Gathering meets some kind of Trekkie convention.
So for real winners, huh? Like basically.
These were some special people. They were special in the school. And every now and then you'd catch them like dodging around corners, even doing it at school. And then they'd tell their stories about what they were doing in the woods. And I'm like, what woods? Where did you go? They'd be like, Kennesaw Mountain. Anyway, there weren't very many wooded areas that were, but yeah, there were some. LARPing. That was my first encounter with LARPing.
Has anybody ever accidentally slain someone for real LARPing at like a freaking Renaissance fair or anything like that? Has that ever happened?
It's a good question, especially if they're using any real. Oh yeah. Isn't his name Alec Baldwin?
I was gonna say that. Dang it!
Oh man.
Allegedly, sometime back in the 80s, I think, at a Civil War battle reenactment, a guy had a heart attack. I don't know if that counts or not.
No, heart attacks definitely do not count for this question.
Okay. Role play.
Looks like somebody would have died in one of those jousting matches. That looks dangerous.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Oh, dude, because yeah,